Good evening, everyone, and welcome to day 9 of China Division 1 DPC Winter Tour. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. Joining me in a very sane and normal fashion is Kezu, Syndron, and Lizard. Is your hand nice and warm, Sind?
It's comfy here.
Yeah?
Very comfortable, yes.
This is my home now.
I'm about to take it off.
That was the intent.
Whoa.
Okay, spicy panel straight up. Lizard,
I mean, you already said good evening, and it's like 9 in the morning, so I don't know.
Okay, but this is for China, and it is in the afternoon,
Afternoon,
evening. Evening, afternoon. The
Yes.
cusp. Is there a word for that? At what point is it no longer afternoon and it is evening? What time threshold?
Oh, for me, that's probably at like
5 p.m.
5:30,
Okay.
No,
5:42.
Exactly 5:42. Yep. Spot on.
It's not evening until 6,
Yeah,
actually.
5:30.
I'll still go with 5. I don't care what
5:36.
Yep.
That's
5:45.
between 5 and 6 is
Last
the
offer.
threshold.
Last off.
Last
I'll
off.
go no lower.
Absolutely no law. All right. Well, instead, you guys can mull over what time it does become evening a little bit more, and we can have a look at what happened last time we watched some China action. It was on Sunday on this channel, and we had 3 BO3s. It started off with Extreme Gaming versus Knights, and I'm sure you remember that series clear as day. Syndron?
Yeah, this series kind of, I don't want to say it had it all, because I think the second and third game were pretty similar in nature. But yeah, Extreme came off to a very good start, as you guys are seeing here in game number 1. Pretty much a totally dominant game from them with their Nature's Prophet lineup. And then that got banned the following 2 games, and Knights kind of just had their number, outplayed them, outpaced them. I think we talked about in that series, we were kind of disappointed in Extreme Gaming's itemization. We liked their drafts in all 3 games, but we didn't really think they delivered to the extent that they did in game 1. And Knights prove yet again to be a really strong team in this region that maybe a lot of people, including myself, slept on when the whole region was announced. They could finish second. They've beaten 2 out of 3 of the big dogs, and they only lost to Aster 1-2. So they're a good team.
There is still that potential.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they remind me a little bit of Into the Breach, but like in a slightly better version. In the fact that every time I watch them, I see something new and I see something cool where I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, this team could be good, and then they do it again and they do it again. Alacrity on his puck, Felix on his position 4. So I feel like, you know, I would definitely not be surprised if they do finish top 2.
Yeah, for me, maybe I expected a little bit more from Extreme Gaming. I was a fanboy since they literally got into the scene. They were a Division 2 team. Then they got promoted into Division 1, just dominated the first season. But right now, I don't know, something is not clicking. 2 supports aren't necessarily doing as much as I expected them. Like PYW and DY, the favorite duo for most of us, just isn't really doing as much. Like usually they make anyone work on that mid lane. They just rotate every now and then. They secure the lanes very well. They find those precise pressure points. Like they know where to be at what time. But right now, I feel that both of them have become a little bit greedier, and I'm not seeing the same impact.
We're looking at the second series here. It was Aster getting a 2-0 over eHome. This win also secured Aster going to the major. This was the series win that booked their ticket there. They are the first team to be qualifying for the major, so massive congratulations to them, and doing it in a 2-0 fashion, Kezu.
I mean, this team is an absolute powerhouse, as you can tell from the rankings. Like, this team, I think, plays by far the most maybe beautiful and methodical Dota of the region, I think. From starting at the draft and how they execute. Like, even if we have a look at this draft, it's like the most beautiful thing I've seen from this region. We talked about it last time, and I just think not only do we do it in the draft, they do it in the gameplay. They play with each other, they enable each other, so this team is damn strong.
Why do you call it beautiful, I guess? Like, what do you see in it that other people might not?
It's like the way it all comes together on like different levels. You have like everyone is basically helping each other at some point in the game to actually win the game and make it easier for themselves. And at the same time, while they're doing that, their own draft also counters the enemies. So it's like you can't ask for more.
The synergy in that last draft was just beautiful.
Yeah.
No better way to put it.
I think it's, I would say it's pretty, I would feel pretty confident saying that's a top 3 team in the world right now. I mean, obviously we only see them playing against the Chinese teams, but the level that they're showing is super high. Probably other teams that could rival them when you look to other regions, BetBoom, Liquid.
Yeah.
I would say for some people, maybe Tundra are not on their peak performance right now. They're dropping some games, some series in EU, so those other two teams look really strong. And Shopify Rebellion, kind of hard to say because the opposition they face in NA, maybe not the best. And for SEA and SA, I don't think the teams stand out as amazing as Aster have. So.
If I said that Extreme Gaming is perhaps not performing as much as well as I expected them to, on the other hand, Aster is playing even better than before. Like these guys usually would dominate the region, but it wouldn't be this convincing.
The third series here, the third and final one, went definitely not how we expected. It was IG up against LGD, and IG actually took game one. It was a 70-minute marathon, game two then being 18 minutes in the favor of LGD. So the stark contrast there in just one series, but LGD taking out the third game as well to win that series.
Xiao had to walk his dog, so after game one, he was like, guys, I don't have time for this shit. Can you guys please finish up?
Yeah, they all had plans.
He also had a date in the evening, and he needed to prepare for
so
that.
after 6 p.m.
So he said, guys, all right, it's been 70 minutes. I've allotted you guys 2 hours for this series, so please finish up. And LGD said, okay, boss. And then they ended those 2 games in like 45 minutes total.
They just executed it.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. 3 best of 3s means there's definitely been some shakeups in the standings. We're going to pull them on screen. It's no shock. Aster will be at the top with those 5 wins. Go into the major. LGD 4-1, followed by Knights 3-1. Extreme is 2-2. eHome 2-3. IG, same score line. And then unfortunately, Aster Aries and Dawn Gaming both tied with 4 losses. And that does beg the question, are they going to be almost securing themselves in that bottom 2? Because they both play today, not against each other though. It's Extreme up against Dawn, and then it's Knights up against Aster Aries. So neither of those bottom 2 teams have an quote-unquote easy matchup today. Both of them are going to have to be fighting for their lives, fighting to stay alive in Div 1.
Actually, wouldn't be surprised if the table that we just saw remains that way. I believe
That is possible.
Okay.
I do think there's a good chance Knights finish over LGD.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I think the rest look
You think that's probably going to be the top 4 maybe reshuffled a bit?
Yeah.
Who was in 4th on
Extreme.
that graphic?
eHome.
Extreme.
Oh yeah, Extreme, right? Because we thought
No,
eHome
wait.
we thought
was.
eHome were
I
maybe
think it
going to
was
get
Extreme.
4th, but Knights have surprised me at least. So
Yeah.
yeah,
eHome were 5th.
I think so too. And IG 6.
that seems pretty likely to be pretty much the final table. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I think Aster is the only team that goes on Chinese New Year qualified, right? Because you need 5 wins to be 100% guaranteed, and the other teams that
Oh, yeah,
could have 5
LG
wins
So are they
don't.
the only
LGD isn't
ones-
playing today.
LGD's not playing, so they will have 4-1 going into Chinese New Year. And if the Knights win today, they're also 4-1. But
That
there's still a possible 3-way.
Is a great reminder for me to remind you guys that the China region is going on a break. It's Chinese New Year, so this is going to be our last day for China until January 31st. I'll remind you guys throughout the stream, but just in case you didn't know, all the players are going to be taking a break. I do know that we have the Game 1 draft up on a screen next to us, so we're going to pull it up and we're going to have a bit of a chat about Extreme Gaming versus Dawn and some of the predictions you guys have for this series. Is it going to be that 2-0? What are Dawn going to need to bring to at least get a game win?
I mean, we have seen different teams take matches even though they're underdogs, but I expect a 2-0 here.
Okay.
Dawn so far really hasn't shown much in the region. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, yeah, they might not be performing to their fullest, but I think they're still a fearful foe for Dawn Gaming.
Yep.
Okay. So what I was going to say was what I want to see from Dawn today is I think this is kind of something I default to a lot. If you're like a serious underdog, I think playing with tempo is a lot of the time going to be your best bet, because if you're playing against a team like Extreme, they're more experienced, they arguably have more individually skilled players, and they're, especially in late game situations, those teams tend to win. So I would love to see Dawn just try to break the game apart, play fast, play some strong lanes, do your thing. Put maybe Siomang on some sort of tempo-based carry, or maybe something uncharacteristic like Leshrac, I think he's played as well in one of their series. And I like this from them. Tusk, Nature's Prophet, that fits the bill. Let's go quick, play aggressively, and Extreme Gaming already securing themselves some team fight and more stability in their lineup.
Yeah, I think what I don't want to see from Dawn Gaming is last pick Zeus.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, even though that is their signature and they've done it like 3 times, maybe 4, but I think that one is something that
If you
I
need
just-
initiation, Zeus. If you need damage, Zeus.
You
If
need
you
a
need
mid lane,
stuns,
Zeus.
So yeah, hopefully they have learned that maybe he doesn't fit one of those boxes,
Yeah.
you know, maybe the others. But yeah, I would agree with Sind. I think you want to try to play fast, try to pressure your enemies, especially when the enemy team is on paper stronger than you, or maybe they know how to, you know, play team fights better than you. Try to pressure them a bit. Don't make it as easy.
Where is that balance between knowing that this game could be that deciding factor for if you're going to be relegated to Div 2 or not, and sticking with comfort towards meta?
I think the problem with sticking with comfort is that you've lost with it every time,
Yeah.
right? So it's like if you had like these glimmers of, all right, well, we played our comfort stuff and we took a game off one of the big guys, so we can do it against Extreme as well. Sure, but that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
So I think mixing it up and trying to, the funny thing is, I think it's kind of playing to their players' strengths to do this. I think they like fighting a lot from what I've seen in their games, but I think a lot of the times they've kind of shot themselves in the foot with drafting. So if the drafting is polished and they do try to play fast, I think I'm not going to say they're going to win. I'll just be honest. I do think they're outmatched to such a high degree that taking even a game would be a surprise for me.
Yeah.
But I think they could do it, and I think they have a better shot in this series than a couple of the others they've played, because I already like the start of their draft better, and I don't think Extreme are at their
To go on a little bit more about that, like when it comes to comfort picks for teams, I think that it is possible for Division 2 teams to win with, in Division 2 that is, to win with full comfort. And it was maybe possible in Division 1 or Tier 1 5-6 years ago. Right now, if you aren't playing the meta, your comforts really need to be cheese. Like they need to be out there, they need to be some Huskars on mid like we saw from Nigma. If that's not it, then you just won't be winning. Like you need to adapt to the patch.
I think also that this game is pretty important to Extreme. Of course, they want to win, but I feel like what I want them to show me is that they have learned maybe a little bit more from last time. I think they weren't as clean as they probably need to be in this region.
What do
I
you
think
want them to have learnt, though? Is it like a discipline? Is it execution?
I would say step one is to start with the items that they all make sense with each other, that you can enable yourself and your teammates to be strong and be able to fight at the timings where your heroes naturally want to do it, instead of building items that do something else. And then other than that, I think to just... I feel like they're a little disconnected at times, so I would like them to step up on these two areas.
Yeah, I agree. I think itemization was the biggest disappointment last time. I wonder if they would agree, though. I mean, it's obviously just our perspective, right? We haven't had an interview where they've been like, yeah, we made some mistakes or whatever, because they didn't win, so we couldn't ask them.
True.
But yeah, that whole series against Knights was... I mean, it's not like there's any shame in losing to Knights. They look really good. But I do think Extreme will be disappointed in the way that they lost, because they kind of just got absolutely annihilated 2 games in a row. And it was largely in phases of the game where their lineup was meant to be good. It's not just like, okay, we played a slow late game lineup and they just ran us over with hardcore teamfight push. But they had a lineup with like Death Prophet, Lone Druid, and then they got Rax like minute 20 something. It was not a good look, that series, but they can shake it off and come back. And at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, as long as you get top 4, that's the most important thing. So
As long as you get top 4 and you're learning.
yes.
You got to add that clause there.
I'm not sure how much seeding matters, because what usually happens at the majors is that the teams get matched up against. So if you're 4th in China, for example, you will face higher ranked teams on average from the other regions because you're one of the lower from your region. I still think these fields are so competitive, though, that isn't.
Maybe that's the goal. They just want to
That
play
big of a
against Tundra
difference?
and Liquid as soon as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Yeah, no matter how you place, you're going to be playing against some damn good teams. That's just the level of competition there's now. If there was a huge difference between 1st and 4th in every region, then it would matter a lot to not get 4th. But I do think across most regions, the top 3s can beat each other on any given day.
How are you enjoying the way Dawn Gaming's draft is shaping up now? You enjoyed that opening of Tusk, Nature's Prophet.
It's with tempo.
Better than usual, I would
Yeah?
say. Yeah, I think the Centaur, once again, makes sense. You have more tempo with the Natures. You're good against the Phoenix. You're tanky. I think here for Extreme, what type of carries do they like? I think someone that answers the Centaur somewhat in the lane and throughout the game is good. Like
Faceless Void?
Yeah, Faceless Void can work. Faceless Void, Lone Druid. I was thinking of like some
Slark
Ursa Slark.
versus Prophet as well.
Yeah.
You get the Slark into a Cent, you get the Slark into a Prophet.
I guess if you
Sounds
do
good.
run the Void, you do give Centaur a pretty easy lane. But the reason I'm looking at it is it has really good synergy with the Phoenix, and it would be a way of countering Stampede. But they go for the Drow. It works to an extent. This is kind of double-edged sword for me. I think Centaur can actually be really good against Drow if the whole team can just collapse on her and destroy her. But at the same time, Drow also has Gust, so she can catch the Centaur off guard, maybe kill him. She can fight from range.
And you have a Rubik.
And if she buys Pike, she will.
You'll probably have that Stampede for yourself as well.
That's true. Stampede could be stolen, and Rubik's probably also getting a Shard, right? Which is really good for protecting Drow in the back line. So, yeah, I think it's good.
Do you think that the other options were a bit better. Like the heroes that get on top of Prophet easier. For me, for Extreme Gaming, if they had, I don't know, the Slark Dirsa that Kezu talked about, maybe Spectre is a bit too much versus the Hoodwink and Send, but these kind of heroes into a Prophet who is obviously their position 1, right?
I think Slark was better than Drow, personally,
Yeah.
probably. I don't think necessarily Spectre would have been better, because I think Centaur's lane is totally free, and they have a break in Hoodwink, so... also think in terms of like pacing the way the rest of their lineup works, I'm not sure if Spectre is actually just kind of overkill
But
in
Slark
that department.
definitely, right?
I think
Feels
Slark
that
would
way.
have been nice.
Yeah, I think like having a semi-built-in, you know, tool that when this Prophet wants to come to your lane, that you can maybe get out or dodge it in a way, I think would have been nice. But at least this way, I think they can give themselves a bit more semi-carry, maybe enable the mid hero a bit more if they're looking for some range-type hero.
And you can see Extreme Gaming actually banning out more tempo. That Prophet goes out. I was thinking even earlier on if that's a possibility for them to just snatch it, just go full in.
Is Dawn looking...
Oh, instant.
I was going to say, don't worry. I was going to say, is it a mid or is it another support? But
Oh, wait.
Mid
So
Tusk mid.
Tusk
Yeah.
mid.
Tusk mid sent off lane, Prophet safe lane,
yeah, Hood for
yeah,
True 5.
I guess. They can swap that up. Who's the team? There is one team in Europe that does 3 and 4. And
Yeah, but we're in
5.
China, Lizard.
That's
Oh,
true.
these picks are pretty quick. JT Timbersaw. This is a really good Timber game. He's good
free-
against Centaur and Nature's Prophet, so whichever side
It's
lane
an
you get,
insane
you're happy.
Timber game.
It's a free Timber
You're
game.
really good against Treant. The only concern you really have is if you get broken before you have stacks running, and then they can kill you with right clicks. But it for the most part, it doesn't get much better than this for Timber, and it's one of JT's absolute best heroes. So I think Extreme are pretty comfortable in this spot. Obviously, we already talked about the power level between the two teams, and as far as the draft turned out, I think maybe would have liked to see another carry, but the rest of it looks really good.
If we took names away, which drafter are you thinking
I
plays
still-
that early to later better?
Extreme.
I like Extremes better because I think they really got value out of their 10th pick. I think
Yeah.
this is what you want out of your last pick. You want some sort of total dominant matchup against multiple enemy cores, and that's what you got. So.
Yeah, I think this Timber will eventually be too tanky, especially with the Sunray behind him. I think once the game does reach the state, it will be very hard for Dawn to kind of come back and start fighting. But for them, in order to win, they need to do well in the lanes, and as we talked about, tempo up the game, try to speed it up, and break Extreme.
All right, so you're saying you want to be back on this desk in 20 minutes with a Dawn Gaming win.
I'll be very.
I would
impressive.
love that, but I think it will be 20 minutes of an Extreme win.
Well, either or, they're the conditions that need to be met for both teams to take out game number 1. Let's head on into it with Beak Up and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1 between Extreme and Dawn, it should be a fun one here for sure. Interesting potentially. We'll see how the JT Timbersaw does. It feels like it might be an open game for him, and that could spell trouble for Dawn.
Yeah, looks really good for him until this Tusk starts to get more points in the tag team. This is pretty much the only hero that he's going to be afraid of throughout the whole game. But he becomes tanky relatively fast. Extreme Gaming, they have a lot of... I was thinking about the last pick. They needed some extra front line. They went with the Timber, so now you have Tiny Timber to tank things up for a Drow Ranger. You have a save from Rubik's Lift, and you have a Sunray to back them up as well. So that's going to be a lot of healing coming out. And on this, I don't mind Dawn's gaming draft. I think this is a very solid draft overall. Probably one of the better ones I've seen them so far in the DPC.
I think it just comes down to whether or not they can execute it well. For Dawn, it feels like they leave a lot to be desired, where you kind of... Because you know some of these names, right? And you kind of want them
I know
to do
all
more.
of their names,
Well,
yeah.
now. But, like, going into the season, you may not know all their names, and it may not be, like... It's not Ame. It doesn't just stick out at you. It's not Ori or Paparazzi, and... You're kind of hoping for more from them, right?
The reason why I didn't know their names is because they change their names every 2 weeks, so it's kind of difficult to follow.
Yeah, Son Goku used to be June, and then I think you've got a couple other on there that have been switched. MS is still MS. He's been that way since the days of LBZS and prior, so at least he's keeping it the same.
Yeah, when it comes down to execution, Dawn Gaming, this type of a lineup can miss, whether you misplace the shards, use the snowball, you miss the bushwhack, miss the sharpshooter. This is a very hit or miss hero to Hoodwink, and you need to have a hero specialist playing it. So I want to see how this one's going to go. A bit of a different build than what we see from European Hoodwink, starting with the Blightstone. This was kind of a popular build on Hoodwink back in the days, but we don't see it as often. It's more about having the mangoes, having that extra regeneration, harassment, but maybe he's thinking, this Phoenix, he doesn't have much starting armor sitting at 1, so I'll be putting in some extra pressure.
He's trying to put in some extra pressure, but he's the one getting hit way harder. Level 2 should be interesting if you find yourself out a little bit too far, maybe an Acorn Chop, Bushwhack, Hoof Stomp combo, where Ghost and DY, especially like you said, the Phoenix, that is lacking survivability early on, might just die very quickly.
And we saw just a missed Bushwhack. It's a difficult hero to play. Something about the hero, like I'm a big fan of the hero, but when I try to play it, something about the Bushwhack, the cast range, it just feels kind of awkward for me. And this bottom lane, they're trying to put some pressure on JT, who does have Whirling Death level 1. We'll start to put some more points in reactive armor. Once he gets to that level 3, things are going to get much easier for him.
Is this a lane where JT can be by himself and PYW just roams around?
Most definitely. I mean, he can't, like, it's Rubik roaming around doesn't sound as good. Like, you have very limited amount of things you can do early on, but he can definitely move to the mid lane, especially if Paparazzi can keep X low. MS.
Yeah, that Whirling Death, not fun. He has, you know, he's trying to stay within the trees.
Oh, Doctor's gonna die.
Easy. And yeah, Dacres, who's been trying to harass DY as well as Ghost up here. It's not working out. And the positioning from this Hoodwink has been very aggressive. That's a bit of a problem when you're giving Ghost a lead like that. And so my question to you is, we see this Nature's Prophet, we see like Lena Nature's Prophet a lot, where they go to these Maelstroms, maybe Witchblade, and you farm very quickly. You're usually sitting top of the net worth. How does somebody like Ghost react to that?
I think they're going to be okay. Like, you have this Nature's Prophet hitting level 6 early on, as you said, but
he's going to drop.
The way Dawn Gaming has been playing, in most of their games, they lost the early stages. Like, they lost the laning stage. I believe there was one game where they were pretty even 10 minutes into the game, and then they start to crumble. Other than that, they always come out of the laning stage with a huge deficit.
And they're already down 1,000 net worth. Things going pretty well so far for the Dire. You've got level 3 for JT, so he's gone into that second level in the reactive armor, and we're already seeing PYW just evacuate the lane for a second. And, you know, maybe gonna edge towards going to mid once that 6-minute mark comes around. You want to defend against that, you know, the other team taking the power rune.
It's a difficult lane for
Son Goku.
Nature's Prophet. Son Goku, yeah, he's
shots
gonna drop.
And that will get the kill. Now Ghost looking for Dacres, and he's got nothing to throw. Bushwhack in a second, but a double kill now for Ghost.
They're playing way too aggressive. First the Hoodwink, that one that gave them an extra level, so they hit level 3. They started putting some extra pressure on both of them. Oh, man, Centaur's maxing out Retaliate. This is not what I expect him to go for. Usually we see Hoof Stomp into Double Edge, so if you can get close, it could be tricky getting close to the Drow Ranger because of the slow, but if you get the Hoof Stomp and then a Double Edge, Bushwhack, another Double Edge, it's a ton of damage. It's the way how this lane should be played, because Retaliate, like, this ability got nerfed way too many times.
Right. Would you like to see it go back to what it once was with the activated ability?
To have 300 damage and kill 3 shots your tower? Not really.
Sounds like a very cool ability in my eyes. Or, well, I guess my ears, but it sounds like one. Bottom lane, you can see JT. He's pretty much safe for now. And MS, again, he's very forward. Takes a lot of damage from that Whirling Death. They'll throw him back towards JT, who has Whirling Death in a second. One more right click. And it's just the positioning from Dawn is just too far forward.
Yeah, they are playing like they have 2 level advantage on every single hero. It's like they're level 6, that's how aggressive they are. And this JT Timbersaw, he's not gonna die. He's definitely A-okay in this bottom lane. 2 points in reactive and going into Vanguard, so definitely not gonna be killed. You also have Fade Bolt from Rubik to reduce the damage on Nature's Prophet and Treants.
NMS here mid as Paparazzi. They're wanting to push Paparazzi away because look how many denies he has. 14 denies already. As DY throwing some Fire Spirits onto the Hoodwink, burning low. Eventually they'll get their first kill. DY gets that kill while he's in the grave, and then meanwhile mid, Paparazzi takes out X with the help of PYW, and that's at the 6-minute mark we talked about, with Power Rune spawning, going right into the bottle of Paparazzi and filling him back up.
They're making all the right moves, and Drow Ranger loves to make these trades in the lane where her support dies first, she gets the level, and once you hit that level 6, this is where the lane gets difficult for pretty much anyone. Now she has infused raindrops, 2 raid bands, and a full power treads. Once she hits that level 6, you can't really lane anymore.
It looks rough, and I mean, this looks even rougher. Here's Paparazzi, Avalanche right on Siumong, and then with the Whirling Death and the Timber Chain, well, Timber hates trees. He's going to kill anything he can get his hands on around the trees, and that look like trees. So now Son Goku dies to Ghost. He's a split second away from having that next level in that level 6. And yeah, that was Son Goku looking to TP out, so he's going to have to walk all the way back to lane.
Oh, double Observer Ward here. Same spot, pretty much. Drow Ranger just hits level 6. This one will get dewarded.
Oh my god, by the time Son Goku gets back here, I don't... He's 2 levels behind already. They're 3K ahead.
Siumang with the rotation.
Top. And now, ooh, good
Cuts it down
blade on that
immediately.
Acorn shot. Yeah, that was quick.
You're also playing against the Timber Saw, so that Hoodwink's not going to be as powerful as you would expect it to be, cutting down the tree.
JT, he's hitting level 6 here and taking the tower by himself. There's really no defense that
was
would
that
be
really
applicable.
necessary? Was that really needed to get a Vanguard and Timbersaw in this type of a game? Come on, JT.
Oh, he wants to be unkillable, definitely unkillable here with that Vanguard. Snowball over, level 6 for X. That means he's got the Walrus Punch, but Paparazzi standing in front of his Rubik. There's the telekinesis. The Acorn shot comes down. They get the kill into PYW. They've got 4 heroes here as MS tries to TP.
He wanted a big one.
Yet. Ghost, ooh, he's made the rotation too, and that's the Nature's Prophet in trouble. Siumong shards the tree throw, and they'll get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet. A good trade for a Rubik.
Paparazzi did have Avalanche available, did not stop Train Protector from TPing out. He wanted to get the big one, and they killed the carry of Dawn Gaming.
Look at how much damage is on this tier 2 already. He's just moving forward.
This is only 2 points in reactive armor, so imagine if he had 4. He can just sit there.
The level difference is vast.
Oh. Centaur, 3 points in Retaliate now. I think he's choosing his skill build from the old guide. This is the 648B guide. He's like, I just loaded the wrong one.
He hasn't updated the guide that he's using in the moment. So, JT with Paparazzi here mid. They could get the tower. I don't really think there's anybody here that can kill the 2 of them. It'll be slowed down thanks to the armor being placed on it.
Not sure what they need right now to kill Timbersaw, because Centaur has a 1 point in double edge. Tusk, maybe with the Walrus Punch, still level 4. Not enough. I think they couldn't kill him with 5 heroes.
No.
Not even kidding.
I agree. No sharpshooter. The levels are so far behind. They're finally going to get that Tome of Knowledge, but who are you giving it to? Everybody's behind.
They need a whole library, not just one book.
You're going to need a library card for that. You can't just take out that many books.
Nature's Prophet is level 6, so that means Wrath of Nature is available. X needs to be making the moves on this Tusk. Like, he's their sort of a burst damage, and he needs to be active. Stampede is online as well.
So, they have to put it all together, right? But when will it all be available to put together? They still need this sharpshooter. They've already got PYW level 6. He steals level 4 shards. I don't know how you'll run away from that in a tiny. Darkrais is level 4, and I'm assuming the tome was taken by the Treant. So no sharpshooter. I think JT is just unkillable until that sharpshooter even is available.
They need to surprise him with the sharpshooter, break him before he has charges.
Spotted. Avalanche toss. There he goes. Shards thrown, and, well, they won't be able to get shards in front of Son Goku.
There's one unwritten rule of Dota. If you see Core Tiny with Arcane Rune, or you run.
Should write that down. 6,000 net worth lead here, and not slowing down. All 3 cores are farming just exponentially better than Dawn Gaming at the moment. Blink Dagger already picked up here for Paparazzi too, so, well, these heroes are going to have to run. It's coming on the courier, and then when that gets delivered, I would expect another smoke play from Extreme Gaming. Let's take a look. Neither of the sports have a smoke at the moment, but somebody will pick it up, or they'll just go.
PYW, restoring mana. A lot of burst damage. 4 points in Fate Bolt, 4 points in shards on Rubik. Don't smoking. They are trying to figure something out on the top lane. Go for a pick-off, transition that into a tower, but they're not going to find anyone.
Yeah, nobody found here. Ghost has already made the move over to the triangle. Going for this Manta, has Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance, level 10 already. Level 10 to the Nature's Prophet 7.
Very underleveled for this hero. Usually we see this hero being super level because he can join the fights, farm the triangle. Trying to make a move on DY. He does have a Supernova available.
Bushwhack kind of shows that they're around, though. He's not going to leave the trees until he feels comfortable. Kind of feels comfortable with the Tiny nearby. Knows he has the Blink Dagger, so there would be a reaction if they did go on onto this Phoenix.
Dawn Gaming doesn't have any egg hitters. Like, for sure, egg level 1, if there are no Fire Spirits, they can take it down. But if there are Fire Spirits on these heroes, none of them are going to be ready to take it. And the bottom rotation, Darkrais TPs, but it's only him for now.
So, Bushwhack.
That will show him.
Okay.
JT needs to run back Timber Chain
scared.
immediately.
It worked. He runs back thanks to the Bushwhack. And over to more farm. Okay. Kai Assange in the future here for the Timber.
9k gold lead. Dawn Gaming getting out-farmed.
The efficiency for JT showing itself in that moment in time. PYW doesn't have anything stolen anymore, as he at one point did have the shards, but that expired. Let's see what he's going to grab. He's going for a 4-staff. Seen that before. Usually that, or like a Glimmer Cape from what we were talking about yesterday.
Lens is okay, even though I don't think you need it. Having Arcane Boots and the 4-staff Glimmer sounds much better. Even throw in a shard. Dire scanning. They're checking if they're going to defend that tier 2 tower, but seems like they're not.
Avalanche, Sunray, Paparazzi.
Good Stampede. No toss. I guess he was not expecting that. They will get the D-wards. Tiny still has that Arcane Rune, so definitely wants to take the fight. 10k gold lead, 14 minutes into the game. Tier 2 tower already done.
Yeah, they're starting to invade their side of the jungle, their side on the triangle, looking for anybody. There's an OBS up there, and, well, we'll de-ward it. So the vision is lacking here for Dawn Gaming. They do have one deeper in the triangle still, but look at where they're all kind of huddled up. They have to be together, and the only one who's really able to leave is the Nature's Prophet. And they see this. They see X making the move.
This is a very deep ward placed from Extreme Gaming relatively early on. This was placed like 13 minutes into the game.
More vision, and that shows the Hoodwink. Avalanche, ooh, toss actually on a Son Goku. He was trying to blink in and get a hoof stomp off.
Stolen Stampede.
Nothing else used since?
This is a big one. Well, if this was an old patch, he could have used Retaliate. And then you steal it, not give away anything. Centaur, Son Goku finished that Blink Dagger, so that's going to be their form of initiation.
Their form of initiation, but I don't really think you want to be the ones initiating when you're down 10k.
JT has full Kai Assange being delivered to him. Observer ward killed by DY immediately.
JT, DY just sitting here as there is an Nature's Prophet trying to get back into the game, but sitting 2,000 net worth behind a Drow. That's Ghost has had a open game. Oof, there go all the Treants looking to get a tier 1 tower bot. They haven't gotten any towers yet on the side of Dawn Gaming.
Extreme Gaming controlling all the runes, all the last power runes were in their favor. Paparazzi, 2 arcane runes, a region rune, and the rest of the team is gonna go inside the Roche pit and finish it off. JT more than enough. Tankiness coming out from him. He still has 2 points in reactive armor. Took the talent, the level 10 talent, 200 HP. You know how good of a game he's having if he doesn't even need to skill reactive armor.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that it's necessary. He's also going into the Ags next, so he's looking for that second chakra. Avalanche, X in trouble. Stampede used
That's
by the
stolen
Rubik.
one.
They get the Sharpshooter. It does hit onto the Timbersaw, the Overgrowth. It's not going to do anything. JT on a mega kill streak.
And now...
Oh my god, he's so Overgrowth.
Overgrowth stolen.
No.
Like, there aren't any, like, wow spells to steal this game. Overgrowth's good.
Overgrowth, Telekinesis, and a Fade Bolt. PYW getting it done there with Paparazzi.
Shard is good. Sharpshooter, Bushwhack. Bushwhack's fine. But, yeah, he stole two big ones, 2 ultis. Like, you don't expect Rubik to steal those, because you need to be careful how we approach it. 14k gold lead. Only 2 kills for Dawn Gaming in the laning stage. They haven't managed to find any kills, any openings. Smoke from Dawn. Let's see if they de-ward this one. They just got killed underneath that ward.
They're not thinking about going on JT, are they? That would have been ambitious. They're going bottom towards Paparazzi and
Sharpshooter.
Oh,
Almost gets him.
not sharp enough. So that smoke won't turn into anything, as the mid-tier 2 will be sieged slowly here by Extreme. Yeah, JT, very free. Finally gets another level in that reactive armor. Blink Hoof Stomp on a 2. Sunray double edge, but doing more damage to himself than he did JT. Forced to Stampede away from the fight.
Not a bad initiation, but no real follow-up. They, like, Bushwhack into Acorn Shot. I don't think even connected, or they cut down the tree. This Tusk, like, he needs to go. It's a very difficult game.
Prophet waits on the double shot to throw the Avalanche, tosses him up in the air. Let's have a hug. Sprout me with you. All right. JT getting the kill, though.
JT's, yeah, I'm fine taking that one.
Yeah, you do 98% of the work. I'll do the 2% for the kill. Thank you. Got to pad those stats. I'm currently sitting 6-0-0 on JT.
Who's the feeder on Extreme Gaming? Both supports.
Both supports.
Yeah,
I mean, are we shocked? It's always the supports. Telekinesis, Sunray on him. They've got the toss. It's on the X. They'll get the kill onto the Tusk. Son Goku, again, doing more damage to himself on the double edge. And with those deaths, they'll call GG. Extreme Gaming will take game number 1 over Dawn Gaming in a very short time.
I was about to say that they're not calling it yet. They want to get as much experience as they can in this Division 1, playing against a team like Extreme Gaming, but they got stomped. They got clapped. It was a good. I don't mind the draft. It was just like the way they played it in the laning stage, playing way too aggressive, like the itemization as well, coming out from the hoodwink, and then playing way too aggressively, dying. Centaur with maxing retaliate in this lane. It's just like some of these things for Dawn Gaming, they definitely need to fix, but very clean execution from Extreme Gaming as we expected in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think there was any doubts, especially, I mean, JT, he got those early kills, they got the early kill top, and then everything just kind of fell into place for them as there was really no response. These lanes were very easy, and I think if there's one thing to take away from this game for Dawn, it's really the positioning in the lanes. You can't give kills away that early like that, and that's what ends up biting them really quickly and leads it into Extreme taking game one. So we're going to throw it back over to the panel to break this one down, so take it away.
That Timbersaw pick definitely working wonders for Extreme Gaming. You said it, Syndrin. If you're going to have last pick, you're going to make sure it's impactful. And in this game, it definitely was. It had a great game.
Among every other hero.
Like, I don't want to say that. I was
So,
like
I mean,
slowly going to ease
It's just how
into
it
it.
is. It's that psychological damage they had from Timber 10 that made every other lane easier, right?
Wow, that's a good pick.
That's what.
I
Yeah,
was
this
I
pick's
was
good. We're
grasping
dead.
at straws.
The pick was
I
so
trying.
good it destroyed
Everyone.
all the lanes.
They were just like, "This is
It was
what
more
I'm done."
global than Nature's Prophet. It was pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to call a spade, right? They just got destroyed. Extreme Gaming were way better in all their lanes. I looked at mid lane at like minute 4, and I think Tiny CS was like 12-12.
Oh no.
So and Tusk was 9-3, so he got destroyed. We saw the kills in both side lanes. Timber had a total free game, all 3 cores. I think 5 minutes in, the score was 4-0. Drow got a double kill in the top lane. If your lanes go this poorly, it doesn't matter what your draft is setting out to do. There's a certain point at which it gets unrecoverable at this level of play, and that point in this game was probably like 5 to 10 minutes, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what time did this game actually end?
Too damn early.
Yeah.
Games aren't supposed to end that early, but the thing is, when
I just wanted to see how right you were, because you said 20 minutes Extreme Gaming win.
how close were we?
But that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, when the GG was.
Yeah.
It was 1950 something.
So pretty close. Huh?
Oh,
Actually, it was. Yeah.
oh,
It's really
damn!
down.
Nice work,
Let's go.
Kazu.
Yeah,
man.
I'm crazy.
He did say donkey.
I'm crazy.
No, I swapped.
Yeah, he said.
I was obviously kidding.
There's no need to be straight toxic, dude.
Yeah, come on,
man.
man.
Sorry.
They had a chance.
Listen, continue
What?
though. Were you making a point or Kazu was talking?
What point is there to be made? You lose all 3 lanes, you lose the game. That's how it always worked in Dota. Like, unless you have some super late game potential and you...
Or a rubber band patch.
A rubber band patch with some shrines in the base and waiting for 1 kill that gives you 2,000 gold and 2,000 XP. Yeah, sure. But the psychological damage of that position... top 10 pick Timber.
Top 10
10
pick
pick
Timber.
Timber was way too hard.
I mean, the one other problem is not only did they lose lanes, but they lost lanes with a draft that is wanting to play on
A
tempo.
high tempo.
So
Yes.
once you lose lanes, you don't get to do your tempo. Your draft
There really is no
is
coming back.
flat.
All right, I got 2 games for you guys now. All right.
Okay.
First one's gonna be the MVP game. All right. You've all played it before. You know how this one works.
Yeah.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
You got
No.
one, Syndrin? You look like you're really struggling.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
You're just gonna meme it. I can already tell. Anyway, no, Kezu is. 3, 2, 1.
Papa.
Natty.
What?
Nice. What?
You said Nat T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's my MVP today.
You said Papa.
Paparazzi.
I said
Okay,
no one.
all right. And yeah, you just didn't say anything. All right, so Syndrin wins.
Yes! What I win?
Good job, Sin.
Chris Panchik.
Yes.
Good work.
Always
good work.
wanted
Good work.
one.
Oh, well.
Good work. Well, oh my
Alright.
god. Why did you say paparazzi?
Because you told me to pick one, and I thought he did well. I think they all did well. It's
Yeah.
hard to pick an MVP
Yeah.
in a stomp like this. That's
Oh,
the
yeah.
problem, because like nobody really got to stand out because it was like a house of cards that just fell over. So
12-12 was pretty standing out, I believe, a little bit.
what was?
12-12, CS.
His
Oh, that's
CS.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, the CS in lane was definitely good.
They just outplayed them. Extreme Gaming definitely showing up. Well, I don't even know if it's showing up. Dawn Gaming just not really finding what they need to be able to feel competitive right now in Division 1. You already talked about how difficult it is to talk about a game like this, Stomp, so it's time we played my second game. Are you guys ready?
Okay.
All right, you all have to describe this game using one word from your native language, and then tell me what it means in English. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Who wants to go first? Yep. All right. Go, Kazu.
Okay. Unglücklich.
Okay. And what does it mean?
Maybe you should guess.
Come on. Yes.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
That's
All right. That's a good one.
All right. My word is tisk.
Desk.
It's
That
effectively means to be beat to a pulp.
Oh, that is such a good word.
Uništenje.
And what does that
Whoa.
mean?
Unlucky.
Just devastation.
Okay.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Well, thank you guys. I have learned so many things in this game of Dota and in this post-game breakdown. We're going to jump to a break, though, when we come back. It'll be game 2. Hopefully, it can last a little bit longer than 20 minutes, but only time will tell. We've dragged you back from break a little bit earlier because the draft for Game 2 has started, and I obviously want to hear from my lovely panelists about some of the insights that you have on the draft. I think it's only 3 bands in, so there's still a little bit more to go. But Dawn Gaming, they tried the high tempo. It didn't pay off. It didn't work out. They didn't win those lanes. Do you still want to see high tempo and just more focus on the lanes, or see them try and draft for a team lineup that has a lot of comeback potential?
I mean, I still think they should follow the recipe that they did in the last game, but the lanes just have to go better. I mean, it really is that simple. I actually kind of like what they brought to the table. Aside from the last pick Timber that really countered them, I thought they were staying on par in that draft from my perspective, but Extreme Gaming are just way better in the lanes. It looked like a totally different league, which is a shame because I don't think Dawn's games have been that stompy in general necessarily. Like, they've had similar losses that have been fast, but it hasn't been because they got absolutely trounced in lanes like that. Like, that was completely... that looked unfair.
Every
actually.
single lane, they are getting outplayed on that 5% HP margin, right? Like, on top lane in particular. Like, they're about to kill the Phoenix, but then he turns with Fire Spirits, he kills them before they can actually make that one final blow together with the Drow. So just have to be maybe a bit more careful in the lanes and not as bloodthirsty. Just play out the lanes. Don't go for those risky plays where you aren't sure if you're getting the kill or not.
I think also they had like a slight mistake last game with the skill build of Centaur. I don't know if that's because maybe he didn't feel comfortable with his +4, or maybe he wanted to play the lane in a different way, but the items you buy and the skill build you go for, it should kind of show in your gameplay in terms of what you want to do. Whether you want to play aggressive or defensive, I feel like that didn't really match up. So maybe that's something that they can change in this game to, you know, help a little bit.
I mean, that's what makes the Hoodwink Centaur lane good.
Yeah,
is
that
that
you
the
can play
Centaur
aggro.
kills in the Hoodwink combo.
Yeah.
But he went 1-1-3. I
Yeah.
think in that lane you might... I mean, I understand it's tempting to skill retaliate because you're playing
Versus
against
Drow.
2 ranged heroes, but at the end of the day, the way you're going to win that lane is not by Drow auto-hitting you. If she sees you have high-level retaliate, she's like, okay, great, I'll hit creeps. Like, then she's winning if you're not killing anyone in that lane. So, yeah, I would have liked to see him go like 2-2-0, honestly. I think they should just try to kill.
Yeah, I love the contrast between Euros, Paparazzi, and JT. Like, one is completely stoic, just no expression at all, and JT just laughing all the time, every single game.
He's just chilling.
By the way, Brood. So
Yep.
that's
It
an
was
option.
ignored last game.
Oh, this
Completely.
is pretty good. You don't care about clock at all. I think it allows you to play on, once again, high tempo. It's a pretty decent laner. It is somewhat annoying for SF to deal with it later. I think SF lanes very well into it, but at some point, if you can get on top of him from an angle, then it can be very annoying, and you build items that SF doesn't like too much. So Dawn Gaming, let's go.
Great opener.
That's it. 20 minutes.
20 minutes Dawn Gaming. Whoop,
Dawn
whoop.
Gaming.
25, come on.
What?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
gonna
I
pretend
thought.
I didn't hear you at least. Banning to set up for the next phase, or banning to protect at the current moment, Syndrome?
Well, they're definitely banning heroes. They're banning cores that are good against Brood, right? All 3 of them. Naga, Monkey King, as well as Bloodseeker have solutions for Brood. So they're definitely trying here to give as good of a lane as possible. I'm assuming it's going to be Son Goku on the Brood. We'll see.
But they forgot one hero, I think.
Which one?
That Extreme have played before, and that is the Kunkka.
Oh,
Yeah, Safe Lane
yeah.
Kunkka would be really good against it.
So you would just put the SF mid, Safe Lane Kunkka.
They can. I think it's pretty solid here to just pick, yeah, sure, you're 4. And then on the next 2 picks, they just decide, okay, SF, you're going mid, or maybe we just pick the offlaner and then wait until the very last pick to then decide those 2, but that would be a good option.
Very flexible from them. It could be like a 4 clock and an offlane snap as well, right?
Sure,
Like
yeah.
That's something that they could roll. I don't see JT as a big snapfire enjoyer, but it's possible, right?
Yep.
We've seen it winning a lot of games
Yep.
in
In
a
Europe,
number of
yeah.
regions, actually. I was going to say Europe too, but there are a few other regions that it's worked in. So they could be drawing inspiration from there. When we've interviewed a lot of the Chinese teams, that's where they say they get
Yeah.
ideas from, and they're always watching Western Europe, and that's where Snapfire's off-lane has succeeded the most.
Yeah. Dota's definitely changed a lot in terms of like regional dominance in the last, I want to say 5 to 10 years. It used to be the West always looking to China.
Yeah.
Right? Back in Dota 1, China was the region like just flat out the best. Anyone would say that
Yeah.
on average. And in the early stages of Dota 2 as well, they had amazing teams like eHome, IG, obviously winning TI2.
DK.
DK was also an incredible team. And LGD has the highest average placing at TI of all time. Like they always, more or less always get top 3. It's like this org has just not won, but they've had every other placement you can possibly have in top 8. Like they just place high every year. So, but it's interesting to see that this TI, so obviously top 3 was Western Europe, which is the first time ever, I want to say. And yeah, China is now drawing inspiration from Europe. That region's just improved so much.
Interesting Quap pick. Quap and Silencer in that second stage.
Not a fan.
So
I
Not a
feel
big
like this
fan?
does not enable Brood.
Radiant team
Yep.
back.
And
There
now
it
this
is.
is an even better pick, right? Like not
Yeah.
only versus the Brood, also versus the Quap. You get X marks the spot.
There's one or two good things that can be said about the Queen. I personally don't really like it, but I can see the potential idea of what you're having with it. It makes the SF potentially worse if they were to think ahead that, okay, this hero can go mid, and it's a hero that can rotate to the Brood later. But with that said, I do think that draft has a couple of holes. I also think that Silencer against Clock is a slightly iffy matchup. And a lot of people think also Global Silence is very good against Snap, but I feel like by the time you see the blobs like flying in, there's already like 1 on the ground and 3 more are flying out. So it's not, I think it's not as hard of a counter as people think it is.
And I also don't think that spell in general is worthy in terms of its overall impact. Like I think Silencer is a better counterpick to like Enigma because Black
Yeah.
Hole is
Yes.
a game-winning spell.
You just don't want to use it against Snap. Right?
Snapfire ult is like sometimes you can global silence to negate a kill or whatever, but then you've specifically picked this hero to counter that element of Snap, and I just think it's not a big a part of Snapfire as Black Hole is for Enigma. Like Snapfire has other plays, can just itemize differently. You get the shard, you play on your other 2 spells more so than on the ult. And if you know to yourself that you can force global with your ult, great. Then you can initiate with Clock, start Snapfire ult, you force global, you reset, and then what is Silencer going to offer?
Yeah.
Then Silencer has this one curse, and you have 2 amazing spells to offset him. So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it's. I honestly, genuinely don't think it's worth it as a counterpick. I think Silencer against Snap is because Silencer has to be better against more than just that. He has to have more value. in it.
Their draft overall for me requires a position 1 that's kind of bulky up front, I guess. Like they need something else. I'm seeing this Brood Mother with Silencer, Rubik, and Queen of Pain. Like you can create space, you can go in first, but there's X marks the spot. There's so much burst damage against you. I just don't think that they have the front line and the team control necessary so far. And can you get that from position 1? Probably not.
It's hard, especially if you don't have
Sven maybe.
a lot of bans.
But
I just got banned.
yeah.
Yeah, this is not easy, I think, to fulfill this pick. I'm having a little bit of trouble to find it, because I do think it needs to fit the role of... So you want to lane well with probably a Silencer 5. You want to have a hero who has a BKB between, in my opinion, minute 15 and 20. And you need to jump in and start the fight.
Best hero I can come up with now is probably Chaos Knight.
Something
don't think
like
it's that good.
And that doesn't even feel good.
Because you're like playing against SF, Snap, and Kunkka who have massive splash damage. But it's just like, what else is there? I mean,
Troll, Raid King, these
Yeah.
heroes that aren't really in the meta, but
the thing is, Troll doesn't start a fight. I don't see the hero in this way. Troll starts a fight minute like 40 when he has 5 or 6 items, so he can go like Swift Blink in and just kill someone. But minute 20, he's not your guy.
we have seen a couple of teams go Battle Fury, BKB Blink, straight up. But those were specific situations versus Drows and
yeah,
Snipers
and
whatnot.
that build also takes more than 20 minutes, right? Like,
Definitely.
So,
And it also didn't work. So.
yeah.
Do you have faith in Dawn Gaming's lineup
If
extending
I
the game that long?
if I couldn't see the teams at all, like I would already say the Dire lineup's just better no matter what they
Okay.
pick last. Almost, it's like they really need to pick something absolute. I would say no matter what.
Okay.
Like
I
this,
actually think they could
yeah,
pick
'cause
any hero in
I
the
feel like the
roster.
thing for them, this last pick doesn't actually have to do that much. I was thinking that they can go 2 avenues. Either A, you go Viper, you go for some lane domination because you just straight up kind of
Or
shit,
B tight,
shit
right?
on Troll. Or B, you go the team fight, not a frontline, no cap, Tidehunter is good.
Yep.
He's always been good against Silencer. You can always go in the front, you build items that purge. If they go on you in global, well, you dispel it. You're good against Troll, you lower his damage, hero who has high attack speed but low damage. You have Ravage, you're good against Brood. Yeah, this is, once again, I
Clean.
think, a very, very clean and robust lineup.
Yep.
I think this is more of an outdraft than in game 1.
I
In
agree.
game 1, they definitely had a
Oh,
decent
wow.
draft. They could have executed it. They didn't. This time around, I just don't see the draft. But maybe that will make them play better. Yes,
It's
maybe.
possible that they play this game better because they have 4 ranged heroes, and I think their lanes are maybe more straightforward to play. I don't think they're going to get... It's not like Tide Snap is going to kill Troll a lot, hopefully. I mean, they can, but I think the laning stage this time might be better for Dawn, just because the matchups are easier. But again, if Game 1 and this DPC is anything to go by, then Extreme Gaming's lineup will clean this out.
Show me how much faith you have in Dawn Gaming. How long is this game going to go?
Oh, I thought you wanted like an interpretive dance or something.
Oh, actually, you could do that while Lizard is giving me a time.
I'm giving a 25 to 30 minute mark. 25.
Beautiful. I loved that interpretive dancing.
Where'd he go?
Syndron. That is an accurate representation of
He's
what
twerking under the
we
table.
might be doing after this game. For game 2, it's with Bcop and Lacoste between Extreme Gaming and Dawn Gaming.
Thank you very much. Doing some interpretive dancing over here. You know, getting those dance moves, trying to interpret this draft from the side of Dawn Gaming. And I feel like, you know, maybe they are looking to bring the game probably a little bit further than 20 minutes, I would say.
Not that much tower damage on side of Extreme Gaming, so I'm giving it 21 minutes, 46 seconds. This is the timer that game's gonna end. I liked what they had more in game 1. This time around, it's a Broodmother. This hero, you need to know how to play it. Like, you need to be an expert on the hero. I want to see the rotation. It's coming out from the X more than he did in the previous game as well. On the other side, Extreme Gaming. Oh, Siumang might be in trouble.
It got just away, but MS? He kind of stopped walking, and, well, Gush, Battery Assault, that meant that they could catch up. So this is first blood.
He just saw them. Like, he saw the whole train there because the Siumang was running away.
So first blood there. For the side of Extreme Gaming, it starts where it finished in game number 1 with more Extreme Gaming kills.
They place down a sentry. It's not going to reach the Observer Ward.
Very far out of range. So not going to be close to that, and they'll place in obs of their own. See if that gets dewarded. And is this another game where JT, level 3, 4, can kind of be by himself?
Pretty much. You're playing against Troll. He doesn't have that much damage to push you out of the lane. Same goes for Silencer. So once he gets a second point in Kraken Shell, he's going to be more than okay. Deep Observer Ward placed on behind the Tier 1 tower bottom. The scouting's out.
Also a swap in support, so PYW's top with Ghost and DY's bottom with JT. And immediately MS just eating a Gush, eating some Battery Assault pings.
I think initially they wanted to have Clockwork plus Shadowfin as their safe lane duo, but after Broodmother was picked, they decided to swap things around. Pick Kunkka for the safe lane against the Broodmother. We've seen it the other day how effective it is, where you can easily cleave the spiders. You're not really worried about the Broodmother harassing you. You can pretty much one-shot her with the combo once you hit level 6 with a Cookie or a Scatterblast. JT getting harassed here. MS starting with Glaives, level 1.
Yeah, we'll see how much that helps him. I've seen the Clockwork and the Shadow Fiend. It brought up memories of old when you could deny the souls of
the
Cogs.
stun from a Centaur, but good body blocks from DY.
Yeah, pretty much perfect, and that's what it needs to be here to get a kill, and that's exactly what it will turn into. DY will take out MS, and another kill on the board for Extreme Gaming.
Beautifully done by DY. Blocking, attacking, Battery Assault. Paparazzi on his signature Shadowfin, however, on a mid lane. It's, I missed it.
The Shadow Fiend, DAC 2017, the mid champion. He was back-to-back champions, I believe, in 2017 and 2018. As Son Goku getting run down, Ghost will get a kill there. PYW now actually turning on Grace with a sliver of health, but it was Paparazzi on his Shadow Fiend when he won that solo tournament. Didn't drop a game, beat Sumail, SCCC, and Miracle back-to-back-to-back to win that tournament in 2017.
It was beautiful. I was there. I was casting that show match.
Ooh.
One of the most memorable moments of my casting career.
Did you end up doing the next one when he beat Sylar, Somnus, and Mid1?
Which one was that?
That
Which
was
tournament?
DAC 2018, back-to-back mid-champion.
Maybe it was 2018. It was not so memorable after all, if I can't remember which year it was, but
But yeah, he dominated on this Shadow Fiend, and it must have been just an easy, non-memorable 1v1 multiple times.
they all played Shadowfin. That's all I can remember.
Cogs, Battery Assault, MS, low again, but no way to kill that Silencer. And, well, now they'll go for MS again, and DY griefing. As he Cogs himself and JT.
They burned their mana. You can see MS very low. Does have 2 mangoes to work with, but when you decide to go for this Glaives build early on, it's very mana dependent. And I don't think Tide Hunter cares too much about his mana.
He's got 2 in the Anchor Smash now and 1 of the Gush. None in the Kraken Shell for the moment, but he's not really being harassed too much.
Oh man, looking at the mid lane, Paparazzi, 22-9 against 12-2.
Oh boy. It was at least closer in the first one. X was getting CS, but in the last matchup, it was just as many denies, if not more.
4 minutes into the game, no one is making a rotation to secure those water runes.
We'll see if it happens at 6 for that first power rune again. Because both supports on the side of Extreme. And I would say, really, the Rubik, too, could rotate over towards mid. And a Cookie solo to get Dakrais. The Torrent throws him up into the air. Now they've got the X on a Sun Goku to save PYW for the moment. And Sun Goku just doesn't have the movement speed to catch up to the Snapfire.
And no damage. Let's see, PYW, he does have an observer board. Let's see where he decides to place it. Seems like he's going to deny himself to a tower. Out of the range.
That was close. I saw the respawns lining up. If Dakrais got there a second quicker, maybe he snipes that kill. JT running again, and ooh, all right, he's got a wand with a couple charges, so now he feels like he could potentially even
This is
turn
Clockwork
this.
with 2 points in battery.
Yeah, Cogs now on a Summon. JT has Gush in 4 seconds. Anchor Smash again. DY, oh, 1 more shot will get it. MS gets that, but it puts him in a position where JT can all of a sudden run him down, and if he gets another Anchor Smash off, he'd die, but back towards the tower, close enough where MS gets to survive.
Oh!
Never mind.
I guess he was not he did have 5 magic wand charges. He could have popped it. So Tide Hunter, level 5.5 minutes into the game. I don't think you can ask for anything better in this lane. Kunkka, starting with the X.
X, Scatter Blast, Cookie with the Torrent. There is a Telekinesis, and Ghost, he's not going to get the kill, but again, harassment, especially with that Tidebringer, that is just making this Brood's life a living nightmare. Just to add on to this fact, what's the earliest Ravage that's ever happened? Because you were talking about Tide already level 5.
Probably mid-Tide that it got like a first blood, got 1 more kill, then 5 minutes into the game. We don't have the stats for it. Like, when was the first time that you killed 2 creeps as a Silencer Radiant in 2017? We don't have stats like that, B-Cup.
You got way more specific than my stat. That's not fair.
Earliest Ravage used in a professional game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a kind of... All right.
It's a cool stats. Yeah, if you're 9, it's very cool stats. Ghost on the top lane. Oh, rotation on Paparazzi.
There's going to be 3 heroes here. They're looking to get the Telekinesis. They had the last word, but here comes the Snapfire. Not in time. X with the ulti and takes out Paparazzi.
MS, also known as Mana Stolen, off to a 4 permanent intelligence, making the move. First use of the Sonic Wave. They grab themselves a kill.
So, taking out Paparazzi, who was dominating that matchup, still up by about 500 gold, so certainly still his advantage. Ravage not taken yet, holding that level 6 point, so...
One of the reasons why we don't see these early Ravages, because it's not that good of an ability.
I mean, I guess.
For now, he's saving it, just in case something happens.
I'll trust the analyst. It's not a good level 1 ability. The Ravage. Raise
It's a good ability, but you don't get a chance to use it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Cogs around the troll and just trying to body block, doing a
Meanwhile,
great
on the
job.
top lane,
Yeah, they get Son Goku, they get one more raise, and it's kills across the board. X is also here, so getting that kill on Son Goku while the Queen of Pain is here feels very fortunate for Extreme Gaming, or unfortunate if you're Dawn.
Ghost is massive, 3.7k on Kunkka. We talked about it. Once he hits level 6, X mark into boat, into Torrent, and then follow up from Snapfire. This Broodmother is going to feed every single time there is boat available. He does have full armlet, so definitely hard to take down. They need to bring 3 heroes and have Sonic Wave available. Looking at the X's build, 3 points in Shadow Strike. This is kind of a lane-dominating build.
Yeah.
It doesn't allow you to farm. Now he puts a 2nd point in Scream, so his farm's going to slow down a bit.
Didn't exactly dominate the lane, though. And if you look at where
It's about the mentality coming into the lane.
Right. Sure. Cookie landing on Son Goku. Telekinesis throws PYW back. Here's X, so he'll join into another
Denied.
kill.
Ooh, he tried to go for it.
Was swinging on it. As Ghost now backing up, and it looks like Silencer's gonna die at the same time. They're trying to get that last hit. Ghost ship, now the TP from the Clockwork, which will be stopped. Gush on the MS on your small picture-in-picture, and they'll take out MS and his courier.
Gets the armlet.
And boots immediately after.
Yeah, Kunkka could have TP'd out. He could have X marked the spot, TP out in front of them because they already used the lift.
X marking the spot, and, well, we'll see how true that holds.
He waited for another one. We'll go back, picked up the Boots of Speed. Thinking about buying the Tangos, gets the Tangos. Sells the
Hey.
branch in the last second.
He'll just munch on a tree with that Tango. Very fibrous. Certainly good for their diet. And it's a 3K lead here for Extreme Gaming. Early on, I mean, this is what we saw in game number 1, kind of expected with how we saw the lanes forming. Simon is way closer this time, though, in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he has some decent farm this time around.
Requiem, the fear, the raises, and not the kill.
Ooh. He did have the long raise available, but I guess he didn't find the right angle to use it. In this game, they have good setup for raises. X marks the spot, Clockwork with the hook shot, and for Snapfire as well. This is like the dream Snapfire setup.
Oh, JT, he's here. They've got the kill on X immediately with the help of the Gush. Top lane, too. Son Goku falls again. It's killing spree for both Ghost and JT. And a tier 1 tower mid most likely to fall.
Same as what happened in game 1. JT takes the tower, too tanky to kill, rotates to the mid tower, is gonna take this one as well. Both cores dying on side of Dawn.
Again, yeah. They'll look for a cookie, and it's onto the creep. It lands, and here come the kisses. Give PYW a kiss. As Doc Grace falls, the Snapfire hook shot lands. It's onto the Silencer. MS, well, he's trying to run, but there might be some wolves in his way, and JT, Rabbit? No, he'll hold it.
I thought Silencer's not gonna die there. He does have 2 raindrops. Holding 6 raindrops, so using it equally.
Another cookie.
PYW.
A scatter blast. This time stealing the scatter blast, but throwing it back and missing. PYW, though, is in a lot of trouble. 3 heroes here, and he'll be turned into a bunch of spiders. Magic trick unknown to man.
It's a cool magic trick.
Now you see me. Now you see spider. Oh, well. You did see spiders.
Yeah, so you see spiders, you see more spiders. That's the trick.
Yeah. Well, no, well, yeah.
Okay, Copperfield.
I'm more of a David Blaine guy,
Radiant's bottom tower
but I
is under
appreciate the
attack.
compliments.
Dire's structures
Kunkka going
are
into Boots of
fortified.
Travel next. They don't have that much tower damage. They actually have none other than spiders, but we've seen Son Goku dying multiple times to Kunkka, so he needs to be careful.
You know, I was just... Okay, all the spiders gone. I was just looking as... hold on. Ghost, X, Global, and... Well, now Snapfire's here. And the ult hits on two, but the Cookie landing on both of them. The Ravage
Can
and
he
the
toggle?
Ghost
Yes,
ship.
he can.
Oh, no! JT getting a bolt. Scatterblast from Docrace, and they finally get that kill on a Ghost.
With
but
the Shadow
MS
Strike.
is going to fall to JT, who's got a triple kill.
Docrace there to try to blow him up. 4 points in Scatterblast and Fade Bolt. This is insane amount of burst damage. He's deeping back the tier 2 tower. You can see damage from Queen of Pain. Relatively high, but not enough to bring him down immediately. That Cookie, I'm not sure if they wanted to land this combo. Usually you put him out of the trouble, but he did manage to toggle, get that armlet, get the boat off.
And survive for a little bit longer. He eventually died, but that was quite the combo to pull off. That's for sure. I was going to say before, I saw Son Goku making spiders out of illusions. And I was thinking to myself, it should be changed. If you make spiders out of an illusion, the spiders should be illusions.
Yeah, it's the fake spiders you get from it.
Yeah, that's what it should be, right? Smart? Thank you. Scatterblast with the telekinesis. Arcane Curse and dewarding over here. It's an expedition. JT, so there's been 6 kills for the side of Dawn Gaming. Has JT died yet? He is deathless, the last one. Holding on to this deathless run.
Hey, how is he 7-0-4? I guess a lot of kills from the laning stage, and he got to what, double or triple kill in that one? Triple
in that
kill.
last one, yeah.
Okay.
Seeds of Serenity.
He's going for Vlad's next. He actually has it being delivered by the courier right now, so that's gonna amplify the damage. Opens up the Roche for the team, provides him with the enough sustain. And they're going for Raid Pack next. Great against Broodmother, great against Troll. Not the item we see like being purchased straight away. It's more like a third, fourth item nowadays.
Simon is literally right-clicking JT and doing 0 damage. Global Silence to stop the kisses.
I don't know
Okay.
about this one, Chief. Like, using Global Silence just to stop the Snapfire kisses doesn't sound too good, in my opinion, because Snapfire still plays with 2 other spells.
They see him, and they don't have Hookshot, but they just need to keep the vision to get the X. They already used Torrent, but the Ghost Ship will come all the way through, and they've got Battery Assault as well as the Cogs. That'll hold him down long enough. Okay, tickling me, doing 0 damage. His health is going up while you're hitting him.
JT pump faked Ravage multiple times, just in case they decide to get close. 16 minutes so far. Dawn Gaming 8k gold lead for Extreme, and Roshan's being
Already.
pinged out.
Already 93% in favor of Extreme. So he's got the Vlads on JT. You ever read about Vlad? I once read a little book about Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah, I watched a documentary the other day.
Good documentary?
It was a good documentary, yeah. It was about Vlad against Ottoman Empire. Pretty cool. It's on Netflix. I'm looking at how long are the games that Dawn Gaming played so far. 42 minutes against the eHome. I thought this might be the longest one. 16 minutes into the game. When it comes down to tower damage, Extreme Gaming, they don't have as much. Like, Kunkka doesn't really deal that much. You want to have level 15 on Shadow Fiend. Presence Aura affects building talent.
Yeah, we've seen teams tap out, though, without even losing a tower at times. And maybe the pushing potential may not matter. That's the sound of running away from a clockwork brought to you by Lacoste as Ghost gets the kill onto the Rubik, who heard just that.
Double battery assault. Love the sound of it. It's like having 25 talent on clockwork.
Can I hear it one more time?
If it happens.
Oh, okay.
Dire's top
Thought
tower
you'd
is under attack.
show us your good impersonation skills.
Ghost TP stop with the X marks the spot, clears the whole creep wave,
And some spiders.
and he goes back.
And over here mid for the Shadow Fiend, just trying to take a tier 2 tower. Boots of Travel going into the BKB for Ghost. JT, he'll clean up the creep wave with that Anchor Smash, and this tier 2 tower should be as good as dead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
9k lead again, very early on. We saw it similar to this in the last game. They spent a lot of time top. They do get the tier 1 tower, but a trade for your tier 2 is probably not the most efficient because you're without the mid tier 2 and the bottom tier 2. So your map is shrinking if you're the side of Dawn Gaming.
And also having an outpost to TP to Kunkka. Speaking of TPing to outpost, he's gonna go to the top. They need an extra hero to kill X.
X, and X is going to be X'd, and now he's going to blink onto the cliff. Oh, close.
Ooh, if he used it on Ghost, Cookie on Ghost would stop him from TPing out.
That cliff's a cool spot to be. It's, you know, just stand there and you look for vision, become the observer.
As a core Queen of Pain, I don't think that's your job, but whatever floats your boat, B-Cup.
A core doesn't buy the wards, they are the wards. Bottom tier 3, oh, hook shot into the base, and here come the kisses again as they'll fly down onto these heroes, and MS half health. They've already got the kill onto the Rubik. JT, Ravage onto 2. They'll take MS, they'll go to the Requiem, down goes X, and this tier 3 should follow pretty soon. Son Goku watching, and it feels like a pet spider. He's always around, but never really hurting you. And PYW gets credit for taking out the Broodmother. MS bought back into the fight.
He's going in.
Cookie on the other side.
He's getting out.
MS, you're not a carry anymore. You're in the position 5. X back into the ghost ship. They'll get the kill. They'll call GG. 19 minutes and 42 seconds into the game. Extreme Gaming finish off the 2-0.
What did I say, 20 minutes or 21 minutes?
Well, you mentioned 46. I don't know. You
No,
were
that one was
upper
against
numbers.
the E-Home, but one
okay.
high ground push, and the game just ends.
Yeah, it was a close one. I still had time to dance. I was still doing my interpretive dance as I interpret this game for them. It was all extreme.
If you had to describe someone this game with just dancing, what would it look like?
Just this. Just a sprinkler, some pain all over, and yeah, that would be it. Just death. And then probably a little bit of that as well. I don't really have a lot of good dance moves. You really put me on the spot there.
Nah, you showed me some really good dance
okay,
moves
cool.
before we went on camera, so
appreciate that.
that's why I asked. But yeah, another stomp. Dawn Gaming, they can't catch a break. Production just told us for B-Cup to do the worm.
You wouldn't see it from here. We'll get it on camera one of these days. I feel like I'm pressured now. But to take the pressure off, we've got the panel, so we're going to throw it right over to you guys. Please, take it away.
Do the worm.
Do the worm. Do the worm.
Do
Get down
the
there.
worm.
Right now, Syndra.
No. Bring B-Cop back.
B-Cop, come in here. Quickly do the worm. That was actually my special request as well. I told production to pass on the message for him to do the worm, and then he didn't do the worm, and it was almost as disappointing as this game number 2 from Dawn Gaming. I'll say it.
Damn, Nat, you don't have to be that rough.
This was sub 20-minute game. It was an overall last pick troll. I did have a little bit of copium coming into this series, or at least today for Dawn Gaming. You know, their backs against the wall. Not necessarily a do or die, but really needed a win for not only their confidence, but to keep the dream alive of staying here in Division 1, and it just was not it.
Yeah, it just wasn't. It's the same thing once again. There isn't really a lot to analyze. We can talk Danish or something instead.
Oh, don't spoil it for the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, it is the same story again. They get crushed in all 3 lanes. Once again, the mid lane from Paparazzi is extremely one-sided. I think he was 36 and 14 against Quap's 18 for 2, which is not how that lane goes on paper. Queen of Pain is competitive in that lane. Doesn't necessarily crush or win, but definitely floats the lane. It just didn't happen. And the side lanes, once again, Extreme Gaming, I mean, they're just better. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Did you see any lane improvement at all from Dawn Gaming? A glimmer of hope?
I do think this time around their offlane probably went a little bit better, but I would also say the overall kill threat from the Extreme Gaming safe lane was a bit lower this time around with the Snapfire Kunkka lane. But again, I mean, this lineup from Dawn, if it doesn't win lanes, it's losing the game. So doing better is not good enough. Like, you actually have to crush.
I mean, it's just too hard, I think. Like, they had a nice move in the mid lane where they brought the supports with the Queen of Pain to kill Paparazzi. But even after that, I'm pretty sure he was still up like 800 net worth or 1k. And overall, I think JT has been doing very well in these games. He's getting good picks, he does well in his lane, takes the tower, then defends another one, or goes and takes the mid tower. And when you do, like, when you lose your lanes like this against a very good team that knows how to play, the map just becomes so small so quickly. It feels like you can't sit back, but you also can't force it because, you know, you're just gonna go there and die.
Yeah, the worst thing is like all your rotations get punished.
Yeah.
Like you rotate in with a Queen of Pain on the enemy safe lane and you die. You don't kill the Kunkka because he's armlet toggling or something.
Yeah.
It's like everything that you do kind of backfires. It's just a sad situation to be in.
Do you guys want to just tell me who you'd like as MVP? Or do you want to play the game?
I think JT or DY, probably. I think it was a
JT.
cool
JT,
clockwork
JT?
performance as well.
JT.
All right, JT. Oh, you guys actually agree on something. I love to hear it. Reasons why for you, Sind. We've heard a little bit from Kazu already about just how great JT was in this whole series, even.
Yeah, I mean, he understood his lane matchup very well. I would like to think he probably also contributed with the draft with his own pick suggestion. I mean, at least it depends on the team whether that's the case or not, but he did his job and a little bit more. You know, took the mid tower, rotated took the mid tower, got extra kills, and itemized well. I think the Vlad's Hood is a good build in this game. Obviously finishing off the Wraith Pact in the end, and he was just involved in everything. Right, this his kill participation is extremely high for a Tidehunter. Looks like that's the highest in his team as well.
Yeah,
with
he
9
understood.
zeros.
He understood the assignment definitely.
Yeah. A lot of the time, Tide will be low in kill participation because he will just be sitting as a blocker in the safe lane to not lose his tower. But in this game, he was very involved and just went to everything and got it done. So,
He was the highest kill participation in the team.
Yeah,
so nice.
It's kind of difficult to even call for an MVP when everyone on that team was dominating.
Yeah.
Right. Like PYW, he has 3 deaths. He's definitely not gonna be the MVP.
He's just nice. He out of the race.
But overall, it's in a stomp, it's really hard to pinpoint unless you have that one lane that dominated completely. But this isn't the case. In this series so far, all 3 lanes are dominating kind of equally. So everyone is the MVP.
Are you guys ready? Once again, one word in your native language to describe this game. Last time we had unlucky, beat to a pulp, and
Devastation.
devastating.
Yeah.
All right. We'll
Start
go
with
reverse.
Lizard.
Yeah, we'll go reverse order, Lizard.
Bez milosti,
Which means?
no mercy.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
you have one word for that.
That is
It isn't
really
really
good.
one. It isn't one.
Oh, I
one
thought
word.
it was one word. I was like, that's a nice word.
Yeah.
That was very good.
We probably have it as well.
All right. Well,
Let me
we'll
think
move-
about
I was gonna say, yeah, we'll move on to Sind.
Gentales, which means repeat.
Oh, okay. That's 400 IQ. That was good.
Okay, let's see if maybe Sint knows this one. Schlamassel.
Oh, that sounds like slang almost, actually. I don't know
Slap
that
him.
Close. It's a mess.
Oh, a mess.
Schlamassel.
Yeah.
I like it.
There is for
That's a good
merciless.
What is the
It's
word?
very similar. Bez milosti. So
Sounds really cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I really like that one. That one's probably my pick out of the bunch. Anything standing out? Sorry, why did you laugh at that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't think it was that funny. Extreme gaming, you say it time and time again, Sind, it's really hard for you to kind of shine or really have an outstanding performance coming up against an opponent of the caliber such as Dawn Gaming. But was there anything from XG? This is just standard and that's what you liked as well?
I think their drafts in general look really stable. I think that's the best takeaway from today. Like, sure, you're playing against a weaker opponent, but you're still doing good fundamentals in strategy. I think if they can draft like this and just build these kind of lineups against their remaining opponents, they have a good chance of winning out, which would get them to the major. They would be 5-2 at that point. I guess their toughest opponent that they still have left would be LGD.
Yes.
Right? That one could be tough.
Are you sure?
But if
They haven't played yet?
99% sure.
but even if they lose that series, as long as they win the last one, I think the 4-3 might be enough to pull them through, or at least get a tiebreaker. So I think Extreme still a lot of people pick them to reach top 4. I think it's still in the cards.
Yeah, it's still very possible, especially after this 2-0 over Dawn Gaming. We have time, and we have one of the players joining us. It is going to be DY for a winner's interview, so we'll get to talk to him. DY, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to ask a little bit about the night series that you guys played 2 days ago and what you guys learnt from there that you hope to improve or have been focusing on.
想问一下，就是首先恭喜你们拿到胜利嘛，然后想问一下，跟 Nice 的那个 BO3之后，就是现在打完之后的话，有没有一些吸取到一些这个经验或者说改进的地方？
是感觉自己对于处理对面那个3号维萨吉做的比较差劲，在这一环上我做的比较那个 so bad，加之后感觉这个阵容方向可能会有一定调整。
Yeah. So from that series, I think it's the biggest one. One of the problem is the way we handle positions through Visage. It was so bad, and I think it's part of my responsibility. And also we adjust our draft a little bit. That's an improvement made.
Okay, I have 2 questions. So first off, also about the Night series. I like all of your drafts, but I think in that specific game where you had Death Prophet, Lone Druid, Leshrac, I think the itemization was a little bit off and it didn't allow you to play the game you wanted to. Would you agree with that, or do you think the draft was the problem?
其实还想问一下，就跟那个 Night 的那个 BO3，就是我还是挺喜欢你们那个 BO3里拿下的所有阵容的。我就是想问一下，有一把你们选熊德，然后选拉希克那个阵容，我觉得其实阵容没问题，主要是出装上问题会比较大一点。你同意我的吗？还是你觉得可能还是阵容选的有些思路上有些不对？
感觉思路本身出现了一定偏差。3个核心的话都是比较缺乏控制，然后双酱油没有办法去弥补这个缺陷，打起来会显得有一些吃力。这个当然是可以通过出装去调整，但是当时临场我们没有做好吧。
So the way I felt about the draft is we picked straight core that is has a very strong time period, but they all lacking stuns, lockdowns, and our supports cannot provide that. That's a part of the reason make us feel so difficult to play the team fight in the middle of the game. Of course, we can probably building better itemization to fix that problem, but during the game we didn't make it. So I think that's a problem.
Okay, and last question. So I think LGD will be your toughest opponent that is still left. Could you tell me what you think the overall strength of this team is? Do you think it lies within the players or within the supporting staff?
就是想问一下，就是剩下的对手的话，可能老干爹是最强的一个强劲的对手，想看一下你的观点，你觉得哪个对手的强度，包括从核心的角度，从辅助的角度，你觉得他们是一个什么样的强度？
老干爹他们打得挺好，就是我们面对他们可能压力会有点大，但我相信只要队伍里每个人都打好自己手上的东西，是有一战之力的。IG 的话，应该是我们剩下的，也是剩下对手吧。对于战胜他们，我们只需要做好自己，我就是这样认为的。
So LGD is a strong opponent, but I feel like as long as we play our position good enough, we bring our own stuff, we have a chance against them. Also, we're gonna face IG if I remember correctly, and I think against IG the pressure will be a little bit easier against LGD.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a quite different question, I guess. Chinese New Year is coming up, so you have a long break. What are you guys doing during Chinese New Year? Do you do anything together as a team? Are you taking a break away from each other, spending time with family, or is it a mix of both?
想问一下，就是新年因为是中国赛区独有的嘛，春节的话，想问一下队伍是什么打算？你们会一起过吗？还是说回到跟家人去过一段时间，然后再回来集训这种？
按照中国传统习俗是大家都要回到家里去团圆1年的呀，然后应该是大家都是要回家去团圆过年，然后过完年之后会回来再集训一段时间，去备战接下来比赛。
So as a culture, we definitely have to go back to our family. So that's a New Year about, and I think everyone's gonna go back to their family. And after that, definitely we're gonna come back to the boot camp and train together, prepare for the next stage.
Yep. Congrats on the win. You talked about how you guys have your own style. Now every team has its own structure. Where are you guys getting that structure from? Is it you and PYW, because the two of you have been together for quite a long time, or is it more according to the cores that's just joined the team?
想问一下，就是每个战队都有自己的风格跟结构，那你们队的话，这个是谁来主导这个风格和结构的呢？是你跟 PYW 吗？因为你们两个在一起打，算是打得非常久的，还是说你们会根据核心的这个风格来定？
这个在我们的视角里都是有明确的规划，就是前中期由酱油来主导打哪个方向，中后期大哥成型了以后，看当局哪个核心是那种最为关键的点，然后听他想如何打，然后我们会去遵循他的意见。
So we have a clear structure of what we want to do in games. Usually, in early game, it's us supports who dominate the cores, and when our cores get enough item, then we're gonna pick the cores that gonna impact the most on the game. We will listen to his advice and we will follow his guide of his side of the game.
Okay, thank you. And when it comes to the execution of that structure, where would you put yourself on 1 to 10 scale?
那想问一下，就是从1到10来的话，就是你觉得你个人的占比在这个，就是包括这种就是游戏内的这种话语权，你觉得你把自己放了几分？
我自己的话，3到4分吧，感觉。
Yeah, I think probably 3 to 4.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
34.
okay.
Damn.
34. Interesting.
Very humble.
Any more questions?
Nope.
All right, perfect. DY, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for answering all of our questions and enjoy Chinese New Year break and enjoy spending that time with your family.
感谢你接受我们的采访，新年快乐。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, that's very humble. 3
3
to 4.
I mean, I
Out of 10.
expected more from them. I put Extreme Gaming, I believe, as my top team. I believe on the list they were number 1 for me.
Do you want me to check?
Please do.
Yeah,
But,
all right, keep talking there.
But at the same time, I really didn't think that he's gonna say 3-4. At least like 5-6.
You were talking about their team's performance.
Performance, exactly, not his own, obviously, because he was talking about the structure, and I did see a little bit of a disconnect from them in all of the series that they have played this DPC season. It was all just much faster before.
If he says 3 to 4, he thinks they have a lot of room to grow.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, but that's also really exciting, right? Just how far we're going to see that potential growth, how far we're going to see them go, not only in the China region, but hopefully in the major through international tournaments.
1.
Yeah, you put them as number 1 there.
Oh, Knights 3.
Damn, that's a lot of people putting Aster first. I actually thought you guys were going to be a little bit more
Wait,
split
it's
on
only me without Aster.
Literally
first.
everyone
Yeah.
else is Aster. I thought some people were going to gamble, or I don't know if it's even a gamble, but say maybe LGD's new roster was still going to be dominant or be really, really good.
I think just a lot of people didn't have too much info on them and were like,
So-
how quickly can they really
Yeah.
hit that level of expectation?
It's
that they have
usually
for
one
LGD?
person that, you know,
I do
tries.
the same thing. I just switch Aster and Extreme Gaming right now.
I was gonna
But
say,
the rest of it is pretty solid.
Sheep had the most amount of phase. She put LGD as second, just
Second,
under
yeah.
Aster. So
You had eHome 8th?
Could it?
Lizard.
Oh, I had eHome 8?
had
Never
eHome
mind.
8.
I wouldn't.
I mean, you nailed it with Knights, though. There's only is there only 2 of you that have Knights in top 4?
yeah,
actually?
Let's go,
Lyrical and
Lizard.
Lizard.
That's you and Kezo. Look
No,
at
no,
you.
Let's
look
go,
at me.
guys.
Yo, yo, yo,
Lyrical did too.
Oh,
Lyrical does
as well.
too.
You're
Okay,
right.
3 of them.
Lyrical has it as well.
Yeah.
I need eHome to start losing.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my gosh! Because you can't say that.
Okay, I could
can.
put eHome where Aster is.
Wait,
It's
no
just-
one else had IG as being relegated.
Okay, I need I.
Scriff has
I was
IG
so wrong.
7th. And Lyrical
I was
does as
so
well.
wrong.
Oh, no, that's 6th. You're right.
Everyone,
only you.
yeah, everyone thought it was going to be eHome and Dawn, but it's going to be Aster, Ares, and Dawn potentially.
Wait, is everyone actually eHome and Dawn?
Yeah,
No,
except
there's
for me.
IG and Dawn.
Yeah, that
I
was
mean.
me. That was me. And
Nice one.
that's wrong too.
That could still end up happening. It's not
Yeah.
out of the question.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, actually, potentially.
That is possible.
Potentially. I'm going to put production on the spot. Can we also throw up the standings? How they're looking? Production's probably not going to like me after this one. Because then we can compare it to our predictions and where they're sitting. Aster, A lot of people had them at the top. They're 5-0. Then it's LGD Knights, Extreme now with another win. Then eHome, IG, Asta Aries, and Dawn Gaming.
I need DY to step it up. No more 3-4s. I need the team performance to be around 8. I want them to win against PSG LGD, take that second spot.
I think realistically getting first now is a bit of a stretch. Asta would need to lose twice. And
No.
win out, so
Yeah, first definitely.
Second
is
possible.
at least. Yeah.
second is within the reach. Yeah, it is.
There is still a lot of room in that leaderboard for things to be shaken up. Our schedule for today is 2 best-of-3s. It was that nice, quick, swift 2-0 from Extreme Gaming over Dawn Gaming. And our second series is going to be Knights up against Asta Aries. So it was this... not do or die. I hate saying the word do or die, right? Because we're just not really in that position just yet. But it was very instrumental for Dawn to pick up a win here. It's the same position for Asta Aries, and they're both coming up against Giants. Knights have been looking amazing. I don't know which of you guys are going to be joining me on panel next, but whoever isn't, actually, it's just you, Kezu, isn't it?
Yep, get out of here.
Yeah.
Words,
You want
words.
us to leave?
No, I wasn't going to say
Straight away?
leave.
Yeah,
Words.
we can.
Because we have a longer break, before we
Words.
jump to it, words on this Asta Aries Knights series.
I mean, realistically, based on results, we've seen it very Knights favored. I think 2-0 is the most likely result.
Do you think it's going to be as dominant as the Extreme Dawn Gaming?
Probably
No,
not.
Yeah.
definitely not. I'll say that I'm completely positive because Asta Aries, even though they might not be on the same level as Knights, we're not talking like the same gravitas here of difference between these teams.
No.
So, yeah, I think this could be a good series. I think it could be a 2-1, but I will definitely pick Knights to win.
Yeah, I feel like Asta Aries is a team that perhaps doesn't belong in Division 1 right now, but they also do not belong in Division 2. They're not
They're in that
necessar-
weird
Yeah, they're in
zone.
that limbo.
Division
Yeah,
one and a half.
they could be
One
the,
and a half,
yeah,
exactly.
they could be the bouncy team. I can
The
see
bouncy
that.
team. They could drop down to Division 2 and we'll see them again the next season. It can happen, but who knows?
They still might not fall down to Division
Exactly.
2.
That's
There is
possible.
a high chance that they can fight their way to stay here in
They've
Division
played all the strongest teams,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They've
They're-
already
they're
played the
all-
Well,
top.
they
I mean,
have
there's-
Knights now.
They're 0-4. Yeah, that's true. They have Knights, but the remaining 2 matches should, on paper, be easier. And 3 of the games they've played were against Aster, XG, and LGD. Right?
And they
So-
did well. Like those games, all those series, they were competitive.
So they
It's
need to
not
win
slumps.
versus IG, versus Dawn, and versus
No, haven't they
Knights.
already
Or even just
played?
IG
I
and
think
Dawn.
winning
if they
2 might be enough.
They've
to
already
not
played
get
IG.
relegated.
They've already
Oh,
played
they
IG.
did?
Wait,
Yeah,
so who
and
did
they
I get
lost.
wrong?
They
So
might
who
be
do they have
missing-
left?
So Asta Aries have
Eho.
already played Asta, Extreme, LGD,
So
and
the-
IG. So they have
missing
Dawn
Ehome.
Gaming,
Ehome.
eHome,
Okay, so-
and Knights.
Yeah. I could definitely
possible.
see them winning 2 out of 3. If
Yep.
not,
It's
I
possible.
mean, all 3 is a stretch because I think today will be hard.
Yeah.
And then it's about your mentality. Like, if you lose today and you're 0-5, you got to
That's
dig
not
deep,
easy.
right?
Yeah, I think there's also a part that you just have to kind of forget about a name or, Knights' previous results and go, this is our own race. We can still do it. But it is going to be an uphill battle, definitely. They've got a tough task ahead of them, and we have a long break ahead of us. It's going to be just over an hour break before the next series, so you can probably jump on and play a game of Dota, and we'll see you back in an hour. welcome back to Division 1 China DPC. We have our second series of the day. It's Aster Aries coming up against Knights. Aster Aries not looking too red hot. Actually, sorry, I'll introduce my panel members because there has been a shake-up. It's Sheep, Kez is still on the panel, and T-Gov down the end. Just the formalities, we'll get them done and dusted. The water cooler talk. How you feeling, T? Excited to be on panel and for this final series?
Absolutely buzzing.
Buzzing. How would you describe how you're feeling, Sheep?
Bussin'.
Can you top that, Kazu?
No.
Okay, won't even
Can't.
try. Perfect. Aster Aries versus Knights. Aster Aries right now going 0-4. They versed Aster, XG, LGD, and IG. The exact same opponent, Knights, have come up against as well, but they're sitting 3-1. So very different scoreline for the exact same opponent. How do you guys see this series playing out then with that information and having seen them played over the past few weeks?
Knights have actually won series, so I would probably put
They've
it in
actually
their
won,
favor.
They've won 3 of them.
Yeah, and they've beaten some of the top teams, or considered top teams too, so... Yeah, I'm just very favoring the Knights coming into this.
I think for Aster Aries, they've had a little bit of an unfortunate season so far. They lost 2-1 to Extreme Gaming in the first week. They then had to use their coach as a stand-in against PSG, losing that series as well. And then they moved throughout the rest of the tour. It's like, yeah. On the flip side, you got Knights, where they've beaten Extreme, they've beaten PSG, and they're on kind of like the home run of the tour now, where they only need to play Aries, eHome, and Dawn Gaming. So for Knights, at least, they can see themselves already looking at the major. Because, of course, these are the 3 teams that are struggling in the division a little bit more. They're not really contenders for top 4. So, yeah, I think for Knights, at least, they are the favorites. They beat them here. They'll be 4-1.
4-1.
Worst case scenario, tiebreakers for major. That is going to be insane for a team that literally formed 4 Div 1 this tour round.
I do think that Knights are favored in this matchup, but Aster Aries have looked pretty good in some of their series, even though they ended up losing them. You know, a lot of them were 2-1 or very competitive games, so I don't think that an upset is out of the question. But yeah, I would definitely give the favor to Knights.
If we broke down how these 2 teams played, 1, how is that? And 2, how do they match up against each other? It feels as if Knights has always been creating the tempo in the games that we've seen them played.
I guess. Oh, so please.
I mean, my main point was just that for Knights, every time I've watched them play, I've seen Alacrity popping off really hard, and especially on a hero like Puck.
Yeah.
Everyone knows his Puck at this point. It's just something that you have to be thinking about. It's not exactly like, you know, the most meta compared to other mid heroes, and he has those in his bag as well. He's also got a little bit of cheese in his pocket that you should be thinking about, because I think he's actually, I'm gonna say it, he's one of the only players that's actually willing to play Meepo in the current state that he is. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I know you're just saying.
He has picked it, you know. So it's like, Alacrity is a friggin' beast. Okay, I respect him so much.
I don't think I have gone a week
Without
of broadcast in my whole career of working with either Sheep or Lizard, and I haven't heard the M word. It is insane.
Lizard's not here. I have to do it for him.
Lizard, do it for him.
I mean, I hope if they ever were to pick it, just like your head would explode or something. You know, what happened?
I'm
It's
actually
in
now.
the game.
I'm now going to go out of my way. I'm going to message Alacrity, and I am going to ask him, if you guys are guaranteed major, please, on your final game, final series, pick Meepo, please.
He did it in CDVC last year, and I screamed on broadcast.
I believe it.
That's why I am so deaf.
I'm down for that. You asked prior as well about the matchups between the teams. I would like to touch on MKS and Ulu. I think there's a little bit of a... Actually, no, let's, I guess, talk about Alacrity and White Album first. Because Alacrity...
No.
You
can have whatever you want, T. Say
no,
now.
I was just waiting for the numbers to load up, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess going back towards this is, I guess, the first step for the comparison, because Alacrity has been popping off. So first of all, White Album is going to need to do a lot of work in the mid lane to prevent Alacrity from opening up the game. And you already see, stats-wise, they've both played, 4 games. So you're looking at Alacrity just performing better over the course of the DPC so far. And then the carry point that I wanted to make, I feel like Ulu, on his, at least maybe like his Alchemist and other heroes, his itemization hasn't been as clean as other players. That has forced his team to be a little bit more disjointed. Whilst on the flip side, it's, so much cleaner for the side of Knights.
it feels as well, Ego.
And I meant Ego, not MKS. I apologize.
it
Yeah,
happens.
no, it's all good. It feels that Ego just loves being active. He really enjoys being in and around his team a lot. How do you think Knights have been able to utilize that playstyle to their advantage, Kezu?
I honestly think they've been doing a very good job. I do think one of their slight weaknesses is that I don't think they have the most diverse hero pool. I think a lot of their openings are very similar. It's a lot of like 3 SF or some Lina +1. So I think if you're Aster Ares, that's something you should look at. And the same as, which one of you touched on the mid lane matchup? Was it T? Yeah. I think a lot of the heroes that Alacrity plays, they could run into a little bit of trouble against heroes like Ember and Pango, because he plays like, he plays like Puck himself, he plays the Pango. So I think these Ember, Bad Rider type heroes that can do well in the lane and shut them down in the game, I think these are the type of heroes that Aster Ares should have like an, pay extra attention to.
I want to see White Album DK. You know why?
I like that too.
Because I feel like Puck is a very strong hero, but the way that they've been picking it is very like blind. They see some weakness, they pick it. And I think DK was the old school counter when Puck was rampant, let's say a year ago, because you have the instant stun, you don't care about the lane, you never get pressured, you always do stuff in the game. The new Midas into Ag's Manta build helps you play into later forms of teamfight while still shutting down the Puck. And I would love to see teams look to try and do that against Alacrity at some point, but again, that's a little bit more draft orientated.
I just want to say that this man is not a one-trick pony, okay?
No.
I just want to bat from my boy Alacrity. Coming
for
into
sure.
the DPC, he was playing like a random hero every game. He played like a Wind Ranger, a Bat Rider, a Zeus, a Monkey King, a Wyvern, a Mars. This guy has very big variety in his
It's
pool.
more the point you were making is that he has this wide variety of heroes. It sits about here, and the Puck just sits that next level up, and when they can get it, they will.
I mean, he's destroying with the Puck, but I would not say that his other heroes are below that, especially like I've seen his Invoker do very well in the past. I know his Ember Spirit is also very good, so I wouldn't say that his Puck is performing up here, but I would not put his other heroes that low down that I would feel like discouraged by seeing them.
Where in the draft phase would you like to see the priority for White Album to pick up a hero that is going to punish or maybe dissuade Alacrity from his mid hero, or do you want him to be reactionary and wait for that?
It depends on the heroes, right? I think some of the drafts you've seen some tinies get picked up early and then they get played mid. Other times, at least half the games, it's 23 pick or 24 pick, which is the final pick, be it first or second. It is going towards Alacrity's mid lane. So I think it's hard to expect that. I think whoever's second pick, the mid lane might get more emphasis on that just to provide that matchup.
Knight's a second pick.
Oh, well, guess we're going to see some last pick pucks then.
All right. Any other lanes or heroes that you feel a big crossover between the two teams, highly contested?
Rubik, Treant, maybe.
That's out of
Phoenix
meta.
as well.
Let me change my question. That's out of meta.
That's
There
out
we
of
go.
meta.
I mean, for crossover, I'm not sure, but there was the Magnus that Flyby liked to play a lot on Knights, which was cool. Especially, like, I think a lot of other teams aren't really playing Magnus so much.
Yep.
And they like it on offlane, because sometimes we see it and it's more of like a support and we're just going to buff. From the offlane, it's a lot cooler. I also really liked it as an idea against the tree because of the fact that Skewer just like annihilates, all the trees. You can kind of just grab them from out of there.
I really like your shirt, by the way. I didn't compliment it.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Can we get a zoom in on this,
Yay.
please, cameraman? I'm making them do the extra. While you guys are also talking about other heroes, we can
I
look
think,
at
No,
your
stay in
shirt.
silence until they zoom in on me.
I think Viper's another good option, by the way. I think when you think about Knights and how they entered the DPC, they were the team. Of course, you mentioned Alacrity. He was the one popping off with Viper. I think he indirectly just told everyone, if you don't play it against us or ban it, we're going to be able to punish you with it. And that's another hero that some teams have been banning against them. At least Knights, they respect it so much that they ban it themselves.
Yeah.
And in some previous series, it's been uncontested. And that could be a hero that either team looks to go, maybe they forget about it again.
Yeah.
Or there's new heroes popping up that they respect more. And then we get to play that Viper game, shutting down in lane, putting it mid, just destroying these Pangos, Embers, whatever, that want to try and be a bit more quirky from the mid lane.
Do you still subscribe to the same idea that we heard from Alacrity, like who really does beat Viper? He is still a really good flexible pick, or having now watched some other regions, you're like, maybe he shouldn't place as much importance on that.
We don't really see it mid in other regions, so it's kind of difficult to tell. I think for Viper at least, the known counter would be Lina, but that is 100% contest rate in China, so it's impossible to get into the game. I think if you are to put a mid Viper, you do need something like the Invoker or something with high regen, something that can play on range, and then heroes come in to punish on top of that. So there's options, but I guess we'll see down the line.
What playstyle has been the strongest showing in your eyes, Kezu, from Aster Ares? What was it in those games that they were able to take from, I guess, better teams?
I think it's mainly around them team fighting, but I do think that they have done mis-executions and a little bit of itemization issues that, you know, broke this apart a little bit. And also once or twice, I feel like their last pick kind of swayed away from the plan they had initially, where they last picked some Naga when they already had a Shadow Fiend. That's something I didn't like too much. But I think what they should continue to do is to have strong team fight, go with that, try to help each other on what to do in the fight and how you want to execute it, and then take it from there. Because as I've said, they have not been that far away from beating these other teams. So,
going on to that point, 8 out of their 10 games, they've last picked a carry, right? So they've really leaned into, what do you want to play? Is this it? Okay, let's pick and play. And sometimes in draft, the drafter has a kind of archetype they want to get from their carry, and other times it's just whatever you think is good, you play. So potentially, they could be falling into the trap where their carry player is having a slightly different read on the game, going for these heroes that aren't able to mesh as well, but that is maybe an overgeneralization on the drafts, but I think that also puts more emphasis on White Album getting an earlier pick, so now you're not getting these good mid lane matchups that we might be wanting to see in this series because they're so used to having carried later down the line. Flip side, they change up their entire drafting pattern coming into the series and they surprise Knights, which I kind of want to see. I think when a team, when you look at your Dota buff page and it's just the same thing happening 6, 7 series in a row or whatever, 4 series, there's time for a little bit of change just to put some flair into that, you know, disjoint the preparation a little bit.
I really want Aster Ares to win because I would love an interview with them. It was, you know, we always do these speculations and generalizations, but it's because we haven't had that ability to talk to them. Is there anything else in the back of your mind that you guys aren't really sure on about Aster Ares? And you're like, if we ever got a win, this is what I would love to know more about.
I think maybe 1 or 2 things about these last picks, and then also just to hear from them when they have lost these series 1 to 2, like where they were very close. What is it that they talked about after? Like, what did they pinpoint in terms of this is the reason why we couldn't win, you know, the game 3 in all of these series?
Yeah, I'm surprised none of you guys said who's doing the shot calling or the main drafter.
I mean, that would be nice to know. I feel like they've always had such, like you guys kind of highlighted this, they're really good at fighting and brawling. That's what they seem to really enjoy to do and like to draft for wards. And sometimes they just like mis-execute it. I'd love to know like what they think of that and how they improve it, you know? Because a lot of teams just say like, oh, we just pub more. And then
just keep playing more Dota.
Yeah, but in that situation, you know, do they feel bad about that? Because the DPC is 3 weeks. So it's like a short amount of time. You don't get to pub as much between each series.
Yeah.
I think in regards to that, they already have a coach, which is OP, quite a well-known figure within the scene. So I think draft-wise, they already have some good leadership. I think in-game, they've also had players be together for some time on that kind of academy Aster team. So I think, yeah, it isn't a more interesting one. I think a lot of teams expected them to be a lot better. And in an interview, it's more kind of trying to dissect at what stage do you think things started to go wrong? Was there these external factors that were like maybe hindering you? Maybe you had just a wrong read on the game, or just stuff like that. But you know, I feel like when you look at these players, they should be doing better. So yeah, it would be a hard interview if they were to win because they would be sitting 1 and 4, not really going to the major, fighting for their lives. Exactly. So it's we'll have to tread carefully in that interview if they are to win.
For sure. There are some lobby issues. That's why we don't have a draft yet. That's why we're not in game. I had a question about Knights, and now I have forgotten it. Explaining that.
I can.
What's your favorite chess piece?
What?
Wow.
The bishop.
Damn, not Knights.
Not the Knights.
Christ.
Is yours the
Kind of
Knights?
cringe.
Very cringe.
Is yours Knight?
Yeah.
Queen. Surely people say Queen. OP.
Now Rook.
Okay, all right.
It's like a nice play style. You get to flank and play on the wings.
That's fair. That's actually valid.
Queen.
The lowly pawn.
I said it the same time as you. Whoa, the lonely pawn.
The lowly pawn.
Why?
Because he is so brave and valiant going first and giving his life away for the betterment of his
Queen.
Superiors.
Yeah.
For his queen.
I'm glad you guys filled with that because I do remember my question now. Do you feel that Knights are just running the same style over and over again and that it's a little bit one-dimensional, something that's easy to figure out? Even though they're winning, is it just they have that tempo and they're able to execute and people just can't shut that down?
Yeah, I just think they have really even if your drafts aren't too different, I think the heroes are changing, playstyles relatively the same. I think they are just showing that they can execute really well. I think specifically the game 2 against Extreme, they have a very loose-looking lineup where they have Puck and Lifestealer as their mid and carry. Their offlanes are Visage. Supports can't really jump in. And now it's like they don't have this innate Centaur Tide style offlaner, but they're still able to play with the tempo and positioning to pick apart a team like Extreme Gaming that is destined to go to the major. So I think it is more testament on them being able to always execute with their heroes rather than them needing to change things. Because if you're in the game and mechanically very good, you can be more creative with their drafts, which they've not been too creative, but they've leaned a little bit on the side of this shouldn't be working as well as it should be, but we can make it work.
Sometimes, yeah, sorry.
No, I just think that their drafts haven't been as versatile, but they're usually within like the same type of range where your offlaner is a team fighter or buys auras. Your mid laner is a tempo creator that is gonna get help from the supports. And then your carry just kind of has whatever the carry to carry matchup, or he can join his team. So even if you ban some of these heroes, you can always find very similar ones that fit like the same role.
Do you want to add anything, Sheep?
You
can say
I'd
no.
be hyped to see if they pick Ricky.
Yeah.
After yesterday when we talked in Europe about Ricky with Saxa.
I was going to say, that's actually a really good point, because we see some fresh ideas, playstyles coming from Western Europe, and we've heard in many interviews that China really likes to draw inspiration from there now.
Well, they picked it before the
Twice, actually,
yesterday.
right?
So that's
But it was like a different sort of success, I guess.
yeah, Ricky is. I mean, this is the sort of the conversations we had in the past. Ricky was very OP in pubs for a while, and everyone was picking it because the sleep dart is so OP. And then we get into the DPC, no one's playing it. Why is no one playing it? Because
Sorry.
and I think it was like a question of playstyles versus playstyles. You know, Ricky maybe suffers into more of these team fighty brawly situations. Maybe pros are just a little bit more organized where they don't get picked off one by one. But then we saw some pro games where people got picked off one by one. And Ricky seemed very effective. And I think I'd like to see him get explored more. Knight's already having a bit of success with him already.
I mean, he looked very good in both the games where they played it. I do think that they played it with Visage both times.
Yep.
Because I think we heard it from Saxa in interview too. The hero lacks a lot of things, therefore your team has to make up for it. And I think it's not just later in the game, it's also kind of in the lane. I don't think he's the strongest laner. He's either going to pull waves or he's going to like piggyback off of the carry, kind of already winning the lane. So I think having these ranged heroes that help him get through the lane, they work very well with this hero.
Yeah, I feel like Knights just understand the hero nicely. They entered DPC not picking it at all. It took them multiple series to then want to try it. And the way that they've done it is pretty nice. They've got wave push with Pango and Puck, but also that's kind of like global wave push because they move so quickly around the map that they can even cover 2 lanes in some regard. And in lane, they paired it with Visage twice in a row. And I think for Ricky, it's kind of like a sleeper laner, just because with this Blink Strike and the slow, and how tanky you are with your armor, you can jump into the engagement, tank up soak damage, and then with Visage, that enables him to get the soul assumptions, loaded up, and then you fire from there. So I think Knights, they took a bit of time to get the hero into their playbook, but they drafted beautifully around it to enable it. So yeah, I'm excited to see if they can look at another region, look at another team, see a hero, and then suddenly instantly know how it works with a good draft. That's testament to kind of their support network and how they approach just digesting the world of Dota.
We are going to have to wait, though, to see if they're able to pull in either that Ricky or some other heroes from different regions, because we're still having some lobby issues. We're going to jump to a break. We're going to try and resolve them, and when we come back, it'll be a draft ready for you guys. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us after some technical issues. We finally do have a Game 1 draft between Asta Aries and Knights. If you weren't here a little while ago, it's Sheepkazu Tigov joining me for this game, breaking down the draft, and they're kind of speed running it. These two teams want to jump in, they want to get the game started, and the openings are Triant, SF, and then Tiny Brood.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they didn't have enough time to prepare, they had another 40 minutes bonus time to speedrun at least the first phase. So I think
they were doing it in Discord. Actually, they just called each other privately for half
what are
an
you gonna
hour.
do?
Yeah, you want to do that? We'll do
that.
this, and we'll put on a show. Yeah, it's good.
They could have. No, I'm joking.
Draft-wise, though, I guess we can already, hit the ground running. After Aries, they often are the team banning out the Broodmother. I think against them, it's only happened maybe once or twice that teams have had to ban it because often they're the team doing it themselves. So we were mentioning maybe 20 or so minutes ago the idea that Asta Aries have a little bit more of a structured approach to draft. This is now breaking that down a little bit because they're not scared of it. They're going to pick it up themselves.
Kizu?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Knights got kind of what they want, right? We touched a little bit on them, like not having the most perhaps diverse openings. But I think Asta Aries probably got their hands on something that they're comfortable with. I think TK's Tiny has looked pretty good in some of the games, sure, maybe like 1 or 2 overextensions, but overall pretty solid. They got their hands on the Brood. I wouldn't be too... Yeah, never mind. Knights already banned Bad Rider, so they're covering their tracks pretty well too. So yeah, I think both teams are pretty happy with the first phase.
Were we saying that SF, not SF, Knights like to last pick their carry? So this would be like a change from that, because I don't think Alacrity plays the SF.
No, and every time they've played it in the past so far this DPC, it's been on carry.
Yeah, so in regards to that, it was Asta Aries, the team doing the last pick carry stuff.
Oh, my bad, I forgot. It's been so long.
I was going to say, it's been so long since we talked about it.
It's fine.
What else did we cover, you know?
My bad, guys.
No, so that's the cool thing, when Knights are the last pick mid team, and Asta Aries are the last pick carry team. So it's actually kind of like a slight difference, but they still have, obviously, emphasis on the call.
Cool, well...
Moving forward,
let me say something correct. Whoa.
Okay.
I was thinking that the Phoenix pick was something that we see a lot of teams playing against the Treant, so them banning it makes sense. I don't think Asta Aries had space to like last pick it on first phase just because they needed that like trump card core type hero, which we now see in the Brood. They're pretty open with what they're drafting so far. The Tiny could go support or mid. We've seen.
Like Asta Aries, they're just covering this pick 8 Brood with the Mars and the Pangolier, of course. Just spider killing prevention. I think the Tree Shadowfiend should do relatively well on lane pre-6 of Brood to actually punish. So they're just covering that mirroring move of Tree takes lane. Any of these heroes that can rotate and punish Brood, of course, you want to ban out. There's still Kunkka available for Knights. I think that is a hero that they won't pick now, but later down the line they can pick. I think Extreme Gaming picked Kunkka into Knights Brood. So Knights should be well aware of, Kunkka's a very good hero against this offlaner.
I also like it with their picks if they do pick it on 18 later, because Kunkka SF are also fairly flexible within one another. Like neither of them really mind if they go mid or in the safe lane.
All right, I need to make a bet with you.
Oh, gosh.
Are we going to see, I mean, not like a big bet, like a small bet, like a social bet. But anyway, Earthshaker, is he going to hit an Echo Slam?
On 50 million spiders?
Yeah, and will he then crash the game? Because it will be all the server, all the spiders, and it goes.
I don't reckon it'll crash. I reckon it will lag severely.
I will say it will not happen.
At all.
He will
Full
Echo
stop.
Slam spiders, but the game will not crash.
Okay, so how many, okay, so let's say volume of units. 10 plus? Above or over 10? 20?
Above 20.
Whoa.
It will happen.
You're a
once.
believer then, all right,
It will
thank
happen.
you. All right, nice.
All right. Asta picking their carry here, I think is nice. I actually think Drow. I thought they could have gotten away with like a Spectre in this game because Knights have shown Earthshaker and Treant as their support duo, and neither of these heroes are really very good at like invading jungle. Neither is SF, to be honest. Like Asta Aries should have a very secure area to farm for their carry and do whatever they want. So them having a good matchup here is kind of like just the most important thing they can do, and they secure lane with the Undying to make sure that their carry basically has a free game.
This is such a hard lane for Knights because Earthshaker is a hero that you want to double fissure, keep the lane near your tower, then you run around and you just grab creeps and don't really play the lane. So now if it's this Undying Drow, they in tandem can just bully this offlaner. Normally it'd be like a Death Prophet or something to synergize like ranged hero enabled by Earthshaker, but Asta is like, please, if you want to be aggressive with this or like defensive, we're just going to be able to run you down. And yeah, I think Undying Drow should do really well in this lane.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of potential for Knights to do lane manipulation and find ways to get into the game. And then once they're in, they don't really care about these heroes. But it's the first laning phase. Asta Ares kind of have the lead, I feel like, in at least some of their lanes.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in their own safe lane, as you mentioned. I do think that Knights pretty much just have the type of draft that they want. Once again, you have your hard carry laning with the Treant who's going to buff him up. You have your offlaner that gives you auras and team fights. So I think both teams are kind of getting what they want. For now, I do like Knights a little more. But I think the last picks will really show us which draft is, going to have more strengths.
I'm thinking for Asta Ares, right? I know they're position 4. TK likes to play the Tiny, but I actually would probably prefer to see Tiny on mid, and then they pick a really aggressive 4 with the Brood, because I think they can just kill the SF 100 times with that. And then if they're also winning their safe lane, they just come out of this draft with like 2 winning lanes, and then just can take over the game. But I'm not sure, do you think Tiny would be enough here, or do you think that lane could potentially be abused? Because like 2 melee heroes into SF, a little sus.
I think the main reason why they might not put Tiny mid is because Asta Ares might respect Knight's grouping. And when you pick a Tiny, if he doesn't pop off in the early game and your opponents group up, then you can fall flat a little bit. You rely on this Ags turnaround. Like the ban from Knights, they don't have final pick, so they're respecting some super tanky hero that just exists. And then you can't kill him, you can't shut down Brood. Drow's behind all of that. So I think maybe you can go Tiny mid, but if you do that, then whatever 4 pick they do go for needs to be insanely strong, because I think Tree naturally supplements that. So it's hard to really crush those lanes because Tree is there. The puck ban.
But if they pick like a really strong 4,
Yeah.
how, and they win 2 lanes, can Knights group up? Because wouldn't they just miss their timing?
I'm just trying to think what the 4 is. That's why I'm trying to
Like a
work out.
snap fire, maybe?
What I do like about Brood
Sure.
and what I think most of the teams do that play Brood well is that they try to have a range 4 with it,
Yeah.
like the Snap or Hoodwing that you suggested. So I think in order to enable the Brood, I think that would have been one of the better ways to do it.
Yep.
But they're going with the Ember. I feel like if you're Knights now, if you can find a hero that doesn't ruin like your draft integrity, and what I mean by that is that I think they have a very good chance right now to put the SF mid,
Yeah.
but they need to make sure that they don't do it with some I put SF mid and now pick Naga safe lane. If they do decide to put the SF mid, then I want them to have like a brawly type of safe lane that can actually like jump in and help enable these cores, because SF doesn't want to run in. Visage gives auras to help enable other people to do it. So
The Meepo game, no, I'm joking.
Well, it's going to be a
so they're
primal.
putting primal mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the last picks from both teams, because I think for Asta Ares, picking up the Ember, it's a hero that can go for Shivas, it can go for more team fighting items to, if games go harder, they have ways to play out later. And then for Knights, you look at this Ember and now you pick up a Primal Beast. They're going to mirror each other in their movements. And for Knights, they needed that hero just to get onto the Drow, and then it's like, my Shadow Fiend will A-click, your Drow won't be able to A-click because Primal Beast is on top of you. You're retreating the entire time. I think I do prefer Knights draft a little bit, because they're hitting the comforts that they've had when they've been beating these top teams in China, and it's going to be hard to shut down. It's a lot of pressure on White Album and I think Broodmother to kind of break open the game and stall out for Drow to find her items.
I think I like Knights a little more, but I think there's something scary about this Broodmother. I don't think they have the easiest answers against the hero from like minute 8 to 15. So I think that's where Asta really want to like push forward and kind of break the game open. But I would slightly favor Knights.
I favor Asta Ares, baby.
Let's
I was like,
Let's
she's
go.
going to do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Going to make an argument for the underdog here.
Hey, I don't think they're that underdog.
No.
Not that much.
I do like, I think Ember's rotations are going to be really strong, especially if you're winning things like your safe lane with Drow and you have kill threat with your Tiny and Brood in the off lane. Any rotations for Ember could just lead to kills. I don't think they defend themselves very easily on the side of Knights. So yeah, it's kind of just a lot on these early movements for me and how much they can win their lanes and win the early game.
Well, let's not wait any longer. Let's head into game number 1 with Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat. We finally got the game underway here and Fogged. It's going to be a matchup between two teams that are sort of thought we'd be seen in the middle of the pack, but Knight's actually pretty high up the leaderboard right now. A couple interesting things coming out from this draft. We get the Primal Beast to face off against the Ember Spirit. We had kind of hypothesized that they could run the Shadow Fiend mid, but this is something that they're really comfortable on, the safe lane SF.
Yeah, they've run it 4 times, 3 times with Tree. They won all 3 with the Tree, and they even run it when they won it when they picked the Ricky plus that SF. And right off to the bat, we're looking like perhaps a first blood on the TK.
Quick and easy. XCJ picks that one up.
Relentless, but yeah, really like the way that Knights has actually set up their draft. I'm a little I'm a little concerned for Ares if the Brood isn't able to actually just dominate and start taking things over. I've seen a couple times now when I see these like, triple Agi cores. Sure, Broodmother is a little different because he goes for these type of Greaves and stuff like that, but I'm just looking at their draft and it looks like they're going to have a really hard time trying to take any team fights versus the side of Knights, which has, everybody's a good team fighter, so. And not really, not super cooldown reliant either is the thing. Like the lineup of Knights can fight very fast, not really have to worry too much about any downtime. So yeah, let's see how Ares is able to withstand versus this pressure.
Yeah, as you can see, heading out, trying to secure these runes, it looks like it's going to be 2 apiece, I believe, as Knights heads back and pick up that other one. So the panel was pretty concerned about this Drow Undying lane. And with Earthshaker and Visage, you were sort of talking to me a little bit that you felt like you saw a different way they could maybe play it to help them deal with that high pressure that they're coming with.
Yeah, I mean, Undying always, he tends to be the king of the lanes for now, but the thing that they can do is they just reset the positioning of the lane, and Undying, one thing that he does lack at is trying to prevent pulls. So we already see Felix, he has boots picked up already on the Earthshaker, so you already know what type of game plan that he wants to do. Fissure block, catch waves, pull it, reset positioning of that lane so that his Visage can spam. That being said, though, Ulu should have a pretty good time of free farming. As long as he doesn't get killed, doesn't step up too far, then he should free farm.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do those pulls off indeed and get sort of a better lane equilibrium already in a decent position down there on the bottom side of the map. We'll watch Alacrity facing off against White Album here. And as you mentioned, one of the big ones to watch is this Tree Shadow Fiend lane, which they have run, I think you said 3 times in a row, and they've won every time with it.
Yeah, and we're already seeing the creep manipulation from both sides. TK catching some waves, but XCJ, oh, he actually lost half the wave. Half of those creeps will be able to walk back toward the SF, so not going to be the best catch there from XCJ. Either way, though, we'll be able to get some type of last hits and denies. So we're going to see some funky lane stuff going on, and probably on both sides, as we see the Earthshaker starting to do his pulling down bottom. But looking at mid, I mean, the first 2 waves, White Album is crushing it, 8 and 5. I can't believe he got 5 denies on the first 2 waves.
Yeah, there was like a weird little misplay that Alacrity had when he tried to go for the run-through for the last hit, and White Album was just able to get in underneath it and make a deny happen. You're seeing right now the sort of attack animation of Alacrity not allowing him to connect in for these.
White Album just outplaying these first 3 waves super hard.
And that is definitely a great start for him. You know, so much is going to depend, obviously, on both of these heroes' ability to rotate in. And oh my god, just denies right in his face.
I've actually like almost never seen this type of start on an Ember. He did impress us massively the other day, even as an Ember versus the Shadow Fiend matchup. So White Album, he really came to play today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we obviously had the long delays. There was a lot of talking going back and forth there. In the lobby between the 2 teams, and I feel like, you know, maybe a little bit of extra desire here to get some punishment in the laning stage from White Album, possibly.
He's just hitting him.
Yeah.
It's working out really well. He's bullying out Alacrity as Alacrity forced to trample to try to get some CS, but White Album, he's trying to contest the CS even during that.
Yeah, and keeps on just beating him down here. Gonna run at him some more. Slight, and he has to back away, and another deny. Dude, 15 and 10.
This is, I mean, I've seen this matchup a couple times, but I've never seen it go this one-sided. This is insane the way that White Album's able to put the pressure. With his Blightstone, thing about Primal Beast is your armor is a little bit low in the laning phase, so he's just really pushing the limits of putting that physical onto him. Really nicely done. And bottom, Drow is free farming. Starting to get some spam onto him, though.
Ulu is going to get caught there by the fissure. And you can see Felix just having to come in and deal with this. Is going to try and go for the courier snipe, but Ulu very well prepared for that. Just micros his courier back.
Felix can't step in much further. Might just go down.
That's one of those moments, too, where it's like you're so conditioned into carry players not taking care of their courier that you think they're just going to walk it back into them.
Yeah.
But obviously not going to happen that time. And across all the lanes right now, they're just completely owning them. Alacrity runs in, tries to get the rune, and will be able to.
Pop the glyph there, White Album, while the trample was popped just to prevent any type of CS. And I mean, Felix even coming in, I think they're probably saying, you know, Alacrity's probably saying, my god, you know, this guy's playing like a monster in mid lane. I need a little bit of help, so we'll be able to get those 2 water runes to help him out. But yeah, 26-11 to 11-2. Wow.
Yeah, it's not even close.
That is a very early Orb of Corrosion plus bottle. He might be able to still just keep punishing him even though he doesn't have the bottle refill.
Right. It's going to need to be very careful when that level 6 comes around, but Ulu now underneath and in the trees is getting ran at a little bit by Flyby here. You can see that 19-4 versus the 10-3. They haven't been doing the wave pulls back behind the tower that we were anticipating.
Haven't been quite able to. Felix having to walk toward mid and stuff like that has disrupted his usual rotations. Alacrity almost getting aggressive there.
White Album is, in the meantime, getting closer and closer to this level 6. Pretty clean play overall right now from Ares.
Yeah, Red Panda holding on to Tombstone. They see an opportunity. Flyby did buy boots, so should be okay, but the levels are starting to really add up there. Drow is level 4, Red Panda level 3. Has to be careful how far he steps up on this Visage.
Well, some little spam there. The Grave Chill to get some distance away by Flyby. And they haven't been able to really put the hurt on at all with those soul assumptions.
The strength of Earthshaker tends to come out with level 3, where they're actually able to try to pressure, but yeah, so far, really well played there by Aster Ares. Exactly how they need to play this early game. Top, we still see Ego free farming, but those other 2 lanes, really dominant by Aster Ares. Now we're seeing the rune rotation. Felix.
Oh my god, he gets there in time.
He might die for it, but has to take it away from the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, that's really important. Giving up his life for it. And you can see also things are going to start getting a little bit easier for Alacrity here with 3 points of trample. You can just trample out that wave, and it's a lot harder for White Album to deny this if he wants to.
Yeah, he's just going to start spamming. But every time he gets the chains on him, does prevent a good amount of those last hits. He's going to miss. He missed, I think, 2 or 3 of them, even with that charge. He goes for the bottle refill.
Well played, well played. And gets level 6, same time as the Ember.
Okay. Pretty good, all things considered, with that last hit deficit. He's 700 gold behind, but does have the same levels.
Right. And the other thing is that, like...
Oh, he's making an early rotation. This is that Primal Beast move. Ulu.
Can he find anybody? Runs right on in.
The Gust.
Gust to stop it. They have the Tombstone down, and it looks like Alacrity is going to be able to combo together with it. The Pulverize is out. Ooh. Get some good damage here onto Red Panda, but they can't really turn in anything else.
Limited mana on Flyby. He also, a little bit of mistargeting. He nukes the Drow instead of nuking the Undying, perhaps for an attempt. So a little bit of a failed rotation.
And a counter rotation coming in now from the Ember Spirit. 2 points in chains, and immediately Ego is going to retreat out of there.
He's level 7. The spam from the Slight is going to be overwhelming.
And this is even before they get level 6 on Brood. XCJ backs out.
One more.
Does have the armor on him, but it won't be enough to keep him alive.
And now they're moving. I like what they're doing here too. Moving away from the Brood to try to give him a little bit of those levels because he's very close to 6, so he could actually just take tower if he gets it.
So this is the timing that, you know, Kezu, the panel they were talking about, that can start to get really scary for Knights. I want to see how they deal with this, what type of rotations they go for. Felix comes mid. If they see an opening there, obviously a Pulverize with a Fissure could come out, but I think it's just secure the runes.
8 to 15 minute timing, like Kezu said. They do have some difficulties dealing with the Brood.
And gonna try and TP out of there. Not gonna happen. Flyby gets dropped.
Drow 6 now already. Haven't been able to put any pressure. Almost 6 on the Visage, but yeah, these lanes definitely going in favor of Aster Ares. Even a DD now being picked up on White Album. This is scary for those side lanes.
Yeah, any rotation is just going to be death. And you can see that, you know, over on the hard camp, Alacrity going to farm up these neutrals, try and get some items, try and get some levels. Red Panda and Felix, they're right on top of him. But ooh, they decide to go into Red Panda here. He can drop the Tombstone up on the high ground. And it looks like that's going to be the extent of it. Is this enough to secure the tower?
Here comes White Album also with the DD. He wants a kill. He finds Alacrity.
Couple hits. Gets the Pulverize. Try and turn this one. Will it be enough to keep him alive, though? Moves on in on top of the Ancients, but they won't be able to get the deny there. So White Album just on a tear here, 3-0.
He might just be able to take over this game. The way that he's been able to start, he's 1,500 gold ahead of the Primal Beast. Still bottom with the DD.
Yeah.
Might be able to get more.
And Flyby still not level 6. He's getting burned down, getting tore apart.
Wow.
And the DD making swift work of both mid and off laner.
3K gold lead already. This is insane the way that he's able to play.
Dire's bottom tower
Just, yeah, Primal Beast, try to make rotations. First one fails, second one fails, gets ganked afterwards. Only has 30 last hits to his name.
The game is completely falling off the rails here, and Ego is going to get tossed back onto a spider. Does he have a way to get out of here?
He's got help.
Trying to get the spam out. Turns, throws out the avalanche, but that's going to be the extent of it. And, well, no. They move on in with alacrity, and Knights will get their feet back under him here.
This early game, though, total disaster for them, as White Album already has Javelin, level 9, full Slight Chains build, and he's even going to get another Power Rune.
It feels like right now Knights just trying to sort of reset
Felix?
things. Can they do it?
I think Felix is going to die. One more Slight. Yeah, he's gone.
Out of there.
Good God. Yeah, White Album might just be able to kind of essentially 1v5 to make the space for his Drow to frill free farm. This is insane play by him.
Yeah, and Flyby just hasn't been able to have a game.
No.
Those pulls that we're thinking might come out were never there. And
he's so poor as well. Yeah, this is crazy.
Trample to kill the creep wave, alacrity. They will manage to keep their mid-tier 1 tower alive for now, at least.
Even denying the catapult. White Album on an absolute tear. Gets himself a really nice neutral item too. Lance of Pursuit. After having Javelin, Corrosion, he's going to have his Maelstrom any moment now. And it does look very difficult for them to punish him, especially before Tree is 6. No overgrowth. He's just diving.
Yeah, the haste is there. The tombstone's down. XCJ does not stand a chance here. Wow. As they finish him off. Another kill for White Album.
6-0.
Now, if he ends up going down and overplaying his hand, he will get punished pretty hard with the gold and experience he's given away, but the question is that even likely to happen? They don't have that, like, super easy lockdown. It needs to be, like, some weird, you know, fissure into pulverize with, like, SF hitting at the same time or something.
Yeah, or that, like, with the birds coming in and trying to get some type of chain stun, but they have no forms of silence or anything like that, and Ares kicking up the pace. 2 towers, or all 3 towers, I believe, already dropped, and looking to continue invading. Top, Alacrity can't even find the grab onto the Brood. Could not ask for a better start here from the side of Aster Ares with how this Ember has been able to play. And still dominating the map, taking the bounty runes, even looking for all of these power runes. We'll spawn bottom this time, so we'll get a little unlucky, but...
Tumbler's Toy up to the high ground from Felix. He gets away. And 12 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead. These are the type of plays that you would want to see out of this lineup from Aster Ares. But, you know, there is still tremendous team fight on the side of Knights if they can get together and make the move.
It's all spotted, though. Alacrity TP's bottom. There's a sneaky ward over on that side there that sees him again. So immediately, they're already rotating. They're bringing White Album.
Bringing a lot of heroes.
It gets scanned.
So, White Album in the area. That ward is also scouted. Has Overgrowth ready. They have the silence down. Tree in trouble. XCJ. Tree armor. It's not going to be enough.
Good lord. Now White Album immediately in the mid lane. Okay, Ego's there. He'll have to give a bit more respect to it. But great read again, Ares. They see the movement coming, immediately start rotating. They'll find a D ward instantly too, and continue this free farm for the Drow, for the Ember. And the Brood is just having a field day up top.
Yeah, top of the net worth pretty much there. And roll in. This is big. The Pulverize. Felix moving into position. The Echo Slam. That is the kill they needed. And Felix to get it means the Blink Dagger actually a possibility this game.
I like that he just commits it. Perhaps they could maybe get him without it, but they no funny business. They don't want him to get away off like some little bit of a misplay, so find themselves a small window here, small footing back into the game.
Actually, do you think it might be better this game for Felix to go for the Shard instead? I feel like they might need that, like, sort of control from distance sooner rather than later.
All depends on how the game, like if he gets another killer, so he'll probably just queue up the Blink Dagger, right? Because then he's just going to have to get it at that speed. If he dies, then he might just queue up the Shard and just go for playing from a distance. As here comes White Album.
Yeah, wants a little bit of retribution there, and they move on in with the birds. Felix tries to get away, but not going to happen. It's a pretty rough game when your Ember is just completely out of control like this.
Yeah. Level 10, takes the damage talent, doesn't even have Flame Guard, playing about all this physical damage on top of having a Maelstrom so early. This is a spectacular start for them. That being said, though, Ego, he's not so far behind. But the other two cores, they're really suffering.
Yeah.
It's going to take them quite a long time to be able to catch up.
Ego's definitely been the one that's sort of, keeping hope alive a little bit right now for him because, I mean, on the side of Alacrity and Flyby, the game just feels so impossible to have any type of regular presence you would see from him.
Yeah, and it's not easy for these Primal Beasts sometimes. Sure, he might be into a couple limited stuns, but this Gust, right? The Drow can always just telegraph, get that Gust silence, and eventually itemize also into Hurricane Pike, which actually he already has, so you see that charge coming. If you get any vision of him, you can just Hurricane Pike him, stop the charge as well, so multiple different ways to protect yourself.
It definitely feels like this is going to be a game that's up to the Earthshaker and the Primal Beast to sort of pull them back into it while Ego's farming.
He did buy the shard, by the way, so Felix opting for that one.
Yeah, a lot of kill potential with this combo now. With the control that you're going to get out of just an Enchant Totem Aftershock, we saw how quick the damage comes out from the Primal Beast.
Does mean, though, initiations will be quite a bit harder because the Primal, as we said, they have the kind of the counters to be able to deal with him. TK, he's about to have Blink Dagger. He actually has it done, so Ares, they're doing Roche, they're getting Blink on the Tiny. They're playing so clean this game.
Yeah, they're getting everything that they need done. Red Panda pops the ultimate, and, well, Ulu, he also, with the Hurricane Pike completed, is queuing up the Aghanim Shard immediately afterwards. White Album now completely free to do what he wants.
Oh my god, yeah. Age is on him now, too. Oh, did not see it? He walked right past an Arcane Rune. That would also be a dream for him. He's gotten such good runes this game. The DD, the Haste. Now, that Arcane.
He's going to go back and bottle that one up. So, we'll see after the first Tier 1 tower gets taken for the side of Knights, how they're going to deal with this.
TK's in.
But interrupts it. And gets out the uproar. Alacrity able to find a little bit of space for himself.
Almost gets killed, though. Almost just gets tossed back into them and then gets brought down. Has Felix, of course, there to protect him. As White Album has all the freedom in the world. TP's bottom to stop this push that's going from the tree a bit and from that Visage.
Again, Ego farming very well. Just took a double stack of Ancients, then cleared out another round of it. But it's always going to be Ulu and White Album that are just a little bit ahead of him.
Yeah.
Because of that great start that they got. And White Album going for the BKB next.
Wants to just be able to commit all the way fully on top of this SF and not worry about some Requiem stun combo. As Ego, he has to go for BKB first on the SF this game, and the problem is, versus the lineup of Asta Ares, they have great ways to poke and force BKB. They have the Tiny Ava combo with that slight thing, even a multi-shot. Ego might just pop BKB and die anyway, right afterwards, so really strong way to poke and prod an SF.
Glyph in the wave there, trying to stop Alacrity from being able to cut it in the mid lane, but Ares, they're going to take this Tier 2 tower up on the top side of the map. Now, well, Felix, he runs right into White Album. Avalanche to interrupt, and yeah, this is going to be a dead Ember, or rather Earth Spirit. Oh. He's out there.
Fear not your death.
Goodbye, Earthshaker.
That's
I got you.
So many ESs.
Yeah, finding their footing. 10-3, 7K lead, invading and dominating the map. Their ward coverage is also excellent. So much information they have, and they just keep finding heroes on Knights.
Overeyes, but yeah, he's rooted and does have try to get out of there. No, interrupted. No way out with the onslaught.
They will get bottom tower out of it, but at the same time, the Drow and that Broodmother push just that much faster.
7,000 gold lead into the favor of Asta Ares. At 18 minutes, you can see still not like complete and totally into their favor. 81%, pretty freaking high.
They've just had such a flawless early game, and it's mostly off the back of this Ember Spirit. 9-1-1. 10 of those 11 kills that they've had have been because of him with his rotations and him just really dominating that mid matchup.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy how he's able to do that versus Alacrity, who's had some really good showings.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, they're setting themselves up for success here. It's what you want to see after such a great start. Look at him, 14,000 damage done.
More than almost the entire enemy team. And yeah, now he's got not only just that Aegis, but his BKB is finished, so he's going to be able to play even more reckless, even more chaotically, which has been working perfectly for him.
They're waiting for their next set of items on the side of Knights. BKB for Primal Beast a ways away. Almost have BKB completed on the SF. And then, of course, it's the Greaves that Visage is looking for. Still very far away from that one.
Alacrity. Looks like he's just charging to farm. As Ulu, he walks right into him, but all right, BKB in 20 gold, but they have a blink on XCJ, so it looks like they're actually attempting to make some type of movement here. There is still that Ember Spirit with an Aegis, not the target that they want to go for, so they're just going to go straight toward top Ulu.
This would be a big pick off for him. This would be a huge one. Now, Ulu's still showing on this creep wave, too. And he is going to realize too late. I think he is in trouble. Jason!
Oh, he gets
just a second away. Oh, my God. Oh, that's got to hurt for Knights. That's got to hurt.
I think maybe I think something showed over the. I know there was smoke, but I think maybe the familiars or something weren't, because he was perfect when he TP'd out instead of finishing off those creeps. An inch from getting caught in the charge.
And now TK, they're right on him. Echo Slam, but the BKB was there from White Album, so they kill off one. Exchange for Felix, but thinking about the overgrowth right now. Red Panda right on top of it with the bird drops. XCJ under fire. Managed to get out of there on the Shadow Fiend. The rest of Knights just trying to escape, but they won't be able to. So the only two left alive are the Primal and the SF.
Such a quick move from Ares. They see that smoke fail, they go to cut off that retreat from it, Knights, and they get it perfectly. Ego forced to pop his BKB, but BKB and run. Can't stand and fight versus this Ember as White Album. He wants him.
Going for more. It's a little bit deep right there. Now, this is where the double glyph that they can have if they decide to stick around for the tower will actually come into play. I don't think they get this whole set for free.
They're pushing for it, though. They're really trying to commit. Keeping vision for the Drow. Catapult's still alive. Starting to drop.
You have to be careful on White Album here. He doesn't have BKB, and also no more Aegis, obviously. But still
Alacrity's in.
Feeling confident with himself. Alacrity runs on in there. A really big gust to try and turn it. Pops his BKB, flyby very low. They try and get the pulverized kill onto Red Panda, but he is very healthy. And now Alacrity just has to run away from there.
Not the connection he wanted with his BKB. He gets controlled before he actually gets it off and nearly drops. And now the push continuing. They really want to take this tower out before Living Armor is able to heal it.
They don't have a creep wave yet, but it is coming in right now.
They should be able to get it.
Tower down.
They're continuing.
Now there is another glyph here. Felix connects. They have BKB back up on SF now. Still 50 seconds until the Primals is up. Likewise, White Album finished off, and his BKB is ready to go. They're going to use another glyph now. It feels like if they want to defend this melee racks, they have to go now. Again, no BKB on Alacrity, though. It's incredibly tough. White Album jumps in. They find him. The control was there. Felix going to go down, and Ulu, he gets the push away.
White Album.
Alacrity's in trouble. White Album, he gets out. One more hit, trying to dodge, trying to go for the kill. Felix trying to finish him off, and the fissure's enough. So they do bring down White Album. It comes at a cost. With no more Alacrity left, Ego thought about popping the ulti, but can't go for it. And TK just jumps in. Ava, toss. Has he gone too far himself? It doesn't look like it. Without Felix, there's no punish.
22-minute melee racks, though. They got what they came for. White Album pushes it a little too far, but he made the space, and they're still continuing this push.
Taking down another tier 2 tower.
Could go more.
With the dieback on Earthshaker, there just isn't that punish. Like, how do you take a fight with an SF Visage?
Yeah, and they have the Greaves up, too, so they can just keep healing everybody up. Anyone who steps up might just get tossed back again. TK?
Looks for it, finds him there.
Whoops.
It's going to be a gust out. And the Greaves, Alacrity rolls through, actually. Finds Ulu, but the BKB was there. They pop the ulti from SF, take down that Tombstone. The Pulverizer's going to connect now onto TK, so they will bring down that Tiny. Maybe going a bit too far on the side of Aster Ares.
But they can't catch the Drow. She's able to reset, so is the Brood. The cores are fine. The support gives their life, but it's just fine. Yeah, this is like picture-perfect game plan still for Aster Ares. 12k lead. Ego has to be careful. Pretty much anyone on the side of Knights just has to be really cautious. Even when they pop BKBs, that straight physical damage that's coming out is overwhelming for them.
Yeah, they're still so farmed on these heroes. And like Greaves, they're going to build into a Hex next for Broodmother. feels like they're hitting these item timings that they need to keep this momentum into their favor.
Alacrity's just been able to have pretty much no game because of how that lane resulted in those 2 failed rotations that just got turned onto him. He's so far behind. Blink now on the Shaker.
Actually, looking at the gold on Undying, and he's actually getting towards a Vlad's now.
Okay, cool.
I mean, they are incredibly farmed. He's almost caught up to Alacrity.
All the towers and everything they've been able to get, the racks this early too. It's that injection of gold even onto supports.
Right.
Not healing the tower right now, waiting to see where XCJ uses his next armors. Bot tower is still low.
Well, it feels like this next Roche is a must for Knights if they want to find a way back into this game. Because if Ares get another Aegis, it's curtains then. And for Ares, you can see the emphasis put on it. Putting wards in this area, sending out the spiders, not giving up the high ground.
They have to find some type of opportunity to land their ults all in unison and somehow get onto this Drow, get onto this Ember when they don't have BKB. It's a tall ask.
Well, they do have the hero for it in some capacity with Felix Blink Dagger done on this Earthshaker.
Yeah, looking to catch them off guard. Do they have any vision here? All of Ares perfectly set up.
They need something huge.
CJ.
And they find TK to start. Initiate onto him with Alacrity. Still waiting for that moment to group together and find the kill. TK there.
How's he still alive?
Wow, starting to beat him down. Felix, he can't find a way into this fight. And White Album breaking the Blink Dagger right on top of him. Dodges the Echo Slam with the BKB. And just picture perfect play coming from Ares.
They can't even kill TK.
Yeah. A game is way too hard at this point. There's such a net worth lead.
Probably the worst hero they could run into to go for that pickoff. It's a support Tiny, but he's got level 2 grow, so has incredible amounts of armor, and then Brood comes in, grieves him, pipes him, they don't have damage, and now Roche next on the menu.
Right as Red Panda was gonna leave the place as well. Yeah, the Greaves come in there, the pipe, so many team fight items, and then Drow just able to plink away in the back line.
Yeah, perfect positioning from Ulu there.
You can see Felix up on the top side. Wanted to make something happen onto White Album, but it just wasn't going to happen.
White Album is a absolute beast on this Ember Spirit. He's done it. He's made some really tricky stuff, some really fancy plays before, even when he played versus an SF matchup, but I underestimated how godly he really was going to be this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sort of was going to come down to. And I mean, you know, I think that we've seen Alacrity have good games before. This time around, definitely struggling. And I mean, you can see he's going for the Blink Dagger next. With Blink BKB, maybe he can find the Drow at that point, but Ulu's just not presented himself as a target. Now with the Aegis, you don't even want to go on this guy.
No, and he's level 18.
Yeah.
Level 18 with Aegis, with the Grove Bow too, sitting so far in the back. Interesting skill build too, if you notice. He did put a bunch of points in stats.
Oh yeah.
And has just 3 points in Gust and 3 points in Multi-Shot. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Have not been able to find a good fight for themselves on Knights.
Oh god, the damage already at this point.
Panel was talking about the Echo Slams on the Spiders. We haven't seen it yet. The only Echo Slam hit on an Ember. And the second one that didn't.
Haven't seen Knights been able to get much successful fights, much successful initiations because, yeah, this disruptive start, this Ember, really is just such a problem.
17,000 gold lead now, and the tower going to fall.
The siege is working. They've got the tombstone down now for vision too.
Slow and steady goes the spam. They're gonna take down this tombstone in a second here, but it gets, well, refreshed again. Kill off the Visage Familiars. Still can't fight into it. The jump in, they find one. Do they have the damage though? Ava toss from TK. Felix gonna get jumped at again. White Album just has it out for him. The overgrowth, it comes too late. And Knights, they have no answers now. No buyback on this Earthshaker. They are going to run it down the mid lane after they need to. They pop the Requiem Souls, but Red Panda, he's still so tanky in this. They jump in with White Album, fine. Ego, force step him in, going to drop. Wow. And I think that's going to be about all she wrote. GG is the call.
Holy moly. What an explosive game one. That is an excellent start there for Ares. White Album, honestly, holy crap. That last pick, Ember, he felt like he did everything, right? Shut down the mid lane, made successful rotations, and just made Alacrity feel like he never actually had a hope and chance in this game.
I know. I mean, that's definitely not the Alacrity that we've become accustomed to.
Yeah.
You know, we saw him on the Viper earlier, or a bunch of puck games, things like that. See if maybe next time he can get his feet back under him. But just a really solid draft overall. Love that. Love that.
Yeah, the stupid chair. I mean, that's my fault. My bad, guys.
It's our bad. It's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that Knights definitely now going to, because the thing about it that's super interesting was that it felt like it was just a function of the lanes almost.
Function of the lanes, I mean, bottom and mid went disastrously, right? And then
Wow.
the Broodmother's able to kind of control, and they can make these early rotations that perhaps Alacrity would have wanted to be the one to make those moves to try to shut down the Brood. He couldn't, like we said. Mid, complete wash, he got destroyed, tried to make a rotation bottom, didn't find it because of the gust, made a move again bottom, gets killed by White Album. Yeah, White Album, White Album, White Album. What a game.
Well, a very impressive showing for Aster Aries, and see if they can continue this streak going forward. Let's hear what the panel has to say.
Definitely a magnificent showing from Aster Aries. It feels like something we've seen from them before. They've never been able to close a series, though, off the back of a performance like this. Hopefully it does happen in Game 2, but let's have a chat about Game number 1. And T-Gov, I know right now the casters have already said what you're thinking, but White Album.
I mean, best performance he's had so far in the DPC. He gets his like Ember pick. He doesn't even see what matchup he's in, but then
still wins.
He absolutely slaughters the game. And of course, production, they're being quite civil. They're showing us highlights after the laning phase because I don't think that we don't want to see it again. It's unfair. But yeah, even in the fights, you can see how with the lead that White Album has, he understands his job. It's just find the tree, find the shaker, prevent them from trying to enable the fight. And yeah, I mean, he died in this scenario, but he finished the game.
That's how amazing he is.
He was 15, 2, and 8, and I just think everything he did in the early game, being like 30 and 20 to the Primal Beast like 15 and 3 or something, having that level of a mismatch on mid lane, Knight's draft was non-existent. Like Primal Beast was meant to do a lot more for them to salvage the weaker lanes, but no, Ember crushes mid and game's over.
Sheep knew.
Yes. Full faith, because they did win lanes, like you said, Sheep, but the pressure never stopped. Aster Aries just kept pushing forward and slowly but surely taking over the map.
Yeah, it's just kind of like when you're not winning your lanes, there's nothing you can really do. I think as well, like something that Knights try to do, and we've seen other Primal Beasts do this, is they rotate and try and get kills on side lanes to make their way back into the game just through like pure force of like power and forcing it. But you have a Drow Ranger who's absolutely owned her lane. She has a point in Gust. As soon as Alacrity shows up, she's able to just Gust him away and shut that down. And then yeah, they transfer this all into like taking over the top side of the map. And then as soon as as soon as Knights then show on the bot side of the map because they can't be top anymore, they just take Roche.
I think this game just comes down to, I would say, first of all, it might be a misread in the draft from Alacrity. Maybe he's played this matchup before against the Ember who maybe he maxed Flame Guard, maybe he didn't play as well, so was like, oh yeah, I can do this and still like rotate to you guys later. So I think it starts there. Felix even tried to like help mid on the 4 and 6 minute rune. It didn't really make a difference. And then after that, I think Aster Aries just played very well. They got the Ember to go top, open up the tower, then later they traded the tier 1 tower for Roche, and then they played a pretty clean game afterwards.
Yeah, I think Ember as well. Skill build going for 4-4-0, no points in Flame Guard. We've seen a couple other Chinese players do this as well. It hasn't really, gone to other regions yet, but I really like this style because against Primal Beast mid, you hit him with a chains and he's got his trample. He can't move, therefore does no damage. And that was probably a couple times in that laning phase where it's like you're trying to kill the creeps. If I just Searing Change you and quickly just get a couple of denies, I'm removing your hero from the game. And also he plays with Corrosion, he gets the neutral item, the little mana burn slow one, I can't remember the name. But he has all this going for him, and he plays in the enemy jungle rather than playing backwards. And I think that's the key difference. Ember players with chains, you play forwards.
Yeah.
If you have Flame Guard, you're kind of playing towards your jungle and maybe rotation. So yeah, again, White Album, White Album, White Album. He should be the MVP.
I was going to say,
literally
for
everything.
all the reasons that you've talked about, he
Done.
is going to be
There
our
we go.
MVP. Definitely no surprise at all. And statistics just resonate.
Stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie. God, Kezi, that's such a good saying. So true. It just backs up everything we've been talking about. An 88.5% kill participation, going 15, 2, and 8. Big props to White Album there. Knights, though, they've lost game 1s before in best of 3 series, and they've been able to bounce back. They've been able to win game 2 and take it to a game number 3. If we are to see that, what do you think Knights are going to have to clean up? Is it that draft? Is it priority on lane matchups?
I mean, maybe try, I would say give a little more emphasis on Felix getting the heroes, I think, where he shines on, either the Riki or the Rubik, which of course one of them was first phase banned and the other one in second phase. And then I think, it happens. Sometimes you misread a matchup and it can kind of ruin, your game. So I think other than that, you don't have to do too much.
Maybe not a first phase Shadow Fiend as well?
Honestly, I think draft's fine. I just think Alacrity needs to enter the game and be able to fight up against White Album. We mentioned it earlier, mid-matchup so important for this. And Alacrity, he did not perform, and his team lost because Ember just popped off. So just Alacrity needs to step up.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just try and win your lanes a little bit better and give yourself the chance, because they definitely have the skill to play out the mid game.
Sounds simple enough. Let's see if they can do that with game number 2 happening after this break. Welcome back. Game 2 is going to be starting sooner than everyone expected. Just a special treat for you guys. It's Aster Aries up against Knights. Aster Aries took that game at number 1, and we do have this draft coming up on our screen to see that Knights get their hands on the Rubik. What you guys wanted to see, a little bit more priority for Felix's hero, and a big comfort one that he's performed on spectacularly before.
Yeah, I mean, kind of checks out. I think the bans from Aster Aries are still very good, right? You take out the Riki, which you've seen him dominate on the last time, and then the Lina, one of the most broken heroes. It's been said a billion times. So basically, they're like, okay, your Rubik is very good, but out of these 3 heroes, this is the one that we would rather play against.
And how will they respond? Seen some Maranas, seen some Phoenixes. Broodmother, obviously. Wow.
Wowzer.
Wowie.
Oh, Tusk. I was going to say Brood Phoenix.
Yeah, this is like just the same thing, right? It was the Brood Tiny. Tiny's been unbanned. Now it's just replaced the Tiny with a Tusk. Same thing.
Ooh, I'm sure. Naga Siren. I mean, I feel like draft-wise, the first pick Brood feels stronger because you get to pick out a seeing 2 heroes, and then you get to cover it with some bans. I don't think there's a lot of teams that pick Naga with confidence. At least Knights are now doing that, which is great. You know, laning-wise, you don't really care. You don't need that much help in lane either. You can always be, if anything, diving the Brood if you're in a really good game. So, yeah, I think for Aster Aries, you might need to... honestly, I don't think we've seen teams try and move the Brood lane. Because not like normally it's just put the Brood off lane, Naga goes there. There could be a scenario where you could bait putting like a web bottom, run the Brood top, and start the lanes in kind of the wrong positions just to try and disjoint that matchup, because it really is just Naga free farm. Brood never really takes tower.
Yeah, I mean, Brood doesn't... You don't really interact with Naga, right? The guy just free farms. So I think the idea you have, it can definitely work, especially if you have like a carry that also matches up well there. I assume the Naga would want to try and come after you and
for sure.
Try to run after you, but it's a good idea.
5 seconds remaining.
Feels like there's not too much to expand on this opening. Definitely a little bit of a rinse and repeat of what we've seen a number of times. The bans, though, anything stands out, or they're also just very simple things protecting the cores that they've picked up for themselves.
Knights are very defensive. Lesh, Ember, both heroes that are good against Naga. Also, you're respecting how well that Ember went for Aster Aries last game. I'm not sure what Aster Aries want to pick in the next phase, because the Tusk, I would probably prefer seeing it on a 4 than as a mid, because otherwise you have 2 cores that are pretty bad matched into Naga Siren. And your carry is going to be like heavily reliant on dealing with her. Maybe, yeah, no, I don't really like it. But it would be nice then for Knights to be aware that if Tusk is like that and they're having a lane bot that's kind of meh, he can rotate on mid, and Knights need to make sure they don't feed kills into that.
I could see a potential Snapfire out of the face. You can flex it between 4, 5. I think it's okay against Naga. It lanes pretty well with Brood. It gives follow damage into the Tusk, whether he's a support or mid. I think it usually feels good. So I think any range pick out of phase that gives you follow-up damage is pretty solid for their draft.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the idea of Snapfire. I think a lot of teams have been running it more, especially into Naga. You put Mirror Image down, instantly kill off the illusions. I think that also opens up for Tusk to be your 5 in this scenario, and then you just have some nice ranged hero that you can run through the map with, because if you're shutting Naga down early, you can pick carries that maybe don't go well 1-for-1, because you have the assumption that you can win the game in the time needed. Bans-wise from Mass... Yeah, sorry. So I was like, oh god, Asta Ares. No, so Asta Ares, it's 3 offlane bans, or at least 3 good heroes against Broodmother. Mars Pango, we've already mentioned that in the previous game. And just a nice little centaur as well. I think for Knights, when you're first picking Naga, you're going to be super chill. And we've seen Lion be a counter to Naga Siren and like Terrorblades, because you just have this like life drain, killing off illusions. You obviously have the BKB from your shard, so you have ways to actually play out the game. And I like seeing the hero return, even though it's a non-existent hero. If there was a region to do it, it's China to do it, right?
I forgot about this one, actually. I think I think this pick is better than Snapfire. Like, when you do see a Naga this early on, I think allowing yourself to make it a bit easier for the core picks later, that they can be more open. I think like this is the type of value you get from this line pick against the Naga, so I like it.
It's nice for dealing with the Naga, but my biggest problem with it is the laning is not super strong compared to Snapfire. But I guess the like 3-way mana drain is going to make up for it later down the line, just for team fights and making sure Naga is dealing way less damage.
I mean, Knights have just gone for such a strong, like, robust...
Dauntium.
Yeah, like everything. They have wave spam, they've got laning presence, and if Asta Ares want to play aggressive, you have that turnaround with the Dawn. And it opens up for the mid pick to now be... You can't really go Puck now as well, because there's a line in the game. Line just blink Hex, deals with Puck. Some Puck players still don't care because you have the Dawn behind you. It's like, if you Hex me, Solar Guardian, I'll be saved, and now your Lion's out of position will kill you. So I think the Lion isn't too big of a deterrent, but yeah, any of these playmaker mids now for Knights is going to feel so good. Asta Ares want to get out of this game so quick with their heroes. It's like, play lane, take over map, go Roshan, get Aegis, and just hope to win the game before Naga's farmed. It's like the vibe I'm getting from Ares.
I've seen this Ursa a few times now, and I used to think that this matchup is very Naga favored, but the more I watch it, I feel like it's actually not that bad for Ursa. I think most of the time what you want to do in Ursa right now is, first of all, you buy Fury, so you can push waves and stuff like that. And then second of all, you have a lot of these Fury swipe talents, the ones where they last longer. So once you see the Naga once, you will always know which one the real one is, and then it stacks up with damage, and then you just start beating on him later with like a Basher and a BKB, so you can stick on top of him. So I think this Ursa is pretty nice. It's also good against the Dawn. Gives them another hero that can go in, but I guess that this kind of means the Lion needs to lane with the Ursa, I think, which could make Brood's lane a lot worse if they decide to put the Tusk in that lane, which is something I'm not sure how much I would like it.
Yeah, I think the line needs to match into the Dawnbreaker, just so that she can never get off her... What the hell is her Q called? Starbreaker?
Starbreaker.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I would want to match it into, because that makes her laning a lot weaker. I do think like Tusk Brood is going to be pretty unlaneable into Naga CM though, so you're kind of just like sacking that lane, which means that your safe lane needs to go well. It's just scary though. I think Knights have picked such strong laners and good matchups here. It's really rough. And then a lot could then potentially hinge on like the mid matchup and how that goes, and who wins that, who's able to rotate. We saw last game how well the Ember did. I mean, there's last pick to Asta Ares, so the draft will favor them potentially.
This is the cool thing about the Lion pick. It's just like all these heroes that normally you'd be calling for, it's not like, it's a little bit more uncomfortable. I think for Knights, the punishment to this would just be going for like the Kunkka mid. Don't need to be playing... Okay, they banned out. Unlucky. Well, DK is a fair replacement though, because it's the concept for Knights is we're not trying to jump you. You will get impatient in this game. You will at some point want to jump us. And if you make a poor jump, DK instant blink turnaround, Rubik can shard lift away, Naga can song, Dawn can Solar Guardian. So Knights, this is a very different style of draft than the previous ones. And if they don't get run over in the first 20 minutes, conceding Roshan, conceding the entire map, their draft should be able to counter Ares quite nicely. But once again, White Album just pop off.
I was going to say, aren't you a little bit concerned? Like, they didn't even really make it to that point last game. It felt like they were being run over by even the 10, 15-minute mark.
This draft is a little bit more robust. They don't have as many cracks. And it's a DK mid. It's one of the more boring heroes. Oh, God, yeah. Okay, fair enough. I was like, there's not many heroes that can beat a DK. They've already banned out the Viper on Ares, so they can't pick that. And we haven't seen many Necros. I think this is maybe the first Necro in China. And why did they pick it? To try and bully lane. You bully lane, and then you play for that Roshan, you play for the dominant. So Aster Ares is really just saying, we are going to crush you, take over the map, and not allow you to ever hit the motions of farming and scaling.
So I like this DK pick a lot. I think that Necro versus DK is...
By the way, this is, I'm pretty sure, the actual first Necro across all regions.
Yeah, I'm actually not too surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's very good against Naga. It's like one of the better heroes into that. I think you do well against DK in the lane, but I think it's not like some super mega stomp. I have a hard time calling this one, but I think that Knights should have an easier way to play the mid game in this game. So I slightly favor them once again.
All right.
Sheep,
who are you gonna bat? Yeah, who are you gonna bat for? You were so good in game one.
I don't know. Okay, so they put the Tusk on the pos 5 player because I thought if it was Lion Ursa lane, then Rubik will just destroy the Lion in lane and they won't be able to lane on 2 side lanes because they're swapping the supports up. I don't know. I can't.
Maybe
do it
they just swap lanes.
Or maybe
and just different players.
I don't know. I favor Knights lanes, I think, and then this Necro's a wild card. I'm panicking.
Oh, she doesn't know how it's gonna play out. We don't know how it's gonna play out. All we can do is jump over to our casters, Fogged, Lyrical, our first Necro game.
Don't worry, we got y'all. We're gonna help you figure out what the hell's going on here. Some crazy picks. Still trying to keep. Well, yeah, don't worry. Just speak with confidence, and eventually people will believe that you're telling the truth.
Oh, geez. Well, I was kind of wrong last time, but that's all right. It happens from time to time. I think White Album is just really feeling himself after last game, right? I think that's one of the only times that you're going to want to pick a Necro in this current meta if you're just like really feeling like you're just going to be able to dominate and take over the map. So eyes on him. I'm looking forward to see what build he does. Maybe some kind of like weird Radiant stuff like that since he is versus Nagasar and trying to get some super scaling. I'm looking forward to see what it's going to be able to do. I do favor Knights' draft a bit here just because they can sit back and play more defensively and kind of force the mistakes out of Ares. But that being said, White Album he dominated so hard last game that hey, maybe he's going to be able to do something similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to sort of go with that idea again. I will say there's like a different dynamic that exists here now. Alacrity playing on this DK can deny out and lower that base damage, can maybe even try and, you know, get some type of pressure onto him through the first couple of waves. But what is it about the DK versus Necro matchup that becomes really hard to deal with?
He's just constantly spamming. You don't even have to worry about bottle or anything like that on the Necro. You're with Heartstopper Aura, because it's all about, you know, health decay versus these tankier heroes, he's trying to attempt the pressure versus the DK. I haven't seen this lane, I haven't seen Necro at all since any of these changes, so is he even going to be able to pressure the DK is the question, because this hero has unbelievable regen now. If you once you hit 3, it's like nobody can actually bully him, so let's see if the Necro is going to be able to.
Well, the other thing that we're going to watch for is, like Sheep was talking about, the Felix Chauba Rubik playing together with Flyby up top. Now we did see Shang-Chi play an amazing Dawnbreaker the other day. So Ares, they're a team that's used to playing around Dawnbreaker, and they still are running this Ulu Ursa paired together with the Tusk actually. So yeah, you were talking about the weakness of Lion and Lane. Now they're switching it up.
Yeah, the thing is though, now with Tusk, you'll have to time your snowball kind of perfectly every time to stop Dawnbreaker. Meanwhile, Lion, he had 2 different easy functions to be able to stop it. So just wanting to have the Lion versus this Nagasarn, and already really good stun from Alacrity under the entire creep wave beating on White Album.
Yeah, that was a ton of damage there. So already off to a better
start.
Oh
my
Alacrity.
God. Okay.
How dare you beat me down game 1?
I mean, White Album was definitely feeling himself last game, but then, that I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Dude,
Pre 1 minute.
How does a DK solo kill anybody?
Oh my God. I mean, they picked it for the lane, and if you get first blooded, now you're definitely not pressuring the DK. He can just buy whatever the hell he wants. He's going to be able to sustain. I think that actually is a really big deal. That might really change everything as White Album.
Oh
He's
my
taking
god.
tower hits.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. If he didn't de-aggro tower, he might just die there as well.
I mean, as it is, he's trying to pressure underneath the tower here, but the problem is he's still gotten so much XP out of this that Alacrity's coming close to hitting level 3 here.
He's just gonna hit him back. He's like, you know what?
Fine. Fight
Yeah.
me.
Gets the second point, and there comes that big regen. What an
Stun.
interesting lane start. Is he gonna body block him with creeps?
Oh my god, White Album. White Album, be careful here, buddy.
He's okay.
You can't really come back in the lane that easily again. And wow, what an interesting matchup we've got.
I don't think if anyone ever expected that, that would be the most ridiculous expectation ever. A DK solo killing Necro at the 1 minute mark, or the 50-second mark. That was crazy. And having a bottle this early on Alacrity, I don't think there's going to be any pressure that the Necro is going to be able to apply to him. He's going to be able to fill up that bottle constantly with the water runes. And Necro, not really a hero that wants to go for bottle, as we were saying before. Wow. I mean,
Crazy.
yeah, unreal.
Other lanes that we're going to need to watch on, though, you can see across all the lanes, going much better for Knights than it did in the last game here. Flyby having a better time of it, 8-4 right now versus the 6-0 on the Ursa. And we're going to see the spam coming out of Alacrity.
It looks like they should actually win all 3 lanes now off of that. We'll see how the Necro is able to like punish this DK afterwards, but yeah, it does feel like all 3 lanes are going to be really successful for them off of the start. It's top. It's a tough lane already for the Ursa versus these two. Bottom, I don't believe that they can actually apply too much pressure onto Naga Siren, and yeah, the DK, Alacrity, with a huge outplay, setting himself up for success.
You can see that he's starting to get a little bit lower on the DK now, and is going to need to get a refill at some point to make this really work for himself. But at least at the moment, things looking somewhat okay. Gets the stun, and not able to get the deny.
I'm loving him and just hitting him. 8 denies, though. That is a very big deal. He's going to have a pretty big level advantage over this Necro. Almost level 5 if he wants to put the 3rd point in Dragon Blood. Probably an option for Alacrity, so he can sustain in that lane.
Has the next bottle refill coming up in a few minutes here, or a few seconds rather. Down bottom, we haven't talked about this one too much. Ego with XCJ facing off against Shang-Chi and TK. Obviously, Lion known for being a relatively weak hero in the laning stage, but can kill off these illusions one by one when he does the mana drain.
Doesn't feel so great. Not till 15 minutes or so. Doesn't really feel that effective to actually slow down Naga Siren, but yeah, they're doing better than expected. 11-4 on the Naga, 19-2 on this Broodmother.
And you can see, fills up the water rune there, can head on back in the lane, only misses out on 1 creep really.
Okay. And he doesn't actually put that 3rd point in. He wants to have a little bit more damage. Doesn't want to go all, doesn't want to be that passive. Just stepping up and hitting him because he's got this level advantage. He's really just trying to bully White Album
as much as possible and doing a really good job of it.
The physical damage is insanely high right now on this DK because of the start.
Yeah, and even had a bracer brought out to himself. Has another one queued up.
White Album has to be very cautious how he steps up. Another stun and a breathe fire. He's got raindrop, so should be okay, but Alacrity pushing the limits here.
Absolutely. Yeah, trying to burn through those raindrops there and get whatever damage he can out. And, you know, who would have thunk that the Necro DK lane was going to be the lane to watch? But
I'm just staring. I'm literally not looking anywhere else because
Yeah.
it's just this constant battle between the two of them. And who'd also would think that the DK getting this kill is not bottom. Uh-oh.
Did damage out there. TK in trouble, and Ego going to find that finish on to the Lion.
Puts 2 points in the mana drain. Okay. Means they're going to have like no damage to try to pressure this Naga Siren whatsoever. Sure, he's going to be able to kill Illusion a little bit more frequently, but this should just be a free farm lane now for Ego. And the CM should be able to start getting some pulls off.
About to get level 6 on Alacrity here. But he is low. Has to be careful of the level 6 of White Album. Pops the stun. There is a TP rotation coming in here.
Okay.
As TK wants to help secure the 6-minute rune and could maybe even go for the kill when White Album gets 6. We'll have to see.
Probably just helping around the 6-minute rune. It looks like they're checking with both supports here.
Okay. White Album, how close is he to 6? He's a little bit more than a creep wave away, it looks like.
13 denies on the DK. Haste rune, it spawns top. Maybe they can set up Red Panda. He's kind of baiting him in.
Yeah.
Can't quite.
Lackady realizes the danger, and the scan is there, so won't be able to turn this into anything.
Puts a ward down just to protect himself, too.
Yeah.
Nice little play there from the supports, just helping out their Necro.
And at the same time, you can see that this sets up for a little bit of aggro up top, but now they've gone in too far, and Felix, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble there. Tries to snowball in on this one, brings him in. The hammer throw is out, and the turn now onto Red Panda.
Holy.
Good damage. Look at that turn for the kill. Flyby
Ulu
makes it happen. Ulu tries to turn now onto Felix. Chauba drops down the tree. That was not the right direction, but with another Celestial Hammer, it's not going to be enough, and they bring them both down.
That's a big deal. They were getting crushed up here. This Dawnbreaker absolutely free farming. Still way ahead on the net worth, but a big play from Ulu, able to stick on him. Nicely done from Ulu.
Yeah, getting that kill. I mean, I feel like after the laning stage, any type of redemption like that's going to be huge for him. As TK throws out the stun, Felix makes the move in. They get the slow. Can't quite find the telekinesis, though.
They have this very early level 6 on the DK. Level 7 even, so trying to get the tower, but mid, do they have enough damage?
They find him, Reaper's Scythe, and
They
it's
do.
going to be enough. So White Album finally getting some retribution after that laning stage onto Alacrity.
Great rush. The two supports really salvaging everything here on the side of Ares.
So how much does this change things for the state of the game right now? Is Ego's getting gone on a little bit by Shang-Chi. Do you feel like Knights have gotten enough out of this laning stage to build a buffer against this aggro that's coming their way?
Feels like it. That being said, though, Ares, they still have a very good lineup as Kezu was saying. The Ursa still has ways and functions to be able to deal with this Naga Siren, and I mean, the Necrophos, he always is going to have that big target or two targets that he can just focus on with Reaper Scythe, be it the Dawnbreaker or that DK. So far, so good. And they do control another Power Rune. That's going to be really important.
They pop it in, the net, and then into the Dawnbreaker rotation. That was cleanly done by Knights. That was just perfect.
Yeah. This Dawnbreaker might be the big difference maker for them to have that really strong tri-scaling core.
Getting the DK out of the laning stage against White Album, but look at this. He is going to start farming it up now.
Big stacks. DK form not being popped to hit the tower just yet, but I think Alacrity, he's now going to use it and hit tower when he sees that the Necro is not here.
Get some good damage in there. TK holding on for the moment to that creep wave.
He's got to just kind of watch this DK hit the tower, though. Support's coming in, XCJ.
Get the poison hit onto it. Try and regen the tower. White Album finishes off that big stack, already level 8 now.
And a full hood, so very survivable.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty comfortable. And Alacrity, after getting some damage onto the tower, now seeing White Album will back away.
Oh, wait, what? Who killed the courier? Did it just killed by a neutral creep?
It might have been.
I think a neutral creep just killed this courier. Okay, well, that'll slow down the Naga's farm a little bit. And we've seen this kind of matchup a little bit before. I know yesterday, towards the end of the night, we had this Broodmother versus Naga. We'll see how much this Brood is going to be able to slow down and maybe even block camps and stuff like that with the spiders that we did see being done a lot yesterday from, I think it was Jibe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jibe was blocking camps like crazy. So we'll see how much he's even able to do, because right now, they switch the dynamic. They park the Dawn bottom, so they prevent this Broodmother from being able to push tower, and oh my god, he gets all the spiders.
Yeah, that was big. Flyby takes that one out easy peasy. There is a triple stack over on the Dire Ancients too, which is something to watch for if they're going to try and take that one with White Album. TK actually stacking it up another round.
Will he get the stack? Oh, it just misses it.
Yeah, it's too hard to get that. I need to cut some trees. And it feels like maybe that could be saved for Ulu later on, who's going for this Battle Fury build. But he's still a long ways away from it on that Ursa.
Yeah, he's been slowed down. Even though he got that beautiful double kill top that salvaged him, the lane was very difficult, as we kind of anticipated, that double melee versus Dawn plus Rubik.
Well, 1,000 gold separating the two teams. A lot of that just on the back of the Necrophos. And I want to see what he goes for. Does he try and go for a more sort of aggressive build? Already had finished off the hood. Now, Red Panda's getting beat down in the mid lane while there's this smoke rotation bottom. White Album, fly by. They're all in the area. They find him. XCJ runs into TK. Felix makes the move over, trying to bring Flyby down, but able to regen through it.
TK?
CM ulti, the Hex is out. It's going to be enough. They bring down Flyby and bring numbers for it.
Nice play there from White Album too, holding on to it, waiting for it until he sees the Rubik steal a spell. So Felix, he steals the Mana Drain, but yeah, immediately White Album knows he can go for this Reaper without getting stolen. And now they're able to get this tower. So a little bit of a tower trade, giving up their mid, but getting that bottom plus a big kill. Open up the map for the Brood.
Any of those kills on Dawnbreaker are really nice to get.
Actually bringing Alacrity down here to try to find something. It's scouted by a creep, so could have failed rotation here from Knights.
Maybe he's just going to hold on to this area. I'm not sure. But getting to the Blink Dagger for him is going to be pretty important, it feels like, for the DK.
Yeah, because then they can just full commit onto the Necrophos, and it's going to be really up to like Red Panda's positioning to be able to get that save off with the Snowball, which we see him maxing on that 5 Tusk.
And getting closer to the BKB for Dawnbreaker has been the choice for Flyby. So wanting to be able to be in the thick of things and not have to worry about too much. Ulu getting farmed, has the Perseverance done. On the way to Battle Fury, probably going to wait and see this next DK form be used up top. Alacrity has the Arcane Rune too.
Yeah, I think we'd imagine seeing the dynamic of the Dawnbreaker. He deals with the Brood, stays bottom lane, while the rest of the heroes on the side of Knights look to invade top, take tower, make space for that Naga Siren. For Ares, this I feel like could be the next few moments where they actually struggle to be able to stop the pressure that comes out from Knights. I think they just need the Reaper Scythe every single time in order to try to stop this DK or this Dawn. As the stack's starting to get worked on.
Now, White Album wants to take these ones down himself, it looks like.
Yeah, they don't want to wait that long for the Ursa to take him out.
Has the full Sange completed now.
Very tanky.
So that one coming out will be pretty clutch.
Want to see what
more regen and
top.
Yeah, that's a freebie. Even dropping the CM ulti to secure that Red Panda goes down. And you know what? They don't have to use DK form to take down this tower. This is really nice. So they'll have Blink and DK form now. As Alacrity pops it to try and defend the mid tower.
He has an Arcane Rune, so he's just like, sure, you know, it's almost the same duration as it is cooldown when you have Arcane. So we'll be able to pop that one right afterwards. And yeah, Blink is done. White Album, okay, looks like it's the Kaya Sange build. I was waiting to see what else he kind of opts to go for here. I'm still hoping he does do some of the crazy kind of Radiant stuff potentially.
Yeah.
I have seen it fail so many times at the same time too, so we just don't get to see too much Necrophos anymore, as Panel alluded to. Probably the first one, believe the first one in all the DPC.
Look at this, preempting the move. Flyby, gets the hammer away, tries to escape, is going to turn, and the rest of the team in position. Red Panda, he's going to drop. They have the Snowball now onto the Spider. So Shanxi in trouble. They have another stun in 1 second. Find it right there. And the anticipated gank on Flyby is going to fail.
I feel like they need White Album if you're going to go for these type of plays. I think their damage is very limited in this early game on the side of Ares unless they have the Necro with that Reaper. We do see it get immediately punished. And tough for them to make plays elsewhere, because if they want to set up a gank elsewhere, the Dawn ult comes in and then they just can't counteract it. So Ego, he's getting all the space in the world, has now taken that top net worth spot on the Naga.
Depending upon how this next couple of minutes goes, it feels like they might not be able to knock him out of that top spot.
Yeah, it's going to be problematic. They will have the Lion, though, right? So eyes on TK. What's he going to be able to do with the Shard? Cutting these, you know, the cutting waves of the Naga Siren will be dealt with him just mana draining them, but will that be enough to actually slow them down and give them type of scaling function with this Necro Ursa core?
Right, and it also comes at the limitation of his damage, his control. He has 3 points right now in mana drain. You'd imagine he takes another one pretty soon here. But everybody moves on up top. They kill off the illusions. Guess who's there? Dawnbreaker, the stun comes in. They find and kill White Album. Just ripped him to shreds.
Oh my, the damage that comes in from the Dawn as well. It's just everything at the perfect timing and beautiful steals. Felix, Snowball, I feel like has gotten them 3 kills so far, and then he steals the Earth Spike as well right afterwards for the chain stun. Beautifully done by this Rubik.
Really good stuff from him.
Looks like a totally different team at this point now for Knights compared to that last game. Really finding themselves a better draft that they're more comfortable with to deal with this pressure.
It's one of those things where you sort of look at it and you're like, okay, well, if you get out of the laning stage and actually play some Dota, things look significantly better for Knights. And for Ares, things after that solo kill just sort of felt off.
Yeah, Necro never wanting to be playing at a deficit. He always wants to be playing ahead. That's why we don't really see the hero too much. It's just very volatile. As he's gone for the Shard now first before finishing up that Kaya. But even with this tankiness, you know, Sange, Hood, and still gets exploded through the burst damage that we see from Knights.
Well, and there is always going to be that blow-up potential, you know, pairing White Album together with the Ursa, and you're, you know, sort of playing this Naga Siren, which, yes, they're 2 other cores, but at the end of the day, it's all about the Naga in the late game. So they do have kill potential constantly. As the Battle Fury completed, and they're actually just going to be running bottom at Flyby here.
Have to start to bully him out of here because the Broodmother's not able to play her game. They get the catch.
Snowball tries to
tower.
escape. The team moving into position. Finger of Death done. And Felix gets the lift, but, well, actually now they find him. Oh, his Enrage wore out. Ulu goes down right as he got the Battle Fury and trying to escape. The song of the Siren chasing. Can they get out of there in time? It looks like they will.
It's so small, level 1. Yeah. Only that 1,000 radius, so those get wasted there. About 3 minutes on cooldown, but another big hit. They're reading the moves. Sure, they get the Dawn, but they lose their Ursa, who finally had that Battle Fury. So I think Knight's very happy with that trade.
They spot up on the high ground now, too, and going to get the D-wards there. So Knights, the lead with the Naga Siren draft. And the question coming out now is, what do they want to do to try and continue to build this lead? Is there going to be a Roche in their near future? Do they want to try and take that away from the Ursa draft?
Probably not too necessary just yet. I think it's back to stage of the game. Dawn goes back bottom. The 2 supports plus the DK continue to move around, and Ego just free farms jungle. So I think it's a lot of pressure on Ares to try to find some type of avenue to pressure the map. Because, yeah, right now, 10-5, it feels like Knights are going to start to really run away with the game soon.
Absolutely. Red Panda runs into Flyby, but can't do anything. Flyby is just about to complete the BKB, has rushed this instead of going for that shard that we sometimes see as the little, like, gap measure.
It's probably going to let him just survive any of these hard commit ganks that happen. Like, if he has BKB down bottom, he will just be able to turn, and likely they kill more heroes, and he just survives. But yeah, let's see what Ares looks to do to try to start getting some pressure. It's scary. They probably feel like they can only gank this Dawn lane, but then Knights is just always prepared. It's an excellent game plan right now from Knights that's working out.
And you're losing so much on the rest of the map. They do have TK there again, cutting these waves constantly with the mana drain. Would probably want to get that next level in mana drain next to just ensure that he can kill him off quickly. And have it back up again afterwards.
Nice. They're looking to keep getting aggressive. DK has the form up again, pops it immediately, no hesitation. And they want to look to keep pressuring themselves. Flyby just sits bottom, waits for an opportunity to solo Guardian in while Ego free farms. This definitely looks like a recipe for success for a Naga Siren draft.
Yeah, completely happy right now on Ego, just to keep the farming going. And Ulu showing on a ward. They have this ward back behind. He thinks he's safe, but he is very much not. The jump forward, the stun, and we've seen this one before. They find him out there for the kill.
And Felix steals the stun again, so now they have even further chain stun to get this Ursa. Now that's the Roche, probably. Knights gonna be able to accelerate the game so much more off of that type of pickoff.
Really, really clean play coming out here from Knights in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 2K lead, but it's just feeling rough for Ares to make anything happen on the map. Because it's just, yeah, there's nowhere for them to go. They want to try to squeeze the map, try to use this Broodmother space, but it's not existent because Dawnbreaker just sits down there and then he joins the fights every single time. So, yeah, Knights feels like if they just keep this up, this Naga Siren will just completely take over. You see, 71 to 29 win probability already.
Need to find some type of a way to break through and, you know, kill Flyby and then turn that into an objective. And, you know, granted, they've got this Necrophos very farmed with the Kaya Sanj, has the Hood of Defiance, but in a way, it's not the death of the Necro that they have to be worried about, but the ability to, like, actually find a target and stick on him.
And finally be able to pressure and shrink the map. They can't do anything because their map control is just non-existent. There's 2 supports, still no blink daggers, so no real way to jump and start a fight quickly and blow up a target before they get anything off. It feels like Knights, they're always going to be able to have time to react to any move that Ares does set up.
Yeah. Flyby playing around this area is sort of going twinkle toes with Red Panda in the bottom jungle as Alacrity holds on to this mid lane, has a DD ready to go. They popped the Dragon Form again, and
they're looking for the Ursa. They saw Ulu down bottom for a second. They're predicting his next movement.
This poor Ursa. He's just getting bullied here. Are they going to be able to break the smoke, though? Not quite. Oh, and he's going to walk right up that hill afterwards.
Oh, they're so perfectly prepared for him. They're reading the map perfectly here as
Ulu heads on by. Hello,
he's
friend.
Like, oh
no! How are you? Goodbye.
Oh, they don't even need the Dawn ult this time.
Oh, man. But maybe a punish here? They can't get him. There's no way to run him down. The Naga is fine.
Oh, Red Panda. Just a bit of an awkward situation.
Just be quiet over there, buddy. Don't come out. They can't hurt you.
He's so patient.
Oh my god, they definitely can.
Oh god, they see
Wait
him
a
for a second, but he makes the first move.
Okay. XCJ doesn't have ulti.
He's alive!
Turn! Oh, they're there. And Knights, they punish yet again. This game is just all in their hands.
And Ego even kills up top too. White Album can't even bully away the Naga.
Oh my god.
This game's getting out of control already.
It really is.
15 to 5. No answers, it feels like, for this Naga Siren whatsoever. They tried to go for this Necro pick, but it's absolutely not worked out for them.
Well, after what I'm sure was a very frustrating game, Knights now on the front foot and setting the tempo for the way they want this one to go.
All three cores farming really well. Ursa just, yeah, sure, he got his Battle Fury done. Sure, he's on his way toward BKB, but they have so many answers for him. So much chain stun and control. Waiting to see when they're going to be able to get another kill. They've only gotten those 2 Reaper sites that were successful. White Album, he's got Kaya-san's Hood, and he's actually having to build an Aeon disc next. Dude. That's how scared he is to this burst that the burst in control that Knights has.
I mean, I get it, but it also feels like it's one of those moments of like, you know, you're staying alive for what? You know, to what end? And I mean, like, maybe they need this Blink Dagger on Lion to come quicker. Maybe they need a Blink Dagger on the Tusk. It just feels like they have no agency in this game whatsoever on Ares.
Yeah. Even when they do look to find a target, they might just get full turned on because of either the Dawn ult or the BKBs that are coming out so early. Both cores now having it. Ego taking top tower, getting massive. They already feel like they don't have the answer to the Naga Siren, and he looks like he's going to be getting a heart within the next few minutes as well, too. The next time he shows, they're going to be like, oh man, that's a 2,500 HP Naga Siren.
Well, and to be fair, you do still have this mana drain, which, you know, will take out 3 of the illusions instantly, as we're going to see here in a second on TK. But they kind of need to be able to turn that into, okay, then we kill the Naga, which we haven't seen from them. You go 5-0-2 on this pesky hero.
Yeah, flawless game plan so far. Knights, and they're sticking to the recipe. Look at the map again. They're just having the DK farm Ancients and Triangle flyby. He's just sitting bottom. Brood has done less than like 240 damage to the tier 2, and yeah, there's the heart already finished up.
This'll come in handy.
So yeah, it feels like the window for the game for Ares is shrinking smaller and smaller as this game goes on. They do have Blink Lion, but are they going to be able to find anything big with it?
They need to.
They need to, yeah.
The pipe is completed now. So more ways to keep things alive. You can see TK. I mean, again, the plus side of this, like, you know, Lion pick is that he's going to get more and more farmed as these illusions levels up. And that does look like they're making a smoke play right now.
He's got the Aeon disc locked. They've now spotted it.
Can they take this fight?
Oh, Rubik's got webs.
They need to get... Oh, what?
Yep.
I've never seen that before. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Felix, he gets jumped though, able to dodge
Instant
the stun.
BKB.
And the big jump. Ulu, this is the initiation that they wanted. Alacrity has control of the Lion, and Ego gonna pop the Song of the Siren. They're all caught now.
Uh-oh, Ulu, no BKB.
In trouble, under control, the lift is there, the Enrage, the Dawn, ulti comes in. They connect now with that Celestial Hammer. Ulu in trouble, going to die. They bring down Felix Chauba pretty low, but not enough to get the kill. The spider webs to get him away. Web on web. Shegsy can't believe it. They bring down White Album. In the end, it was a buyback from Red Panda and 4 not.
And they're going to even lose more. The Brood's likely to die here too. Level 18 on Alacrity. The slow.
Oh my goodness. And the hammer, it goes out. They connect. The root is there. The spam, Felix dropping those voice lines, and GG.
They call it. Yeah.
didn't stand a chance.
Well, they tried something with the Necro pick, but I think that is the first and last Necro that we're going to see of the DPC. Is he died at 50 seconds in the game to a solo DK. I mean, that says a lot, of course, but overall, I think Knights, they set up a really nice game plan. You could see the way that they set up the map, right? It was just constantly this Dawn bottom, as we said multiple times, running around as a unit, reading the map perfectly, and yeah, for Ares, it felt very quickly that there was no game plan anymore. They picked this Necro to dominate lane. He wasn't able to dominate lane, and game just felt quite impossible.
I think that's going to be the highlight for me almost of the series, I feel like, which is super interesting, right? On one game, you have this like huge advantage that's built up for, you know, the side of White Album. Game number 2, I mean, let's just chalk it up to Necro and, you know, say whatever, this hero is like kind of whatever. But I think it was a cool adaptation that Alacrity had just to go for that stun and then find like a super hard punish with the creeps hitting onto White Album. It was nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a next level kind of play there. It's a really flashy play from a DK. I mean, if that's able to happen. But also just, yeah, the answers in what felt like in all 3 lanes, right? It felt like Ares was kind of just having to adapt. They wanted to put the line bottom, but then they're like, oh god, we have a Tusk Ursa lane. It all just felt really grim pretty quickly for the side of Aster Ares.
Fair enough. Well, the panel was mystified. Hopefully they're demystified now, which is definitely a word as we head on back to y'all.
Getting distracted by my panelists over here, but let's not be distracted from the White Album. Necro just not a matchup compared to the Alacrity Dragon Knight in mid. It was a bit of a rough game, very different to how we saw it played out in game 1 when White Album had that Ember Spirit.
Okay, he died. He died.
He did.
But,
Okay, it wasn't just that though.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's more about the rotations as well that we saw. It felt like it wasn't an efficient use of the Necro.
That's what I'm saying. So I think
That's what I'm saying.
That's
We're on
what
the
I'm
same page.
saying.
We're on the same page.
We're on the same page. What I'm saying is, yes, he died, but they brought supports mid, like the Lion and the other support Tusk, and they got a kill on the DK. And I realized in this moment, okay, this is pretty good because Necro can basically just defend his mid tower and keep that map space for them. However, what he decides to do is go bot to assist in taking the enemy safe lane tower, and I do not think that was necessary because Naga had left the lane at that point. It was just the Dawnbreaker and stuff down there. I think you could just sit mid and stay there, and what they instead do is let Dragon Knight just use his dragon form and take the tower, when what they could do is just sit there and kill him and then assess their different options.
Yeah, like I think at that point you should play like the what do we call it? Like a time game in a sense where the Broodmother will slowly chip down the enemy tower because, as you said, Naga's already left, so you don't really have to go there to help. So they end up losing their mid tower, but I think overall this mid game comes down to, so we touched on it in the draft, having Tusk, Lion as your lane supports in this game could be a bit of an issue. We saw that at least a little bit. But I think the highlight for me was the Dawn and DK pairing.
Yep.
I think it was very good in the game. We saw it multiple times. Every time they have this blink stun, follow up with the Dawn ult, they get kills. It's also the way that they killed the Broodmother the first time in the game. So I think that's what really unlocked their draft, apart from, you know, the pretty damn good laning stage where DK somehow killed Necro.
I feel like Alacrity after game 1 incredibly stepped up. Surprisingly, the mid laner who actually picks first is doing better in the lane. I think this DK pick, you needed to see him set the pace of the game. There's so much damage with Rubik and CM, and yeah, he just dictated the entire game. And sure, you take a mid tower, you lose your bot tower, but like it opens up all these rotations, and I feel like at least for Alacrity, it's going to give him some more confidence going into game 3. And we said at the very start of the game or the day, I feel like if whoever wins mid lane between White Album and Alacrity, these are 2 players that they just basically carry their team throughout the mid game. And if you're able to also not make mistakes in that mid game, it's so hard to come back. And now game 1, Ember pops off. Game 2, DK pops off. In game 3, they really need to try and shut down this mid even harder for either team.
Starting to see a little bit of a trend there about who's winning in the mid and who's winning the game overall. But as to Ares, just felt very different to game 1 in how they were utilizing the map. It almost felt as if they were lost compared to when we saw them the first time. I don't know if this is just they didn't know where to be with their lineup, or if it really was truly coming out of lanes already losing.
It's a lot harder to play this game, draft-wise. You know, as to Ares, they've gone for a skirmishing lineup, and Knights have got this super defensive lineup. So it might seem like they're lost, but it's mainly because any move they make, they know there's going to be a DK reinitiate, there's going to be some Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian, and they need to poke first. And their ability to poke in the fight is either a Tusk snowballing in, or an Ursa committing with Fury Swipes to like punish a hero. And if they're your 2 forms of poke on your lineup, there's no way you're going to be able to bait out the big spells to take it around. So I think just draft-wise, Knights adapted really nicely and just baited Asta to, come, play your style of Dota. We're just going to destroy you in the fights.
I have great news. We get to pick MVP. So you guys ready? MVP game. We're running it back. 20th time. Got one too?
So simple. Yeah,
Yeah. No, I'm
Yep.
ready. Yeah.
Kezu, yep.
sure.
I'll think about it.
We're thinking.
I got it.
Perfect. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Alacrity.
Flyby.
You said Alacrity too, right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a double Alacrity. Looks
That's
like
fair.
it's going to be an Alacrity MVP then. I mean, yeah. It is pretty fair. I feel like when we were... What was that?
It's just me like semi-cheering, but not too much, so that would throw you off, but it did throw you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Congratulations, Alacrity. We talked about you so much in the post-game, it would make no sense if we didn't pick you.
Yeah, I thought I'd be a bit cheeky and throw in a flyby at the very end, only because I realized Dawnbreaker did destroy top lane, and then Alacrity was setting up the pace, but I think Dawnbreaker was in the positions to tank and soak up these engagements, so
I
the
think-
hidden
I
MVP.
want to see more Dawnbreaker. That's all I have to say.
I
That's
agree.
fair.
This region proves that she is very much overlooked.
I do think any of us on the panel playing Dawnbreaker would have won the top lane too, just to go back to your point. I think
Oh,
the lane
Holy
was...
base, even
Anyone?
me?
Very
Even Nat?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you really including me in this
If
one?
we were behind you and told you that you buy these items, you use your spell like this, I think you would win the top lane too.
So practically, I would just be clicking the buttons.
Yeah, that's good enough
Perfect.
for me.
I like it. It's a confidence boost.
Nah, get in the mech.
I guess Knights, they prove again, even though if they lose game 1, they win game 2. We want to see a different result for Asta Ares. If you are a fan of them, they always get so close. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, as they say. But Kezu, in your eyes, what needs to be different for game 3? Do they just go back to the game 1 draft?
I think as the Ares, it's going to depend a bit on who has choice, but if I were them, I would like to take first pick and actually then ban Ricky and Rubik to try and throw off Knights from their openings, where I feel like they always win if they have Ricky or Rubik. So I think you try to put Felix on a slightly less comfortable
again.
position. Exactly. And then just worry perhaps a bit more about your last pick. So I think the reason we don't see Necros often, the hero's volatile, and you could see it
Just
in
don't run back the Necro. Don't let Felix get the Rubik. It's as simple as that. Game 3, we'll see if it happens after this break. Final series of the day, and it's game number 3 popping up on our screens between Aster, Aries, and Knights. And it is Knights having first pick. So, Keza, you said it was going to be very dependent on pick order, how these draws are going to play out. I mean, that's
Can
obvious.
I know who had choice? Is that
yeah, I
possible?
will ask production. They will whisper it in our ears.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
All right, so in regards to first pick, we've already mentioned the Ricky ban, the Rubik ban potentially, but there's still Lena.
It's a brood butter.
Yep, there it is.
Right.
They prepped it with their Naga ban, which is
Yes.
pretty good. They kind of force Aster Aries to be like, okay, what are you banning? Rubik, Lena, Brood.
It's actually a really cool drafting concept because for Knights at least, when you don't have the final ban in the phase, but you ban it. So now, like Keza just mentioned, it's that emphasis on, wait a second, what do we do? And now you need to think of what's the next hero that deals with Brood. And it goes back more to the old concept beating Brood, which is kill the Brood in lane and then rotate in. With Naga, you basically just pressure the Brood in lane, can kill, and you need no one to rotate in. That's why it's so S tier as a counter.
Well, then how are we going to see Aster, Aries having their opening picks? Would you like 2 supports, a flex, and a support?
I mean, I could see...
They've been closing out with a carry a lot, actually.
I could see them go with like a open core plus support that answers the Brood, like anything like Kunkka plus range hero. I don't know if that's something they would want, or Mars plus range. Okay, this works actually. This fits even better than any of the ones I was saying.
Ooh,
this
okay.
can lane into Brood. I think we've seen this a few times at TI, if I'm not mistaken, this exact matchup. You lane into it, even if you don't lane into it, you can later swap the lanes as an offlaner, lane against it with the hammer. We saw it in the last game. You can aggressively ulti into it. So yeah, this is great. Very nice response.
By the way, the answer to your question, I believe it was Aster, Aries had priority.
Okay, and they
Wanted
Probably
second
took
pick.
second pick. Yeah.
Understood.
I think now I just want to see Knights pick something with a stun. I just think Dawnbreaker as a core loses so much damage when she can't use Starbreaker. And I think Lion was not a good reaction last game because it just doesn't do anything. It's a very weak support in my opinion, and it wasn't the right game for it. But there are other heroes with better stuns and are better heroes.
Such as?
Don't ask me that. Don't put me on
Okay,
the spot.
such as Kazoo.
I mean, Snapfire.
All right, such as
Snapfire, Hoodwink.
Such as Tigo.
Hoodwink, yeah.
It depends what route you want to go. I think you either just disengage from the Solar Guardian, or you can go for like the Silence Eruption, just global when she does that. But I don't really like that option. I think it's a bit one-dimensional. So
Woo!
yeah, perfect.
Holy sheesh.
There's the
Lafferty
Puck.
Puck.
Yep. Exactly what I was mentioning in regards to that disengage.
He
Puck is
really
one of the
wanted
heroes that independently can do enough damage to cause the team to go, yo, Solar Guardian save me, Puck disengages, and then they fight after. So I'm happy we see it. I love the instant DK ban. I was mentioned that in the pre-show. This is going to be a big matchup, I think, in this series. We saw it in the last game as well. And yeah, so far, Knights are hitting some comfort picks at least.
Yeah, and they don't have second pick, so it's completely fine to just pick 2 cores here. You're not going to get counter picked anyway on the next phase, so what's the point of really holding it? You can just ban them, protect them now, which they're going to do with their Ember and DK.
What else do they need to ban for Mr. Puck?
They already have an instant lift on the Rubik, so it's like you kind of already playing into some way of them catching you. So just more lockdown maybe ban. I don't know what it could be. Maybe some Pango could be really annoying to play against for both of these heroes. Like if Pango gets a blink, he's going to be able to just catch Puck off guard.
I think Kunkka's a very good option. I think against Puck, you just want mid CSs that can punish you, get the denies up. Pango is pretty good as well. Just better for the game, I'd say. But yeah, for at least securing the lane, at least you already see DK Ember. A lot of respect towards White Album, and yeah, I feel like any of these, that's Kunkka ban.
Off the top of your head, do you remember how many times Alacrity's played Puck?
3 times.
No.
Well, then he's the only Puck picker because Puck's been picked 3 times, 100% win rate. Damn.
I think it's like KDA on, other than one game where he had maybe 6 deaths, I think it's like something disgusting, like 25, 7, and like 50 or something. And that's just me really guessing, but I know the last time he played it before he had that one, harder game, I think it was like 22 and something. So yeah, he's had some incredible Puck games, and right now, I think, again, he picked it with quite confidence. He doesn't really care about these 2 heroes. There are sometimes moments that Rubik can precast the lift, but they do need to pick some reliable stuns after here after this part of the phase to at least punish him a little bit.
And you want it preferably in your pos 5, is what you guys would be looking for it to be in?
ideally I'd want it in a core role and 5. Core so that you can itemize, so you can always secure yourself entering the fight to hit that stun. If you solely put it on position 5, if you have a bad game or lane and you don't have the economy, then it's hard to reliably utilize that stun to set up, especially when Puck's got some Sanj and Kaya, Blink, A on disc. It's like, how do you ever catch this hero?
True.
I think for Asta Ares, I'd like to see probably a disruptor, because I was thinking about other heroes that deal with things like Puck, which is like your Skyroth mages and stuff, but they're so bad against the Broodmother. I think you need to pick something that kind of stand on its own or win lanes. The CM is just going to be paired with a carry and should... Okay, this is what I'm saying. CM should destroy Brood. Last game really upset me because
I don't know what happened.
Naga and CM lost to Brood. How the hell did that happen?
It's because if in the lane they had the 4 position had prevented a lot of pulls, and Naga was pushing the wave out naturally, and Brood was able to keep it in front of her tower. So there was never the chase down that you get. So they were just able to keep it in front of their offlane tower and just keep the wave somewhat static on the Brood. So then you didn't get the kill for it from those heroes.
So it was support error.
I mean...
I feel like Naga must have missed quite a bit of CS. I feel like even if you push in the lane, you're supposed to be a bit closer, but... Oh. Okay, so I like the response from Knights. At least I think the Hoodwink is always nice. Like when you play these pucks, you have a lot of lockdown, but you need heroes that actually like dish out some damage in your coil, right? Hoodwink, Snap are like probably the first ones that come to mind. Second phase, Treant. Okay, I mean, it's obviously a good hero. I don't think it's incredible yet in this game. I think a lot of these heroes don't really care too much when it, comes to your hero. But it's solid.
Just solid. As Ares want to close out, do you think they should pick up their carry here, or knowing their mid matchup, go for that?
I would kind of like for them to pick their mid, not only because I think you need to address the puck in some way, but it also allows you to keep the Dawnbreaker open between 1 and 3.
Oh, true.
Most likely it is an offlaner.
I didn't even think about that.
So they go with the bat, which is a matchup that at least in mid lane I've seen.
It's somewhat 50-50.
Yeah, like I've seen it can swing into the bat's favor. I've seen it, but most often it is pretty even. But I think like this is what their draft needed. They have once again this hero that can go in, Dawnbreaker who can follow up, and it answers the puck throughout the game. So I think it's very good for them.
Hasn't it got amazing matchups versus everyone except Puck as well? Like you're just playing against 3 heroes that play mobility ththrough trees, and Batrider is able to follow them with his Firefly, he's able to give vision with his Sticky. He causes so many problems for all of those heroes.
Yeah. When I was coaching Helber Smashes a little bit ago, it was back when Stormstormer played before he joined Gladiators. He'd always call for the puck into Batrider. As a Batrider specialist, he would always say anyone that can disjoint away from Flame Break and also just survive that early tower dive that you want to get, it really prevents Bat from entering the game with early kills. And when Batrider naturally wants to look towards side lane, Puck is the hero that always has resources to punish you, TP into tower and coil, and before BKB, if you aren't able to really have a threat on the map, the pick doesn't feel as powerful. So I think there is maybe a lot of emphasis on Astaris to bring supports to mid. If they do punish Puck, they need to do it with supports with no orb, get the kill, and then kind of catapult into the game. So it's less of a 1v1 kind of mid vacuum, and now how the rest of the heroes play out into the game. Yeah, so it's gonna, again, I feel like mid's been so important for me in this series to look at, and now you have 2 heroes that can somewhat go even, and they now need the help to kind of overwhelm this mid lane.
I really don't like Aster Ares' like support duo for killing Puck. Like I am the only thing that concerns me in this game is how good Alacrity is at the hero and how little they have to jump him outside of a lift. Because Bat's not gonna go blink. Usually on core you don't buy these items.
I kind of agree. I think the support duos, the CM is gonna hopefully help them, like with the tempo, right? It's gonna help the Dawn to lane and maybe the Bat too. So I think the main aspect of why they picked it was for that.
Yeah.
I'm now like looking at this last pick for Aster Ares. So I think that they need a carry. Spectre has been banned out, which would probably have been the go-to. Ursa too. Slark is out because I think now you want more. You want another core that also goes in. Batrider wants to like go in, grab a dude. You have the same with Dawn. They all kind of rely on each other.
Furion is kind of the option. I mean, it's not as great in lane. I mean, it's going to do relatively okay against Brood in lane, but when she hits 6, you have no one to go there, so Dawn will have to rotate in. But I feel like they need that hero that can just want to fight with the team. And so it's going to be Dawn carry. Okay, fair enough. I mean, they now have 2 side lanes that can deal with Brood. It is going to be a Dawn carry, and for Aster Ares at least, they don't have this tower hitter, so it's all about taking presence on the map, finding the kills and punishing them, and they have multiple forms of jump now to find this drow. it's a lot of skirmish, it's a lot of fight, but they need to be able to execute up to the point where they kill them to then hit high ground. It's not going to be as simple as we can force you back to base with hitting a tier 3. A lot of kills needed for Aster Aries to win this game.
I don't know if he will do it, but if Mars went Yules this game, it would be so friggin' cool. Because you can Yules and then throw the spear, and the spear, if it's in the hitbox when they drop down from the Yules, it will just spear them. It's a great way to catch a hero like Puck.
I'm actually having a hard time deciding which draft I like more, but I feel like that eventually...
Who's gonna win mid instead? Fresh question.
White Album will win mid.
Okay.
But Knights will win the game.
There we go.
Oh,
Alacrity
right.
will win mid. But Aster Aries will, no, I'm joking. How can you go against Alacrity, Puck? That's all I'll say.
They will run into damage
fair.
issues. That's my problem.
Okay. I like hearing what you guys have to say, but I like hearing what our casters have to say more. It's lyrical and folk.
Thank you so much, Nat. Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
here.
That's
That
praise.
was
That's
a
great.
nice
Thank you, Nat.
praise. they talk really nicely over there at the panel. I hear they do that for a living.
Yeah, well, I guess we kind of do too, but that's okay.
We're getting into this game number 3 now. One way, very much in the game number 1 into the favor of Aster Aries. Game number 2, completely looking Knights. Game number 3, often that means that we get a good one. We get like a crazy back and forth type game. Do you sort of see that in the cards here, or are you sort of with the panel feeling like Knights has it here?
I like Knights' draft overall more. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that they asked. We were even talking back here, like maybe they do switch the Dawn to carry and they pick something else. So they do end up doing that. But yeah, I feel like I like the last point that Kazu made. I think some damage issues might start getting to some point. So I think they have to play really fast, play really aggressive. I think if we see them make too many mistakes, I think there's a lineup that can't actually look to make too many mistakes, because I think those are going to be way more impactful because they don't really have this incredible kind of scaling comparison versus that Drow. But maybe we get surprised, because Dawn has looked really good in this region. Maybe even as a carry it can still work, and they did kind of steal an idea, I guess you could say, of the way that Knights played last time with the Brood. You know, now they have the Dawn versus that Brood as well too, so they can play fast around the map perhaps.
Right, and a hero that is very competent at, joining in after a Mars arena gets dropped down, or there's a really good lasso, or whatever it is that ends up happening. But it's interesting to think about a little bit more, because again, you come into that last pick, and there were a couple of different options. You could have gone for something in the Southeast Asia style of a Monkey King, or obviously Spectre was banned, but those types of heroes, and instead, Aries say, you know what, we're going to double down on initiation, give ourselves kind of a new win condition, which is this Dawnbreaker finding the Drow, and I mean, we'll see how it works out. Two of the things that Drow has in her kit to get away from people, the Hurricane Pike and also that, Gust, not going to be effective against the Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker with, Shard is going on.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it all goes. See, especially how these lanes are going to end up playing out. How the bottom lane is really going to go is what I'm watching. Are they going to be able to bully a Drow plus Tree?
Yeah.
This is a really strong lane. Sure, they've got a Rubik and Mars, which has been, any lane with Rubik feels like it's just been godly as what?
Dude, Felix, he's been having a great season overall.
That's the ward.
Yeah.
That was the mid ward. He didn't take it. We've seen that happen quite a bit of times too, but getting rid of the courier right off the bat, that's an excellent start there for the side of Knights, and looks like it is 3 runes as well for them, so bit of a gold advantage. So 25 each from the courier and 40 each from all those runes. Nice.
Yeah,
nice start.
And, coming in as the clear favorites in this one were Knights, having taken down, I think Nat was talking about the opening of the series, taking down all of the same opponents that Aries has played against and hadn't been able to get a victory against. If they can come away with the win here, it would be a really big turnaround, particularly after what happened in that game number 1. So we'll have to watch and wait and see what it is that ends up happening. And talk to me a little bit about this Dawnbreaker carry. Is it pretty much a very similar build to what you see out of the position 3, just with a little bit more farm?
A little bit more farm and a little slight item deviation, right? I think it was Duraccio who was the one who's doing it a lot last year, and you go the Deso build, right? So you just have this explosive timing with your Starbreaker. But we'll see if that is the case, because I haven't been able to see it since... I don't think I've seen a carry Dawn, actually. Maybe I've seen one since it was played so much last year, but it's mostly just played as offlane, so we'll see what the build will be. Probably just phase Falcon Blade, and then depending on how game is going, he'll decide which next item he wants to go for, because Shard is also super valuable this game, right? Versus Puck, you get coiled, you click Starbreaker, and it actually dispels the coil off of yourself, so we'll see how Ulu feels and how the game state is.
Yeah, for everybody that hasn't seen that before, it's one of the dumber interactions in Dota, particularly if you're a puck player, but really nice if you're a Dawnbreaker player. And the other big switch up that we saw was this matchup down bottom of the Mars facing off against the Drow. So obviously, Arena eats up those regular right clicks, but you can go for the good old multi-shot through the Arena if you manage to find an avenue for it.
Yeah, and they have great defensive potential here for Ego. We already see XCJ even using Leech Seed off creeps just to keep Ego nice and healthy so they can keep just getting these last hits versus this Mars and Rubik. Good tree.
So far, trading hits a lot, but not always able to get the last hits on these creeps here. It's a little bit close on it.
Yeah, we'll be able to get most of those last finishers. As he's doing, I mean, so much harassment down here. You actually see even the Mars has gone for the Bulwark just to absorb some of these hits from the Drow and still getting bullied a lot. They're down to 1 Tangle left down here on the Dire side.
No, that's a lot of pressure, man. And yeah, has to bring in the mangoes into his inventory for TK to try and survive. They're also simultaneously going and unblocking the camp for XCJ. Can't really even bully them that hard when they move on over to the side and keep the tree out of the lane.
Yeah, now the lane that we haven't really gotten to touch on is the big lane, right? From both games, this was the lane that kind of felt like it determined so much of the pacing of the game. Alacrity versus White Album. Alacrity playing his signature puck. A good matchup versus Batrider for, honestly, all stages of the game. You have so many ways to play around, disrupt the Batrider from getting initiations. Until the Bat has BKB, the game is actually so difficult for White Album, it does feel. And Alacrity, 17-6 already, 18-6 even, versus that 12-3, off to a great start.
Yeah, having a much better time of it. And, you know, you can see that he can play even a little bit aggressive here onto him whenever he wants to.
He's so confident in these type of matchups. Even buys the gloves a haste early on. Doesn't need the bottle since he's got all those stick charges from the Batrider, and he's just harassing him back. So White Album will never be able to go for an aggressive play as top.
Felix is going to fall. Yeah, I've seen something there that Alacrity's doing against the Bat that I've never seen before. He's phase shifting the sticky napalms, so it's not getting the full stack up there either. He's getting like 2 or so, and then he's able to back away and, you know, not get under fire.
Yeah, these are lane monsters, as we like to call them, these players. 12k MMR plus, I think on both of them, if I'm not mistaken. Spot him. Steps up a bit far.
The spear tries to get away. XCJ on the case, and they will get a stun, but TK now, he's the one that's going to be eating the brunt of it. So tries to get out of there, but it's not going to happen.
That's even with a Gust skilled level at level 2. That's actually really interesting, not going for the multi-shot early on. Just wanting some type of protection, I guess, which now they have so many ways to keep this Drow alive.
Yeah, double Wraith Band too, just maxing out these stats down here. Ego's going to have a really good game, it feels like. And likewise, top, we saw that kill that happened onto the Hoodwink. It feels like Ulu is going to have a pretty good time too. Already has that Falcon Blade dud, but the rotation moving in, finding White Album. Got him there, the orb, claiming it. No,
he's got stick.
Close enough.
Stick Fairy Fire. They don't want to go for a dive play and get turned on. But yeah, feels like the start to the game right now already for Knights is feeling fantastic, especially with that Drow lineup, with this puck having such an excellent start too. Ulu feels like he's going to have to be that saving grace for his team in this mid game after we see all these lanes already going off. Bottom again.
In trouble. Shanxi gets hit, gets slowed. Ego. I mean, even if they don't get the kill, there's so much pressure being put on, and Flyby having a much tougher time of it. Jeep was talking about the CM versus Broodmother matchup, and this is what you've anticipated seeing. Tries to get out of there. One more hit.
Nuke.
Red Panda, he got him.
Nicely done.
Snipe.
All right, yeah, this is the big winner lane here for the side of Ares, so gonna have to have a really explosive start to be able to help these lanes and make those aggressive plays with that Dawn ult. It's going to be online really early because of these kills, so that could be the thing that opens up and gives that Mars a little bit better space. They set up onto the Drow, a big Dawn ult comes in so early on. Probably why we see Ego going for that early point in Gust. Usually we've been seeing most of them taking it at 5 anyway, but just wanting to have that defensive capability as Rune, on bottom,
goes for it there. And Alacrity, it's a DD for TK. XCJ trading hits with them, but you look at how hard that Rubik hits now. It's got to get out of harm's way.
Oh my, double bounty rune too.
Mew pew, and he's away.
Okay, can't quite get more aggressive there. All right.
So we were talking a little bit about the struggles that Brood's having up top, but if we're honest, he's actually having a slightly better time than this Mars has been. You know, Mars hasn't gone down yet, hasn't died, but a lot of denies in his face, and of course the slight gold lead into the favor of Brood, but not by a huge margin. Is feeling like he's right on the edge constantly for this Mars.
Flyby's been really good on his Broodmother, so the lane, it's bound to be difficult versus this Dawn and CM as Felix gets deleted as well, too, from Ulu. Should have ways for recovery outlet.
Alacrity wanting to make something of this here, but yeah, as soon as they back away, he realizes he can't make that move.
They're really tanky. It's a 1200 HP Dawnbreaker. He'd have to just settle for a Crystal Maiden kill, but looks like he's lingering top, perhaps for a bottle fill.
And yeah, bottle fill
Radiant's middle tower is under
comes
attack.
in. Does he stick around that much longer? He also got treads.
He doesn't want to give that lane to the bat for so long. I think he
Okay.
knows that he's doing excellent versus White Album.
Yeah, he's actually almost 1,000 gold ahead of him. Wow. That's pretty big.
Yeah, and they can make easy rotations when Coil is up. If they have like 2 heroes and the Bat Rider's pushed up too far. Right now, a little tanky. Does have the raindrop in that wand finished up, so he can't go for the solo, but if he brings his support in, easy for Alacrity to perhaps set up onto White Album.
Yeah.
Oh, attacked his own ward. Whoopsie.
That happens.
If Alacrity saw that, he knows there's a ward there, because he has vision on the high ground, so it could be a quick D-ward if he was quick to see it.
Phase boots completed now for the Dawn. On top of that Falcon Blade.
He's
Felix
6 too.
Moves in, gets the silence, gonna orb down south, recognizing the wards in that area.
But TK's there already for the rune, so we'll be able to give it to White Album. Nicely done from the side of Aster Ares. Knowing that the lanes aren't going perfectly for them, 2 of those definitely suffering, but double checking runes to make sure that the puck can't pop off on rune control.
Right. Does again leave the Mars alone down here bottom, and he's getting close to level 6 actually. So level 6 is on offlaners. The
They
next
could get
big
ego
thing to watch for.
They got the Dawn ult. It's coming.
They immediately jump in, find him there, but the stun didn't connect.
Pulls him
Guts
out.
to push away, and the coil, the rotation, Alacrity buying time for his carry to
3
get out.
minutes
Look at the hoodwink! Oh, it's connected. White Album trying to make this play happen, and it will be enough with the spear coming through to find the kill. They use the coil now, but Alacrity, he's still right on top of White Album with the damage coming in. The hoodwink there, it's a double kill for XCJ of all people.
Ooh, bit of a mess up there. Spell usage by Aster Ares, not the cleanest. The spear, it pushes him to the tree, which actually doesn't let that whole Dawn ult connect all that damage, the stun either. And they have time for the puck to respond. And then a wasted lasso. Trying to go for a tree, but it's a tanky tree with backup. Quick rotation. Knights, they saw it coming, and Felix, a gorgeous bushwhack onto 3.
Yeah, only 2 points in that. You start thinking about if that was 1 level higher, maybe you're actually killing everybody off and well. Red Panda kind of left alone now. They turn on to him, but with the Dawnbreaker moving into position, Flyby in some trouble. Don't quite manage to get the kill, and well, he's coming to snipe off Red Panda again.
No mana.
He's in trouble. Flyby, oh, it's gonna get dropped. TK kills him off. So a little bit exuberant there on the Broodmother, and gets punished.
But seeing that mid differential, as we said, this has kind of been the dictator of both games. Who's able to dominate early game? It's 1,400 gold difference between Alacrity and White Album, and now Alacrity even finds a power rune.
Yeah, that arcane is nice.
Yeah. And meanwhile, I'm seeing Felix. I think he's got a couple stacks also prepared in the jungle to boost up Alacrity even more so. As Drow now goes to jungle, they give the tree the lane, so now much harder for them to utilize this Mars ult and Dawn ult to be able to try to pressure this Drow Ranger. Knights looking good in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, you're still incredibly farmed with the Dawnbreaker. You look at the net worth, it's top of the marks, but you can sort of see that there could be some issues there. And particularly, I feel like if they wanted to make a rotation, this would be a good time to try and kill Ulu.
It looks like it's going to be a really different item build coming out from Ulu. Is he maybe going for like an armlet? He's got a Gloves of Haste coming out.
Wait, what?
Isn't it? It's an armlet or Midas, right? So, all right, interesting there from Ulu. Maybe feeling like they are starting to fall behind and want some Midas for some recovery outlet. I haven't seen Armlet Dawnbreaker since the hero first got added, so curious to see what build it's going to be. That just means it's not Deso, it's not that early Shard or BKB kind of timing.
I feel like Midas is a trap, if I'm
Yeah.
gonna be real.
Coil.
And gonna break that one. They have Overgrowth, they have Bushwhack, they have everything. Dawnbreaker ulti coming in, he's in trouble.
That's
Ulu
aggressive.
sticks around and wants to go now. They'll find XCJ. They brought numbers for the rest of Ares, so he's gonna be safe.
Good steal there, instantly from TK, gets the overgrowth, so perhaps that can be something that lets him get a further catch.
I was thinking that Knights would have more numbers nearby, and with that Alacrity puck could have turned onto him.
I think they're okay with this kind of thing happening, right? Because they lose a tree, but now Flyby, he's not playing versus the Dawn in lane, so he can now start to take out that top tower.
Yeah.
And a quick smoke. The Arcane Rune was used before that coil, so it's going to be back up in about 10 seconds. They want to try to find White Album.
This would be a really nice kill for them.
And it's right around another power rune, too.
And moves on in. It's up top. It's a regen. White Album retreating back to the jungle. And, well, with that movement, Knights... I mean, that's the thing, right? They saw Alacrity go down there. They saw the coil. And, well, it looks like it doesn't matter. They still get the kill onto TK.
Instantly going to get dewarded, though.
Yeah.
Felix does give that one away. But now, top, Flyby's alive. And Alacrity, he's actually found the stacks. He sees a double stack around Hardcamp, and now they've seen that triple stack Ancient that was prepped. Difficult for them to really take this one away, but at least they know that it's there, so perhaps they could look to contest when Ares looks to start clearing that one out. 2K lead already, and that's not the way that Ares' draft is meant to play. They want to be playing with this gold lead advantage with the way that they've set up their Dawnbreaker carry, Mars offlane, and Bat. This is not a lineup that wants to be able to just play behind. They want to be playing ahead and setting the tempo themselves.
It does look like it's going to be the Armlet Dawnbreaker.
Okay,
so
thank God.
Yeah, like if it's Midas, it's GG time, right?
Yeah,
but
not a fan.
I think that this Armlet has some potential here. And like, you know, you talk about those stacks, for instance. You can definitely take those a lot quicker with the Armlet.
It also gives him just like that plus raw armor versus Drow Ranger that sometimes I think people sometimes will forget about.
Felix, he finds one. Red Panda taking damage. Alacrity trying to get the finish here. Drops the coil. Gets out. Quick and easy blow up. But Mars, the combo. They're right on top of him. They get 2 kills in exchange for that CM. It cost a lot, but well worth it.
Yeah, now they got to turn it into something else. Well, they need to push the bottom tower out of it. Because it's going to be quick respawns, 20 seconds for the puck.
Get the courier kill. XCJ won't get caught by that spear. They want to try and keep this tower alive. Have 2 points in the living armor, but Bat Rider is going to TP in on this. They find XCJ, and Harry say, enough of your nonsense. We're bringing numbers. We're taking buildings.
I love that rotation from the Bat. I think it's exactly what they need to do to just keep that pace up so they use those ultis at their maximum to hit these towers. Nicely done from Ares. Still 2K lead there for Knights, but bringing things back onto their side
And
slightly.
you can see the response. Knights say, okay, you take that tower, we're going to run mid. Claiming this one.
If you use Dawn ult and Mars ult, we're ready to fight. We're ready to bring the action to you.
Alacrity has already finished off now that Witchblade that he's been working on for a little while. So more armor, more potential to fight around the map there. Going to clear through a few more of these stacks that were built up too.
Yeah, White Album, that stack was made for him, so he'll be nicely enabled after being slowed down a little bit in the laning phase. So BKB timing still should be decent, not amazing. We do sometimes see these bats have like bots BKB at 15 minutes. That's not going to be the case this game, but finding themselves a little window as Alacrity, another Arcane Rune ready on him.
Lots of heroes heading in that side. And you can see White Album here mid, trying to build into that Blink Dagger, actually.
Oh.
So a little bit of a change-up again. You know,
Okay.
similar to the Dawnbreaker going for this Armlet. It feels like a faster-paced fighting tempo game is what Ares are looking for.
Getting on, like, trying to find the Drow and stuff like that, I guess, too. I haven't seen a Blink first item bat after bots in I don't even know how long. Maybe a year or two or something like that. It almost always is the BKB just so they don't run out of steam. Because if you go this build, you have 1 or 2 rotations that don't work out for you, you're just completely shut down. So White Album, it's a risky play, but let's see if it's going to pay off for him.
Yeah, and they also have the Blink Dagger on the Mars, so sort of doubling down on this initiation and trying to find that Drow. If they do manage to find her, it's pretty big. Now, XCJ, he's going to have to hide off through the trees. They went for the jump onto him, aren't going to be able to connect. Top lane, maybe?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Gets the ulti dropped onto him, and that's going to be an easy one.
That is a lot of commitment, though. Those 2 big ults being dropped down. Alacrity waiting patiently to go. Instant lift, but he's okay.
Follow-up's not there. Rooted, but they can't get the spear. So, yeah, another kill and showing the prowess of this lineup right now, but they finish off the pipe on the Brood. It does feel like it's sort of getting into that weird territory with Tier 1 towers taken down. you know, what's the route that Knights want to go? Do they want to try and just farm up to their next items? Are they looking to remain aggressive?
Ego's still getting all this free farm, so I think they still want to be pulling the attention away from this Drow Ranger constantly, so probably want to keep playing aggressive with their other 4. Being said, though, are they going to be able to take advantage of the downtime? That Mars ult being used, that Dawn ult being used. Yeah, we do see more itemization being queued up. Ulu, Shard was purchased right away, so definitely recognizing. Versus Puck, versus Tree, it's one of the better answers.
Has a way to stay alive through those ones.
Quick little dispels, of course. So,
and he's going for the Satanic next into Nullifier.
Okay, I mean, he's got his build prepared.
It's interesting. I mean, Starbreaker is going to do a ton of damage, and Satanic Starbreaker is just a full heal. White Album tries to get out. Do they have enough damage? Oh my goodness.
That Shard on Drow, I don't think he expected it to do that much onto him on the bat. That was very close. If he goes 12, that's a kill for sure.
Yeah.
So fortunate there, White Album's able to survive.
But I think also speaking to the problem that you're talking about, right? Like, you know, he just has the Overaxe in his backpack right now. If Batrider doesn't manage to find a couple of these kills, could fall a little bit behind.
And it's just, there's still no pressure onto Ego. He's just having free farm. But we are seeing Ulu farming better. 800 gold ahead of his counterpart. Just been able to keep it up as level 12 is hit. Ults are back online, so I feel like for Ares, there was no time wasted. They used their ults. Knights didn't punish it at all, and now Ares could look to get another big catch.
Trying to hunt into the area, and well, they ping exactly where Ego is, but he is retreating back behind the tier 2 tower now, recognizing the danger that could be coming his way. And well, no chance here for Ares to find a punish. I believe that's a courier bringing on out. Is that a mech for the Rubik? It is.
I think it is, yeah, TK. Been able to quietly farm up a storm. All right, so they have a mech advantage over their counterparts here, only for a couple seconds though. We are going to see the Brood finish it very soon after he has his pipe. Can they finish off this tower? They want to get a kill before they show themselves, but not going to be the case, so gonna have to just show themselves onto mid.
Sending out the Brood Spiders to scout across the map too.
Oh, and look at this. Of course, Ego, he finds the Grove Bow. There's a Drow in the game and a Puck, so it's got to, you know, Gaben just has to bless them with that item every single time, it feels like. Is the push top, Red Panda in a very dangerous spot.
They get the silence onto him. They get the combo. Stolen Illusory Orb. Leashed. Chase.
White Album.
Back.
He's committing.
He's right onto one. He finds him.
Instant root.
They have enough damage, though. Alacrity tries to get out of there. The combo, but he got him for the lift. Dead instantly. They bring in Ego, though. Look at this damage coming out. The hypothermia. It blows up onto one, trying to find another. Ares, they're just getting melted. Oh, Ego, he does way too much damage on this Drow Ranger. Ulu cannot get on top of him, trying to arm a toggle for all he's worth.
Bounce.
But Ego just came in and started ripping him to shreds. A couple more hits onto TK. We've got to look at this Drow's damage at the end of this fight. We'll jump away, but it's going to be a dead TK.
He did, I think like 5,000 damage, it feels like, or something in this fight. Let's take a look. 5,500, holy crap, at 20 minutes on a Drow. What a timing to show up to the fight. It looked beautiful for Ares. They connected perfectly. Alacrity panicked, jumped to the opposite side of the arena, but was already pretty much dead. But man, what a moment. Look at the Drow running. Like, it couldn't have been at a better time for Ego to show up.
And it speaks to what you were talking about earlier, of like when all the big ultis are down, Drow reigns supreme.
Yeah.
And all the ultis got used at the start of the fight. The end of the fight, they didn't have any left over.
I look at, oh my god, like, I don't think I've ever seen a better setup there for multi-shot. Literally everyone just getting plowed, getting destroyed by the hypothermia that he picks up early. That was picture perfect for Ego.
Unreal. And, you know, the split out there after, they've got way too much damage on this Drow.
Still not bad for Ares to get all these like initial kills, but yeah, the Drow having such a good game is going to be problematic for them to just get on top of her. Ulu still has really good farm though. He's going to be having that Satanic really early on, but Ego also having that phenomenal start.
Well, in the hypothermia, it's just regeneration that it reduces as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So it's not a lifesteal thing.
No.
So the Satanic is still going to be quite strong. You can see here, though, Dota Plus win probability up to 68% right now. So they're going to need to get a Scotty or a Shivas or something else to help deal with that Satanic from the Dawn.
Well, it still works the same way. If he gets, if he has, it takes longer to get the stacks though,
Got
right?
it, got it,
If he
got
gets
it.
like the
Okay.
7 stacks, then it's going to be a 70% reduction, but that's a lot of hits.
Yeah.
Of course, but he is probably going to have to hit that Dawnbreaker a lot because of how tanky she is to be able to get it, but that means that she also explodes, right? So
True.
We saw there how many stacks he had. I think he had 7 stacks on multiple heroes there, so we saw like the 400 burst damage that comes out from it. So still only a 1k lead though for Knights.
Yeah.
Aries doing a very good job of just keeping this game very close.
Well, and you know, you imagine how different that looks if Drow is one of the people that's caught in that arena. She just blows up too. So it feels like this is, as many of these games have turned out to be, a factor of vision, you know, initiation, who it is that actually gets that jump. And with a Bat Rider draft, you know, you imagine you have some of it, but then you've got these sneaky little heroes on the side of Knights.
3 of them, right? The 3 annoying heroes that can play in tree lines and constantly be hunting. I mean, even kind of 4 of them, because the puck also can do some tricky stuff.
Look at the spider spam. Like,
yeah,
it's just some map hacks turned on right there. It's craziness. As Ulu, he is how close now? Almost at that Satanic.
Super farmed.
Unbelievable.
If he can survive long enough, if they can, they need to just be able to get on the Drow is the thing, right? They need to be able to find Ego and get him inside of that big combo. Ego, though, I like that he's going for this really early on, going straight for BKB next, so then even if he is caught inside of it, we'll have some ways to get out of that Mars ult, reset his positioning, perhaps. Closest game that we've had here so far, though, with the series. The last 2, like we said, very one-sided either way. This time, still looks like anybody can take it.
Right. BKB soon to be online for Drow. Just hitting really hard. And, well, Aries, I think, again, does the game plan change at all? Because what we've seen 2 or 3 times in a row is just Mars Arena into Dawnbreaker ulti. Do you ever want to bring the Dawnbreaker in first and like let her be a part of the fight to begin with? Or do you have to sort of, you know, set it up where you're finding these other heroes to initiate?
I think you probably just set it up. When you have the double blinks, when you have the Bat going for blink, you just use that Dawn from elsewhere. So now BKB timing, though. Bat and Mars BKB. Same time, though, Knights looking to fight. They have a blink on Tree, so sure there's BKBs on Ares, but they can still get caught by this overgrowth.
Felix pops it up. They blink away. Shanxi looking for a moment here. A bottled invis for Alacrity.
Who are they going to find?
A ton of vision around.
Wait, what the
heck just happened?
What just happened with the bounty runes? Wait, was there actually like 9 bounty runes?
There's no way that, no.
Was that a bug?
I
Did they
think
all
there's a
attack
bug.
at the same time? And
Yeah,
it looked like
so.
it killed. Wait, what the heck? We got a replay. What the heck did I just? There's no way that there was 10 bounty runes. Just, that's more than even existed. Yeah, okay. We'll say it was the spiders getting like a multi-hit onto a bounty. That was weird.
I just report it. There it is.
Bug found. Bug fixed.
They're arachnids. Yeah, nice.
True.
Come on now. 12 to 12.
Ooh, double smoke.
It hurts a little bit. And White Album.
Ooh.
They see him.
He's got BKB, though.
Do they decide to go? Felix tries to find that bushwhack. Not going to be there. They still have full vision in that area with all of those spiders down. And you can see Ares really struggling to deal with, you know, just everything that those spiders give them.
Yeah, the vision control, even chasing couriers. I'm seeing a little spider hit a courier for 17 damage. Can't quite bring it down, but gives information. When they see those couriers flying over, on top of them having these wards here, they know exactly the positioning of Ares. So, is Ares going to be able to get this snag, get this grab? It's been staying very close, but Ares, they have to be still very clean. I feel like their lineup still relies on just not making too many mistakes, because that's where the Drow is just going to be able to thrive. Have to get some big connections. That's why you see them being so careful with their ults.
And, you know, Ares have done a really good job also of keeping, you know, even on this farm, in spite of losing out on what feels like a couple of these key moments. And, you know, having a free farm Drow and all the rest of it. You look at Ulu, Satanic done. He's got so much on this Dawnbreaker.
And he's got Blink now, so he has an avenue to be able to commit onto this Drow Ranger, perhaps. As top, Felix just gets the lasso.
And an easy bring down.
Ooh, even stolen sharpshooter. It's
That
a level
is
2 one
good.
as well, too. That is a lot of damage for a Rubik.
The charge up time is still the same on that, right? I'm not crazy. Okay. A big win for him with the Greaves completed. So Greaves and Pipe done on Brood, queuing up the Lotus Orb after. But like we said, as often happens in these games, you have one stomp one way, one stomp the other way, and then game 3 becomes a lot more contentious.
It's been that for quite some time now. Lasso on cooldown 70 seconds. Is Knights able to take advantage of that at all? Right now it's just been a bit quiet from them, sitting back and just farming. Scared to really take fights into this enormous amount of team fight that we've seen Ares have.
Oh, Brood has actually bought the point booster. Oh, so more ways to try and control the vision.
Okay, that's interesting.
Panda.
I was hoping to see that we get to see the spider thing.
Yeah.
Spider thing again. I'm pretty sure we're right about that, but
there's no way there were like a bunch of
no. Can't be
there.
Especially not that many.
Shanxi
Fly by.
Has the spear, but the spiders come out. He has to back away. So controlling this area of the map, controlling the outposts, definitely an important thing to keep on for the side of both of these teams.
Yep. Next fight, likely to dictate who's going to get that Roshan, and Ares is honestly, they're shrinking the gold lead. It was 2K down to 1. Dota buff still favoring Knights for this Drow lineup, but Ares doing a good job of keeping it very contested here.
Oh, that's a nice one. Enchanted Quiver. He's actually going to keep the Elven Tunic, though.
Yeah. Did he give the... Oh, they're actually not holding the Growth Bow on anyone, huh? Cool.
Yeah.
Don't see that too often.
Going for the Lincoln Sphere, too, on Ego. He's almost got that one completed.
Yeah, so just trying not to get lassoed.
Yeah. Alacrity will push out these side lanes.
Also going Lincolns.
Yeah. I mean, to deal with... Wait, is that CM multi?
Probably.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Red Panda killing spiders.
Not going to get a good one off in the fights, and the game has slowed down to the point where they are just playing an economy game. So
yeah,
sure, why not?
Makes sense.
Big rune down bottom. Arcane. Ares, they do have everything back up again. They've got this lasso at the ready for White Album. They're maybe even looking to get a catch, and they're setting up for this area for the next Roche. Or for the first Roche, sorry.
Yeah, it's crazy that this is this much emphasis placed on it for just the Aegis.
Mm-hmm. It just opens up so much, right? Because if Knights gets it, then your big ult wombo combo kind of thing might just be counteracted.
True.
So I think Ares really wanting to prevent this Drow from being able to go control this area.
And when that happens, it does mean there are many heroes down bottom for Knights ready to push this tier 1 tower. It's only Alacrity that was shown on the wave. And the rest of them now holding hands in the Radiant jungle. Scan connects.
They may expect them to be... They may think they're doing Roche right now, so this could be that big fight that we're looking for.
Yeah, smoke up as 5 running across the map as quickly as possible.
Lincolns is coming on the courier right now to Ego. We see level 20 finished up for the Dawn, so a lot more damage coming out from her.
And Mars shows himself for a moment.
Okay.
They move in. They take down that vision. See everything. Ares walking through Death Valley. Oh, group together! The combo! Oh, but they get the arena down. Ego has to back away from him. They get one round of control. When the buyback comes out, White Album having the lasso onto Tree. I'm not sure if that's a big enough target. Flyby, the good CM ulti, but on the low ground, do they have enough to get him out of there? The Dawnbreaker ulti, it's going to be broken immediately. They die back on the CM. Get the Hurricane Pike to try and get away, but White Album right on top of Ego. He needs some help from his team, and Alacrity shows up, but it's not going to be enough.
Ulu's too strong. They can't deal with this Dawn.
It's way too much damage. Jaunt to get away. Alacrity looks to escape from this one. And Flyby, he also is going to go down. So Knights, they lose 4 after the dieback from CM, trying to find another little pickoff. Another salvo of the kill, and the Witchblade, it's going to be enough. So Alacrity manages to find another pickoff. I don't know if Ares can actually take this comfortably.
I don't think so. The spam from the puck, he'll just be able to constantly reset, jump in and out. So kind of like an even trade, but it does cost buybacks from the side of Ares to be able to do so. Alacrity, 4-man coil, but quick defensive moves from Ares. Ulu, it's crazy how tanky he really is on this Dawnbreaker. He's able to just hold his ground, keep hitting targets.
Yeah, Drow is going to need more damage beyond just this Lincoln's for her to really stand toe-to-toe with Ulu. I mean, if she's just hitting away, eventually Ulu will die, but like they can close the gap in between.
Exactly. Yeah, Ulu, and now a full BKB. Has a blast trick as well, too. Little fortunate things versus a Drow, plus armor on top of the armlet. Very tanky, so is able to endure. Knights all back up in Alacrity. Big winner. He ends up surviving through all of it, so level 20 up on this Puck now, too. After that initiation, it looks really scary for Ares, but they have so much defensive posture versus this Puck coil with those BKBs. That being said, though, Alacrity, when he is able to survive these long fights, he gets the levels, and BKBs seem to be the big name of the game there for Ares to be able to protect themselves. Puck level 21, you have to expect that 25 is going to be on the horizon pretty soon, so Dream Coil pierces Magic Immunity. That could be the thing that allows Ego to keep his distance from these targets.
Right, and then, of course, if you can get out multiple rounds of that multi-shot, I mean, that's where so much of that damage came in a really good arena after the multi-shot.
Ooh!
To make sure they caught it.
Mars ult ends up whiffing. Felix with a quick blink, able to get out of it.
Nice play. Gets him away from there. They are going in for that refresher. And we also saw level 20 gain for Drow Ranger after the fight. So now that multi-shot damage increase, you can also look towards that 25. Might go for the +3 waves.
Could be. Usually do see the other one taken, but definitely a possibility. And now Mars ult is down. So for Ares, the fight is a little bit more complicated. 16-17, a super close game right now.
I mean, he has the refresher if he wants to go for it on the Mars, if he wants to commit fully for it. And we're, what, 1,000 gold away from Broodmother Ags, too?
Okay. Could be a big timing.
I actually think that Broodmother Ags might be pretty huge in these little fights, too. You know, there's so many ways that they're just trying to get on top of the Drow, and they kind of need the spells to do that. I feel like they might be able to lock down that Dawnbreaker a little bit.
They still have, I mean, it's very long duration BKBs, though. Dawn had picked it up after the fight, so still 9 seconds. I believe Mars's is also 8 seconds, and so is the Bat. So it might be able to force BKBs and kind of cause some panic, but yeah, we'll see. I've never been really impressed with this Ags on the Brood, to be honest with you, so I'll see what it's going to be able to do instead of having something straight, just like a Hex, to be able to get that straight control that we've seen much more popularized.
And TK just, you know, he's playing as a Brood Mother himself right now, going in for the pipe next, it looks like, after the Greaves.
That's working.
Yeah.
It's definitely looking pretty good to tank up his team.
That's what you want to see. So the main separations here being...
They get the lasso.
Managed to break, managed to find him. Spear, is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it will.
And
So
it's
they drop everything for that.
Arcane Rune Lasso, beautifully done from White Album. Blink Force Staff to break the Lincolns and then gets the grab. And yeah, all under an Arcane Rune, so we'll be back up with the ult in any moment. As soon as the Puck's back up, Lasso's back up, so they can do it again. Harry's making some really crisp moves around the map.
Yeah, again, hard game for the Puck after, you know, picking it into the Rubik and then getting that Batrider fourth. As much as there were issues in the laning stage and with the early rotations, we're seeing the value of this for White Album.
Yeah, and we're seeing the value of moving this Dawn as this carry, right? Ulu having a phenomenal time. Full Basher finished up, and now they have Rosh opportunity. Dawn allows you to do this kind of easy to keep everybody at full health, too.
The root, it comes out onto CM.
So they are scouting. 38 seconds for Puck, though.
Trying to maintain that vision. Have to be careful about the initiation coming out. Lasso back up in 15 seconds. Roche getting lower and lower.
And they see the refresher on the Mars, too. So right now they know that Mars ult is down, but there's another round that he can just go for.
Throws it out there. Doesn't connect with the Hoodwink. The Bushwhack. They also have Manta done, but I think this one is just going to be for Ares, barring some type of a really tragic mistake, but no. Aegis in hand, and Ares going to be able to retreat out with that.
That was a big hit. White Album just coming in clutch, getting the grab, but now...
White Album giving his life away almost. Manages to barely escape from that. Dawnbreaker ulti comes in, gets pushed back for a moment, doing a good chunk of damage. They get the silence out afterwards onto the CM, and now the Bushwhack connects onto the Rubik. Ulu trying to escape from this. They lose 2 heroes quickly, and Ulu will manage to TP out.
Oh my god, I cannot believe White Album survives. That was so close to him also being brought down. Right after we give him a little bit of praise, jumps in and does a pretty reckless play. Ego sits in the back line. He's able to just free fire.
Now, I mean, with 30 seconds on the sideline, you kind of need these supports in these fights to play intercept. It's hard to just run in straight as your Dawnbreaker or your Batrider, as we see in that last fight. So tier 2 tower gets taken in spite of having the Aegis on the side of Aster Ares.
I have to be careful how they do these type of jumps. Has to be kind of perfect, as any type of these mistakes add up quickly. 4K lead now, even though they're playing into that Aegis. Now downtime there for the Mars ult. Sure, he's got Refresher, but see now Knight's taking over the map a little bit. And I'm continuing to just look at the puck. I think that's going to be one of the big timings that just unlocks Knights. Then the Ego just has freedom to distance himself once the coil pierces that immunity. So I think for Ares, pace has to be picked up still. I want to see them just continue to be very aggressive with this lineup.
And it's also been Felix somehow finding these like clutch bushwhacks in these initiations. Because again, if Alacrity goes in first, we've seen there's ways to break this Linken's, to find that lasso onto the puck. So you kind of are at a little bit of a detriment if you have to jump with Alacrity. But if they can find, you know, whether the tree is scouting things out or the hoodwink scouting things out, that's been, it feels like, the avenue to find success against Ares here.
And if it's a situation where they overcommit and overjump with their 3 cores, the supports are going to get caught by like 3 or 4 spinner snares and not be able to join the fight too. So perhaps this Ags and the Brute is going to be really annoying for the supports on the side of Ares as well.
Oh, Ulu.
They see him. Still has Aegis.
And does have BKB.
Felix is in.
They try and blow him up in time, and oh my god, he just dies.
Ego has DD.
He's got BKB TP, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to get him out of here, actually. Tries to escape. Overgrowth, they got him immediately. Tries to turn and get out of here. They show up with the rest. The Sphere, it's not going to connect in the way that they need it to, but Ego off to the side. He's able to get the Manta, but the lasso is there. Illusion's trying to do what damage they can. He's going to have a Force Staff when he comes out of there, but Alacrity's still going crazy. They jump right on top of Ego. Got him caught with Ulu, but the Bushwhack, no, it's not quite going to be enough. They have the damage out from Felix. Tries to get the snipe. Alacrity continues to survive through this fight. He's getting close to 25 off this as the chase is there. But look at all these heroes still alive for Ares. He's killing off supports, but the Drow is gone. And Flyby, the last one left behind. Alacrity tries to keep him alive and actually does get a little bit of an escape there.
Bash.
Control. Flyby, living, burning.
No way.
Dude, are you kidding me? What in the heck? He almost has enough Ulu dying in the fountain, but he is going to survive. They lived through this one. Batrider eventually brought down low, but not going to die. Alacrity gets the coil for the kill.
Oh my god.
And, I mean, if Red Panda's not careful, Alacrity Puck is something to behold as he's hunting, but won't be able to find the finish onto CM.
Look at the spell casts right here. I mean, you can look at the damage as well, too. 13,000. Doesn't actually show all of them, but mine did. 10 orbs, 10 waning rifts, 6 phase shift, etc. Just constantly resetting in and out of the fights. Ego, he gets caught really quickly there from White Album, but Alacrity is kind of the one to clean up the fight and make it look good for Knights anyway.
As we see this replay here, I mean, again, to catch Ulu out of this, and you think of how different this could have looked if Ego didn't get caught.
Yeah. Great job from White Album to just get right on top of him, even though that quick Manta came out. Oh my god, this is turning out to be such an exciting game. We have 25 on Puck and now also 25 on the Dawn.
Oh, and that Force Staff, it was so close to getting out of the Mars arena, but the BKB wore off as he was mid-shift. And Felix there came in with the Sharpshooter to try and get the damage out. Alacrity, just the one doing the deeps in this fight.
And it was right, I believe, right before the fight started, he just had got the Octarine too.
Yeah.
So that was kind of what unlocked everything for Alacrity to salvage this fight for his team as level 26 on this Puck now. Also finds himself a... Okay, he's actually going to keep the Stormcrafter. I was going to say, they found the Timeless Relic, so I was wondering if he's going to take it, which would unlock even more damage for him. But a whole nother item. He literally finished Octarine right before the fight, now has the Overwhelming Blink finish too. What a play from Alacrity.
I mean, the scary thing is there's more room to grow for this Puck, too.
Yeah, the Dagon's soon to come.
Going Dagon, and then eventually you've also got the Brooch.
Yep.
Could become another thing that just opens him up. I mean, Ares, you still got this incredibly farmed Dawnbreaker, so much damage, the Basher's done, and still queuing up this Nullifier. Like, do they have the supporting cast that they need to make this work? It feels like it still needs to be that perfect fight for Aster Ares.
It feels like harder fight still for them, yeah. They need to utilize these ults perfectly. If a lasso gets blocked by Linken's, you know, the fight's probably just going to go completely the side of Knights. And now also, there is the Puck 25, which I think that's a big timing for Knights just to be able to keep the control versus this Dawn, versus this Mars, versus this Batrider. Because Dawn, in all these fights, Dawn has ways out of everything. Either a Satanic to dispel Root, Starbreaker to break Coil. Now you can't actually do that. He's just able to just pop that Coil and trap you inside of it. So looks like it should be harder for Ares. That being said, they've been impressing it nonstop this game.
5 heroes smoked together for Ares. They show briefly on the mid wave. Lots of scribbles coming out from Ego. Do they realize what is coming their direction? The scan, it's going to hit. So they know on Ares that up this high ground, the rest of Knights are there.
Both scans hit.
Spinner
perfectly.
Snare, they're going to run right through it. Reveal themselves on TK, get the lift onto Brood, trying to do the damage. They find the Bushwhack, jump in from Alacrity, finds the coil onto 2. The lasso connects though. Do they have the damage to kill him off in time? Alacrity's getting low. Alacrity's falling. He's dead.
No buyback.
Bought out for that one, and now they've got Ego under control. He needs to get the heck out of here. TP's out immediately. This was the fight that Aster Ares was looking for.
I think they found the priority target. Sure, the Drow is dangerous, but Alacrity after that last fight, I think White Album knows who to go for. If he's able to lasso the puck and the Mars is able to isolate the Drow, that is the recipe for success. As Ares continue to impress, even though they are at these deficits sometimes in the fights. Woo!
It's a spicy one, man.
Yep.
And they don't have that save right now, it feels like, on Knights to keep people alive. You can see in here, everybody all's in. 5 heroes on top of Alacrity with an arena surrounding them. It's like, what do you do?
It's a perfect fight for them. The coil, I believe, only catches even onto the 2 supports there, so only the Rubik and CM this time. Alacrity not finding the grab that he wanted to.
Really impressed with Ares and their target prioritization. It feels like they've sort of been, you know, growing and learning even throughout the course of this game almost, the way that it's gone. And, you know, they need to find some other way to transition into more damage coming out from the other heroes besides just Alacrity.
Which is great recognition of how to take the fights on the side of Ares. Is now a full nullifier if he wants to purchase it on this Dawn.
Pretty big.
But he's I think he's gonna have to sell the armlet if that's the case though.
Say really cool again, like recognizing that last pick Mars and what that's given to him, you know? Like, you have the actual way, the switch up of putting the Dawn to carry has completely, like, you know, opened up a new way to play against Drow where you can just ignore her and put her in the arena.
Yeah. So many different forms. As long as they can do this, like, simultaneous initiation, deal with the puck, grab the Drow in some of these other areas, and not be the ones initiated on, then they could have that recipe for success. But still, I think initiation is going to be one of the big things that we're looking at now as these 25s and stuff have come out. Beautiful jump there from Ares. Shrink that gold lead down to 0.
Right, the 25s, the Dawnbreaker 25 is done, 2 charges. Batrider also has the sticky napalm added on with the flame break, but this Drow one is going to be the other one to watch for. She's almost 24. I mean, the marksmanship champs, you said, is the one that they tend to go for more often because it's more damage. It could still be the answer for him.
Yeah, he's a bit underleveled on this Drow. He's been getting, I mean, they're getting so much attention onto him, but
yeah. You can also see Aeon Disc almost completed there, I believe, for Felix. We have a refresher Batrider now.
Ooh. Aeon Disc going to be completed also for Alacrity, so looking to not go for so much damage. Seems like he does need some survivability, because yeah, refresher Batrider, refresher Mars. Hex now also on the Mars. They have a lot of different solutions, a lot of different ways to control the side of Knights. Again, it feels like it's all going to be up to who gets the jump.
Right, and the kills don't come that quickly. It's just that they have so much control on Ares with like this Abyssal Blade and everything else now that he will be able to do the assemble of that Aeon Disc, but needs to finish it off before this next fight here.
Yep.
He's, what, 65 gold away?
Just about. Because now Ulu actually gets rid of boots.
Okay.
This is a risky play. They've got to pretty much get that. They have to get the initiation, and that's the case. If they get initiated on, Ulu's just going to be stuck and unable to really move much at all. So it's a risky attempt, but could just work out beautifully for him because it's another way to prevent this Drow from getting out, break Lincolns, etc. So let's see who gets this jump.
Red Panda runs through the spinner snare, so revealing this smoke is going on. And they're going to run through it again, it looks like, over in the mid lane, or at least come close to it.
Successful scan again coming out from Ares. TK, he gets a ward down. They have information. They see Alacrity.
He's in position, breaks the smoke there in the trees.
Oh, BKB.
Jumps in, dodge. Gets out of there for 1. Can they get out of there for 2? The control is there, the lift. trying to bring him down, but they're leashed. Is it going to be enough? Aeon Disc, it's going to be assembled now. Alacrity, he turns this one around. Gets the jump away. Overgrowth stolen, though, by the Rubik. That's pretty big. And Dawnbreaker in no man's land. Completely isolated here. Pops the BKB. Ego tries to back out. Is able to turn Alacrity, forcing the rest of those supports away. Ego walks away, gets out of there. The spear's not going to connect. They have enough damage. Knights, they're right on top of them. The Overgrowth stolen from TK, but they don't have the damage for Ego. A triple kill for Alacrity, running in for more as TK in trouble, tries to orb away, but Alacrity has the rundown with the ultra kill. He is the game changer in this one.
And the Roche as well right afterwards. Again, I mean, Alacrity, he's able to run rampant in the fight. Ego's able to distance himself. And yeah, Ulu, he goes for this all-in nullifier play, but you see he's so slow. As soon as he gets hit by even like 1 or 2 of these frost arrows, he's just stuck in place. And it's an awkward initiation from Ares. Even though they have the vision to start the fight, all of Knights is prepared perfectly. That Aeon Disc unlocks so that he can survive, and then he just deals with the supports perfectly.
I feel like the one thing that's going to be scary about this next engagement is that they won't have that unlock Aeon Disc play again to run, which is a little bit scary. So if they can proc that early on Alacrity, it's going to be rough. But like you said, a great play here from Knights to separate themselves, but also taking advantage of the fact that Ulu didn't have that mobility he needed. And, well, we'll see if we even get another one, because this is Aegis down, and now Knights walking high ground, taking down buildings. It's a tier 3 tower dead.
They've blown the game wide open. Lincoln's now even finished for the support on the Hoodwink, so more ways to cover their puck, more ways to cover the Drow Ranger too. Feels like Ares, they've had such good team fights, but one mistake like this versus this type of draft, it's critical.
Taking so much damage. Ulu back up in 9, Mars back up in 2. Ego getting the Lincolns broken on him. White Album jumps in, gets the lasso to pull him out of position. He still has the Aegis Spear connecting to the tower. Even in the midst of that one, Alacrity jumps in, has to back away. Ulu right on top. Oh, he's going to break it. No, he didn't break it. Ulu is still living. Double Starbreaker. Ego runs out of there. XCJ Overgrowth just to escape. They've lost 2, and the rest of Knights has to retreat away from this.
Oh my, White Album actually does a clutch play. He's gonna drop top, but he actually refresh blinks before the second salvo of spells comes out from the puck. Somehow ends up surviving on this Bat Rider as well. Looked pretty scary there for Knights for a second, getting that Drow under tier 4s, but they throw away the supports to protect her.
And Alacrity trying to finish off this deadly build is finishing off the Revenant's Brooch.
Has to save buyback though.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really important for the next fight. So even through Aegis, this time Ares is able to find a better initiation this time around. And they have another round of their ults too. Refresher is still ready on the Mars. He's got both ults. Lasso is ready on the Bat Rider.
And the weird thing about this game too is that that's only the second Roche that got claimed.
Yep.
It was only the Shard. So there's still a lot of room to grow for all of these heroes. You look at it, Aghanim Scepters can still come online, all the rest of it.
We have potential for an absolute bonkers late game if this game keeps going like this. The back and forth coming out from both teams.
This is the type of Dota that I was hoping to see this morning. Let's go. Some China DPC. That's what you want to see.
Everyone's playing, like nobody's like being left out or anything too. Everybody's playing really well. You see the steals coming out from the Rubik. It's a tough game for the supports on Ares because if the Alacrity's not dead, these supports just are getting eviscerated from all the spells and everything like that. But either way, all of them doing a good job of covering each other.
And still very even on the kill score, 26 to 28. It's 10,000 gold lead. At this stage of the game, that obviously matters, but it matters significantly less than the buyback status, all the rest of it. You can see the win probability, it's remained pretty constant throughout. They have buybacks on most heroes for both teams. Tree is based on cooldown, and so too is the CM. And besides that, it's mainly just the Brood that could be a target.
Okay, Alacrity does commit. I believe he does have buyback anyway because he's so damn farmed on this puck. He's gonna, I mean, those supports are just gonna die in seconds. I mean, they already pretty much were, but Alacrity, his puck, we've seen how special it's been throughout this DPC. This is another game just like it. We're in for an absolute treat now these next few moments. This next fight is gonna be absolute chaos, and here comes the smoke.
So Revenant Brooch, what is it that makes it so strong in these games?
And this one, not so much because there's not so many of these like Ghost Scepters and stuff like that, but the damage potential from the puck just becomes so much stronger once those BKBs do run out.
They find the Bushwhack. That's a huge one. jumps right at the start, but the BKB and the Force Staff away. That keeps him alive.
Okay, not the most ideal there for the coil, only onto a single target.
And they get the blink back. Something to watch for if they can obviously find those initiations, but the Bushwhack becoming less relevant now that Force Staffs and everything else is online to defend him.
Was the BKB forced though, so if they do see this Mars again and they can get this full catch onto him, they could just kill him before he gets that refresh BKB off.
And again, for both of these teams, so much on the line. It comes down to this one game here. But realistically, for Ares, they're trying to avoid relegation down to DPC 2. And for Knights, they're playing for a spot at a major. If they can clean up these games against some of these teams, they're definitely in a pole position to make their way to Lima. We'll see if they can actually close these ones out here and keep this alive, but all of those types of things could hinge on what happens in the next couple of minutes here.
Yeah, it's all the small plays, all the little mistakes, all those are going to be the most important thing to look out for. As Ego did, by the way, go for that multi-shot talent that you were mentioning, so really just looking to throw out multiple salvos of it as these longer team fights go off, because it feels like the longer the team fight is, Knights is going to look great. If Ares is able to explode targets quickly, those short fights, they're going to look successful, so eyes on that for these next moments as Ego. They're putting the Lincolns up on him. They have 3 Lincolns to be able to protect versus these lassos, so it's hard for White Album to get an opportunity.
They go for the Arena of Blood. Grant's team, the extra regen talent on Mars, as all the 25s are finishing up here. Brood the next one up. You talk a lot about that Silken Boa slow and mischance percentage, which is, you know, still a little ways away from the 25 for him. But the Hex is done, and the smoke up. White Album rooted.
It's actually being so annoying. It's catching all the rotations every time, so they're able to distance themselves again.
Type of item that gets better with higher skilled team play, and then of course the later the game goes.
Yeah, it's all about that map control and vision, all about initiations and stuff too, as we see spiders scouting, spinner snare scouting. Even though Ares is smoked, Knights is completely aware of it.
TK gets a good ward down. I mean, that might come back to haunt him later on the side of Knights. They don't get that one taken away.
A nice sneaky one. Both teams looking to play around their vision, and Flyby did finish up his Hex now too in these last few moments as well. So can potentially just lock a target down and kill them before they get a BKB off, because no Lincolns or anything on the side of Ares to protect versus those instant grabs.
And we're almost at the Puck, Aghanim Scepter, Synth.
Ags and almost level 30. Alacrity. He's like, move over, Drow Ranger. I'm the carry.
Dude, the Dream Coil Rapid Fire? Let's go.
It's all the little things. Even every little, all the talents, of course, will add up, but it's all the damage that comes out even from Coil. It becomes pretty crazy how much damage that ability does, too, once you get the 20 talent.
And watching now and waiting for this next Roche respawn. So, again, the key thing to watch for here is they have vision on this high ground.
This could be huge. Yeah, that ward could do everything, because as we said, it feels like the game, even though there's the 12k gold lead, it's all going to be up to these initiations and buybacks.
This is a 12k gold lead at 54 minutes, which makes a pretty big difference there.
Especially when pretty much that entire 12k gold is sitting in the bank of heroes, right? 5.6k on Drow, 5.5k on the Puck, and 2k on the Hoodwink, so that's pretty much that gold
Look
separation.
at this wraparound. This wraparound that's coming in from Ares.
This ward.
They see Alacrity. He blinks away just in time as they were heading up to that high ground, trying to find him.
Just playing around their vision, setting up the snare. They get the vision there for a second.
Felix, he finds him. Coil onto 3. Do they have the damage for the follow-up? Multi-shot starts going out. They bait out that BKB. The lasso, it's connecting. They get a second round of it. Look at the damage onto Ego. They ripped him to shreds.
Has to buy back.
Ulu, now he's in pretty far. The Hex is there, the control onto White Album. Alacrity, he's still very tanky, very strong in this fight. Ego runs forward, wants to find a couple of heroes. They're all running out together. Great spear comes out, and now the control onto Felix.
Another one.
Onto the Drow. Do they have the damage, though? There's nobody there to follow up, and Alacrity, he's zoning everybody else away. Knights, they don't have the damage. The panel said they were going to have issues with it, and that is very true. The Hex comes out, and now Ulu, all alone, starting to get controlled. The damage coming out from Ego. Do they have enough? But the Satanic, he's living through it. Flyby, he's so low on this Drow.
Leashed.
Do they have the damage? They're starting to bring him down. Can they get on top of Ego? 4-step away. The root, the jump. Can they get the control? The break onto everybody. Ego's going to go down. That's a dieback. White Album with the triple kill. They were able to outlast with that Dawnbreaker.
I mean, this time, it's crazy how the carry players are actually not the ones actually doing the carrying. This time, look at the damage from Bat. I think he just explodes this Drow Ranger with the double Flame Break talent. With all those sticky napalms, he dies in a heartbeat once he gets lassoed. White Album finding the perfect target. Holy moly. And yeah, that's the buyback from the Drow. Alacrity has to buy back to prevent any further damage to come out here, but Ares, they brought that gold lead down to 0. Such good execution.
12 seconds away. I mean, if they find Alacrity right now, they jump in. He's going to get the jaunt away. Has to escape from there, trying to cut this creep wave, but Alacrity, I mean, if they catch him and kill him, that's game.
He's got to go back. He's pushing the limits here. He has his Ags at base with the Synth about to be finished up too, but he's just trying to buy time for that Drow to respawn. Roche, it's back on the menu, so it looks like Ares, they'll be able to get this one here, and that is a big one. That is that Refresher Shard here, so could potentially have another, could potentially have the Dawnbreaker now having double BKB, double Satanic, multiple forms of Starbreaker, etc. too, on top of everything else.
And Shanxi on this, Mars has done so much in that last fight, finding that double spear, found the Drow, found the Hoodwink, and now also has this Arcane Blink. So the avenues of finding that initiation are so much more clutch.
Yeah, so much quicker, so much harder for them to try to avoid it on the side of Knights. They give him the Aegis. Yeah, I think Ulu...
He bought back.
Yeah, Ulu didn't have to buy back. Ulu actually spends his gold. See. Okay, well, doesn't matter. I think he's going to be able to farm that gold anyway in a second here, but... Yeah, prioritizing the heroes that did use buyback. And yeah, sometimes when you commit so deep into these fights too, their base is right there. So those buybacks, you really got to see the true effect of Ares with them.
So there is a really interesting thing that's about to happen in 2 minutes. I think we're actually going to see these 60-minute items.
I think so too, and there's a lot of really big ones. Apex for Drow. If there's a Giant String that comes out either for Dawnbreaker or for the Mars, could unlock crazy potential.
Force Boots even. Force Boots would be huge for Ulu, I feel like.
Force Boots, I think... For me, I'll say right now, I think Force Boots are actually the best tier 5 item. I think they literally open up an item slot for you, and it's old Force Staff plus a Dispel. It's the speedy Force Staff because it's actually faster rate that you move with it, and it also opens up a slot and stuff like that. We'll see if we get there, because we're seeing the wards already start getting prepped. These teams, we see how much they do get ready for them, for those tier 5 neutral items, even perhaps warding their own Ancients.
Yeah, Ares still... aware of the current situation, which is that if they lose a couple of heroes, you don't have buyback on this Mars, you don't have buyback on the CM, you could potentially just get taken out. They need everybody, every single one of their heroes to make these team fights work well for them. But, of course, it's really Knights that are on the back foot right now, having bought back on Alacrity, on that Drow, on that tree.
Yeah. Ooh. Did they see flyby there for a second? They did, but they can't commit forward there. And do it, Dawn. Yeah, Ulu doesn't have the Aegis, but we'll be able to finish out that buyback, so has it ready now too.
59 minutes, and we're here.
Still feels similar of these initiations, right?
I know.
Can they find the Drow? Can they deal with the puck? Right now, it is seeming like Ares has some answers, but now we're seeing a bit of a change up here, Alacrity. Now he's got a crit. He's level 30, so he's got that rapid fire.
Oh my god. And probably worth it to buy the shard at some point too, right? I feel like that's pretty value.
When you have Daedalus, yeah, I mean, probably. Especially, well, he'll have to farm it first. I think, yeah, I just wanted to prioritize more damage. I think they're starting to really feel that pressure where they're all leaning onto Ego, and now, okay, neutral items. Who's getting what?
Nothing yet spawning, but at the 60-minute mark, Arcanist armor.
That's a good one.
This'll come in handy.
See who decides to get that.
That could be huge to be able to protect the Drow.
Giant's Ring for the Dawnbreaker.
Oh, that's a big one.
Force Boots for Alacrity. Seer Stone on the Mars.
Oh, we're starting to get Rapiers queued up too. Woo!
It's we're going the distance here.
I'm loving it. Mirror Shield on TK also. I think that's more likely that Knights want something like a Mirror Shield to be able to protect versus these lassos. But now look at our Mars, big boy.
Dude, with the BKB, he's gonna be so big.
Gotta be giant. Look at that shield.
Yeah,
I love it.
He's gonna be soaking up all that damage.
The shield is bigger than the Bat Rider.
Yeah, that's a thing.
All right, so let's see who picked up what. It is going to be Mirror Shield out onto Ulu, so has more protection to be able to deal with this control that was coming out from the side of
no
Knights.
neutral items yet
None.
picked up for Knights that
They
they're
have-
keeping. Oh, the Book of Shadows is big too.
They have Arcanist armor, but nobody's holding it.
Fallen Sky.
Wait, that's actually interesting. XCJ, I think you should move a Philosopher's Stone out of your inventory
Yeah.
and take the Arcanist armor.
I think so too, buddy.
Yeah, I think they'll probably tell him soon. I think they're really focused on just the overall aspect of the game right now. Flyby has a Meteor, or Fallen Sky, so has another form of initiation, so see if that one's going to do anything for him too. Level 30 now for the Dawnbreaker. So crazy long distance of the Celestial Hammer. This is, whew, I think, most exciting game that we've had so far here in DPC. I think I said that yesterday as well too, but
Dude,
this
look
one
at that
is
range.
This one is impressing. And oh,
Apex Drow.
they get the Apex on the
Oh
Drow.
my God.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take that one very happily.
Boom, and look at the agility. 400 now. 86 armor.
Dude. All right,
Okay.
this is some insanity right here.
They have to get on Ego. They need
Yeah.
to stand in the face of this Drow Ranger, or he's just going to blast right through them.
They take the Force Boots for the Hoodwink.
Okay.
The last item is Book of the Dead, which it looks like they're going to take on Alacrity for the moment. And I imagine he might try and do some switching out between that and maybe the Stormcrafter. We'll see.
We shall see. He's just going to constantly get some push going onto the towers here.
Oh, yeah, that's
Mid
pretty
tower.
nice.
I mean, mid-tower might actually just drop to this. Yep.
Dude, Book of the Dead, the power. And then goes for immediately the range creep, or range racks.
Yep. It gives a lot of gold, though. That's the one thing. So we probably will see Ulu be able to get his rapier. However, yeah, has to figure out how he's going to itemize and how he's going to slot this item in.
So the other big thing to watch for here, I feel like, is going to be like Seer Stone, very nice. Book of Shadows is there on the Rubik, and then a Mirror Shield on CM. Not the biggest thing in the world, I guess, to sort of turn around the hexes or what have you, but a smoke up now Ares.
Seer Stone feels massive. The range that you can break those Lincolns and get the catch onto the Drow could just be that big difference maker right now for Ares.
They
Just
find
win
the
fight.
vision hiding away. Oh my god. Saw the circle of the TP right there, but couldn't get him.
So close. That arcane blink, you see how fast the spear comes out, nearly gets him.
Buyback status. Drowse is about to come back off cooldown. So too will Shanxi on this Mars.
Alacrity about 1 minute away and 1,000 gold. Looks like we might have that 10v10 that we hope for with all these buybacks. It's 2 minutes until Roche does spawn.
Does he have bots too yet on the puck?
Ulu also got an Apex as well too, just to point out. So
Okay.
Swaps away from that Mirror Shield. It doesn't feel like the most useful Mirror Shield on the side of Ares because there's not really any targeted spells on the side of Knights, but smoke up.
Just Book of the Deading.
Yeah, the split push is working.
Super annoying to play against, I'm sure, for Ares. Even doing some pretty good damage on that Death Pact coming through. But Knights, this is good. They want to try and find a pick-off here along the top side, waiting for somebody to show on this creep wave. It's going to be the Mars. TK shows for a moment right there.
He's got Book of Shadow, so he's playing a little bit more
Yeah.
confident. If he gets hexed, though, probably just dead. Okay, he will survive. Not quite level 25 on the support yet. I'm waiting to see when the tree hits it, but they haven't been able to find it because I think we say it a lot. That tree level 25 talent is also one of the more broken ones if you're able to ever get it to hold targets in place. But
And he switches over and has the Arcanist armor now, too.
yeah. Who's holding? I'm going to check to see who's holding what. I always forget my hockey. I always am scared to click buttons and pause the game or something. Okay, I'm good. All right, so yeah, it looks like both sides do have 5 tier 5s.
Dude, don't pause. Felix will come after you.
Felix
He's
will
not
kill me.
afraid.
I'm not touching my keyboard now. That's a good point. As the Book of the
Dude.
Dead, and it's starting to really work
Oh
on
my
those tier
God.
4s even too.
Dude, the neutral items, they're too strong. The Book of the Dead.
They removed Necro books for a reason, and you guys are seeing why. Just kidding. These are super Necro books, of course, but
Even more dangerous to play against.
Yep.
And with Alacrity constantly pushing out these waves, you know, he's kind of the perfect person to hold it. In the fights, it's not going to be as valuable, I feel like, but for these little split push things, it's huge.
could be very useful to just kill off the supports, though. If he just coils and sends them onto a CM, it's just like, oh man, I'm dead
That's
to
a
Book
good
of the
point.
Dead. That's why they removed this item in the first place. It was miserable to play support versus it. As Ulu, we'll get 600 gold for it instantly.
Jeez. Yeah, 10,000 gold in the bank right now. Can buy that rapier and still have buyback ready.
Yeah, maybe we're going to see some rapiers put at base for the buyback, respawn, grab rapiers, and go.
Do they find a jump there? They're thinking about it.
It's all up to the grabs, all up to these initiations.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Is that, like, one bad fight and the game can literally be over.
For either side.
Yeah.
Yep. Just any small mistakes.
TK gets out of there.
He's really pushing the limit how he's stepping up there. Giving respect to him, though. They see the bat, so they won't look to step forward there.
Right.
They know that the Dawn can always just jump in and join, of course, with that ult.
So 6 minutes past the Tier 5 neutral's appearance, and we're waiting for the next Roche, it feels.
2 minutes just about.
Obviously, teams don't know how long it's going to be, but it will be in a little bit here.
Yeah, constantly scouted, both teams having defensive wards this time around, not playing on those aggressive postures. A lot scarier now versus these tier 5 neutrals. It's Tree, the only one without buyback at this point.
Spinner snares to scout the movements. And Spider's also there to just run across the map.
Information, information, information.
Go. Has the marksmanship. He's almost level 29 now.
Okay.
And, you know, the level 30s, that could also become pretty freaking relevant. We already saw it, obviously, on the Dawnbreaker. Puck has it, so the Dream Coil, rapid fire, ready to go.
So much damage. Doesn't use Force Boots. Force Boots dispel? Okay, well, he just had to take the damage. Could have dispelled off all that sticky and flame break, but oh well, doesn't matter.
And Alacrity shoves it down.
He's doing great split push.
Dude, the Book of the Dead, it's actually working. I mean, it's ending the game, kind of. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's getting so it's causing them to constantly go back and give attention to it, which might get some of them caught if they're not careful. Alacrity has also farmed a crazy amount with it. He almost has Refresher, so secondary set of coil and everything too on top of that rapid fire Daedalus. He might not just be doing the most spell damage in the game, he might actually do the most physical too soon.
And of course, like we talked about, this is a situation where you're giving more farm to Dawnbreaker, has 9,400 gold above what she would need for buyback. So Rapier is very much possible, but it's also a little bit scary. Regen, shown there. Roche gonna respawn in 5 seconds.
Such patience from both sides.
Gotta know how dangerous this can be as we get a very up-close personal look at Mars there on the hill. But 4th Roche on this pretty freaking epic game that we've been blessed with this morning. And Roche, do they decide to go for it?
It's going to die. Whoever gets into the moment to get to it is going to die so fast. We see 25 now for the Hoodwink, so Bushwhack Radius. We also saw 25 for Rubik come out a couple moments ago too. So Telekinesis Lift, lots of potential for save and catch. Lots of ways to break those Lincolns too. As the Book of the Dead again, tier 4.
They need to deal with it.
Starting to get whittled down.
It's dropping so quickly. They're losing the tier 4 towers, and Ulu has to come back for this. They have one of the best heroes in the Dawnbreaker for it.
Spinner Snare, catches someone for a second too. Won't be able to get the grab though.
Tried to go for the lift there, but had to jump away, and the root comes out. Guardian Greaves from the Rubik, keeping him alive.
Waiting for the first Rapier. I think he can purchase the first Rapier safely now. Doesn't need to hold on to it, but can save it for a buyback or whatever. So yeah, we see the courier going down. And he looks like he is going to purchase it, but more focused on the fight. Everything is down to these next few moments.
I mean, if he has Rapier on the Dawnbreaker, double Starbreaker, like, a lot of these heroes are going to die.
Yeah.
I mean, the Broodmother has Aeon Disc, so too does the Puck. But these heroes without it, I mean, it's actually just the Hoodwink and the Drow that don't have it. Everybody else on Knights has an Aeon Disc.
Yeah, could just get exploded. Is he going to hold it, though? The Rapier, let's say, yeah, drops down the Nullifier. He's going to hold Rapier. All right, big damage coming in.
Refresher done on Drow Ranger now, so more avenues to get out of here. They drop down the Seer Stone. Knights
okay, this is
anticipating a movement. They jump in, the Spear, the Hex, the control is there. Can they kill off this Brood? The big hit, but the Aeon Disc already keeping him alive. XCJ in a little bit of trouble. They have the Hex to turn. Another double Spear. Ego is on the low ground. The CM ulti doing good damage from Panda, but XCJ is going to get caught, going to get killed. Both dead. Ego tries to do the damage from the high ground now.
The throne, the Book of the Dead.
Good damage. The throne is falling. They need to get out of here now on Ares. They've got to get back home. They run away on Ulu. And showing the power of that Book of the Dead as Knights, they run right in.
And Ares, this could have been way worse. The coil hit nobody. Alacrity literally missed his coil completely in that team fight.
Trying to take it down now. White Album moves into position. Ego did a ton in that fight, but the jump comes out. Alacrity backs away. and they can't get there in time. The spear, it catches him to the back of the Roche pit. A random one. You don't often see that one comes out, but the
Hex.
lift
Save.
keeping TK alive. Ulu has to stay in base.
Good lord. I think they could have, honestly, for Ares, that could have gone so much worse. Yeah, he Waning Rift, and it actually split 3 heroes apart, and then he coiled right inside of where he Waning Rift, so it just completely whiffed. But the positioning from Ego ends up being enough there for him to get that cleanup. Flyby gets focused, but he's fine with that. He's the target that wants to get jumped in these situations for Knight still. I think that's the first time Ares has actually gone to jump that Brood, because it was the only target they saw possible. And Knights come out ahead of it.
And Flyby now, has the Aegis on him. So Refresher, Aegis, the Refresher done for the puck. The Rapier. I mean, these fights, they're so hard to take now for Ares.
Another Rapier for Dawn. This one might be the buyback Rapier one, where if he dies, he'll have that safety net one. But
yeah, don't want to put that in your inventory.
No.
Knights, do they feel confident now to go on up to high ground? Do they want to try and get megas?
Might be able to look for this type of battle here just because the puck does so much damage. I can't believe he just whiffed the coil. His own Ags griefed him.
Listen, you get one, right?
Yeah, you get one. The one thing is, though, looking at armor, right? Armor values for everybody on the side of Ares, they're not holding the AC on the Dawnbreaker, so you're really seeing why Ego is able to just explode in that damage. So they don't have any real plus armor on any of their heroes, so it's pretty relevant, as also the Book of the Dead is very obnoxious.
Book of Shadows against the Book of the Dead there. Kind of interesting. But yeah, the coil coming down could also just be the nail in the coffin for Ares if Alacrity finds it. He has been the standout player for this Knights team across every game that I feel like we've seen.
Yeah.
And doing it again here on this puck.
On his signature hero. He's now continuing to look to push and cut some waves. Ares, they're in the area.
Orb,
Goes
spear,
spear,
jump away. After the Book of the Dead.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's like, wait, nope, gotta keep the lane pushed out. They think he's still down here. TK even looking with sentry wards, perhaps to get lucky with some vision, but can't quite find him.
72 minutes.
Whew.
73 now.
Still feels like initiations, but now soon we're getting the big level 25 for Tree. I saw him take the tome before. We almost have undispellable overgrowth on top of piercing coil, double piercing coil, and all this other crazy stuff.
I mean, again, it's very much feeling like it is Knights in the driver's seat, but it could be anybody's game still.
Yep.
Like, we're on an edge that all it takes is one bad initiation, one bad fight, or one amazing fight from Ares.
Yeah, one type of vision aspect that allows him to get the grab onto the puck or gets them onto the drow, and then Ares is also then probably going to be in the driver's seat themselves. It's super back and forth how this can go.
You see that lane ward that he was right on top of for a second on Alacrity. You stick around there a little bit too long, you get punished.
Yeah, they went to try to set up for him there. No Boots of Travel 2 is being picked up. Mars has the gold for it. Batrider has the gold for it. Not wanting to go for it there. Not looking to get up those, like... They could set up so many global plays on the side of Ares, but just so focused on dealing with the attention of the Book of the Dead, it's probably just distracting them as well, too.
Right. Book of the Dead gets sent out again.
Tree. XCJ trying to find his level 30, or level 25 up top. Should be able to finish it in seconds, and also level 30 on Ego about to be done. So pretty big levels on the side of Knights. Those two will unlock even more potential for these two heroes.
Ulu has gotten so much gold in this game from these freaking Books of the Dead.
Yeah, they don't have a Pirate's hat, but they pretty much do because of those books.
They find and take out that ward now. So Vision at a premium.
A 400 gold ops ward. I love it.
That's what happens late game Dota, man. It gets crazy.
So much gold on the map for everybody. And XCJ, there it is, 25. So eyes on him if he's able to find these roots as well, too. Undispellable can definitely cause problems for Ares, too.
And it looks like that's what they're waiting for. Smoke up. He has boots, but also has that Refresher Shard ready to go.
Yeah, these fights, now it looks like for Knights, they've got a lot more ways to be able to get into these jumps and get the control that they need versus Ares. Ares, the fight's looking harder, but that being said, still all up to initiations. And who's going to get caught?
Over. So they put the Fallen Sky now on the puck.
Okay.
And going to give the Book of the Dead to Flyby, who also finished off an AC.
Oh, so maybe he's looking for some type of backdoor play.
Yeah.
He would just be able to just end it. Okay.
They run out now. With Overgrowth, they could go for the all-in play. Find him. Bushwhack. Control. Coil. Good damage. Breaks the coil. Stunned for a long time. But Ulu, Book of Shadows, keeps him alive. The spear pushes him outside of it, actually.
He tried to do the fancy play, the spear into ult.
Bushwhack pulls him back again. They steal, was that Living Armor? Alacrity jumps in, finds Ulu again, and the stun is there. The Overgrowth Rapier on the deck. Does have buyback. They retreat away. Lasso, the double lasso, the control, Red Panda, the ulti is there, but the route to turn it. Do they have enough damage to bring down the rest of them? That Rider, the rest are starting to drop. XCJ, he has that Overgrowth. And Felix Chauba right on top of him. Dawnbreaker ulti comes through. XCJ gets caught, gets controlled, gets killed. The other fight on the south side still continuing as Alacrity tearing through these supports.
Ulu!
They're both dead. Ulu in trouble. This is going to be a dieback, but the turn! Oh! The save, the stun, the heal! It came out in time!
And now
Ego now trying to get out of there, but the Ancient, they got to keep their eyes on the Ancient. The creeps are starting to take it down. Book of the Dead not being microed. The Ancient is exposed. The pings are there. White Album trying to get back to home to stop this, but he has to keep alive Ulu too. Heals back up. From the Starbreaker, Alacrity right on top. They bought back and got in range. Mars keeping that throne alive, but Ulu is going to get ran down, going to get killed. The throne was at half HP. Ares, they don't have enough left in the tank. Knights are going to close this game out as they run on in and take it down. Alacrity, Fallen Sky, and the Ancient. At the end of the game, 77 minutes, Knights come out victorious.
That was amazing. They have to put so much attention for Drow, but there's an Alacrity in the game. He's able to do so much work. That was amazing. That was one of the best executed games I feel like we've seen from both sides. Things got pretty chaotic, but wow, they identified who they needed to go for, right? Ulu, he gets caught at the start of the fight, has to buy back early. They're able to get on top of him again. And then, honestly, Book of the Dead may have been the winning factor.
It literally was. It's so weird. These like late game neutral items, because sometimes it's the Pirate's Hat, sometimes it's the Book of the Dead. Remember the Fusion Rune or whatever the hell that thing was called before, but made the difference. And Alacrity, superstar.
Yeah, what a play really by him. And I just have to give him the MVP because of him identifying the fact that game is getting weird. He's doing this little creep cutting and stuff like that with the Book of the Dead. That allows this to happen. It puts Ares into an uncomfortable spot where they're like, we need to actually take fights because our base keeps getting split pushed. And then that one was just chaos. They need to take fight, but then base is dying, so they have to keep reacting and moving back. What a treat. This was one of the best series I think I've actually got into cast in quite some time.
It's been great. Some China DPC action. You love to see it. As we end off the day here, we're going to head on back to the panel and let them break down all the insanity of that last game.
What a fantastic way for this series to end. A game 3 going that long and in that fashion. I mean, Asta Ares brought everything to this series. We had some concerns about their draft. Kezu, I don't know, it felt like it was so difficult to see the game going this way.
Well, this game was, first of all, way too long, so I don't know what I want to talk about. I do think that at some points, Asta Ares did some really cool stuff, like where they would go in with a bad rider, he, double lassos the Drow Ranger, pops all his flame breaks, and bam, he's dead. But overall, I feel like this was just a crazy game, tier 5 items. Someone else, go chime in.
Okay, Asta Ares, no! I was so rooting for them to win a series. I am honestly gutted. And after Ulu pulled off that performance on Dawnbreaker, oh my god, he was the only one on his team to win his lane. He was making everything goddamn happen. This guy, I thought he would die like 8 different times in that final fight, and he just kept going right back to full health with the crits, won the Rapier and the Satanic. Holy shit, dude.
My heart does break for Asta Ares because this could have been theirs, because you had issues with where their damage was going to come from later in the game. Was that solved for you? Do you still think that that was the key issue here? Like, what ultimately caused the downfall of Asta Ares in this insane game?
I think they did have a little bit of damage issues in the mid game to maybe early late game, like some 30 to 45 minutes. But once they have these refreshers, then they can start playing again and actually end up killing the Drow. But I do think that they messed up a couple of their fights where they try to go on Puck, but they don't actually get to fully kill him, when instead basically all they need to try to do is enable the Bad Rider to get a clear first jump on any of the Drow or Puck, and whoever they can kill from full to 0, that's what they need to enable. But I think they mess it up a few times, and then Knights just wipe them right after.
I mean, it's pretty easy for them to mess it up when Alacrity's just in your face the entire time. I think he just played at such an exceptional Puck. Even when you go back to laning phase, the way in which he was able to punish his Bat Rider, and you fast forward throughout the game, he's so aggressively skipping waves and just forcing Asta Ares to react that you don't get to see this clean initiation. Like when you have Mars, you have Bat Rider, multiple forms of jump for Drow, they couldn't always find that clear jump, and they often felt like they had to jump the Puck first because of how much of a nuisance she was, and then when you are jumping her, if you don't perfectly CC her, she's going to just disengage, and now you don't have your big ultimate spells. And when the big ults aren't available, that's when the Drow was able to enter the fight with a bit more confidence and start A-clicking throughout and, you know, multi-shotting Asta Ares. So I think, again, massive props to Asta Ares in this game 3. An insane game. What was it? Taking it to 70-odd minutes. I think it was an incredible performance. Just, you know, when Puck picks up a Book of the Dead and gets to take a tier 2 and, 2 tier 4s and a little bit of mid lane, it does, unfortunately, stem that comeback potential from Asta Ares, but my God, what a great game.
You said, as we were heading into it, Tiga, you can't bet against an Alacrity Puck. Obviously succeeds here, but is he going to be your MVP as well?
I mean, I feel like he has to.
He has to be.
If you look at every single highlight, it was a Puck. He was setting up everything. He was demolishing the side of Asta Ares, and yeah, he's insane. I think his stats also are pretty disgusting. Yeah, so 800 XPM, 800 plus GPM, nearly 900 last hits. Of course, it's a long game, but
his items are perfect.
His
only 5
items
deaths.
are perfect. 5 deaths, 15 kills, 18 assists. Like, I don't think you could ever find a Puck hitting this amount of consistency, game after game after game. So Alacrity, maybe the best Puck in the region, potentially a contender for best Puck in the world so far, based on Pucks we've seen. Yeah, absolutely insane. Do not give this guy Puck again.
Do you think it's a chewing gum?
I think this guy, on legit, he chews so much chewing gum, and it's like, maybe that allows him to harness his thoughts. But if you ever look at the player cam, Boss
He's
Man
just going
is
ham.
he's just chewing.
It's like a lawnmower.
Yeah, it's so incredible. Just like his stats, 91.7 kill participation. Again,
God.
I feel like any stat you show right now on this Puck is super high. Like, even he probably has like wards destroyed. It's probably like 7 plus. It's like he's probably got every single stat looking bloody amazing. Because this guy, again, whew, God, we could literally talk for half an hour about Alacrity Park if you want. Hey! I mean, it's more than 0. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay, all right. 3 wards destroyed. Yeah, definitely going to be at the top there. But everything else, Alacrity, shine.
He did all of the above.
All of them. Every form of it throughout that game. I do want to have a bit more of a brief talk about Asta Ares, because whilst they struggled in that lane, in your eyes, Sheep, what items, what times, or power spikes of their heroes were they hitting to absolute perfection?
This refresher on Mars, absolutely sick timing, allowed them to take their fights with relative ease. There was this very nice section of the game after they had it where they were winning every fight because they had like 2 conditions they had to meet. They would lasso the Drow, they would lasso the Puck, and they would arena the Drow, and they would use the arena to initiate and then refresh and then use the second one to like make sure they kill the Drow for surezies. Like, she was just being kept out of the fight and not being allowed to output her damage. And like, I think when they used those 2 spells that way, every fight went well. It was when they started getting a little bit weird with it, like in the enemy triangle, they had that initiation with the Mars Arena onto like Puck, who had an Eon disc, and then it just all went to shit, and Drow just killed everyone.
We can sing the praises of Asta Ares as much as we want, but ultimately Knights walk away with the victory, which means we get a winner's interview with them. It's going to be Ego joining us, their carry. Ego, congratulations on this win. It was an insane game number 3, and I want to know how you managed your energy levels through it, but also the communications in the team. What are you guys talking about when a game goes this late and is this fight heavy?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，尤其是最后一场的话打得特别激烈。我想问一下，就是在这种纠集长局里面是怎么样保持自己个人的这种注意力，然后在这种局势里面，队伍一般是怎么样保持冷静，然后去做一些沟通的？是怎么样来沟通的？
首先明确自己这把游戏应该要怎么赢吧。我们队内一直在讨论，感觉这把大树25级应该就赢了，所以就一直在带他打怪升级。
Yeah, so I think as a player, you need to know the winning condition, and we had a lot of discussion during the game, and we all felt like as long as we can get trained into level 25, when he pick up the talent, it's an auto win for us. So most of the games we just took the train wherever I go and try to share some experience from the jungle monsters to him.
Very smart.
I have a question. So you played Drow Ranger in this game against Mars and Bad Rider, which makes team fighting for you really, really hard. So I wanted to know like your thought process and maybe something you told your team in terms of I need this to happen so I can fight, or I need to play a slow fight, I need you to do this, because I think team fighting for you was really hard in this last game.
想问一下，就是因为这把对面是蝙蝠加马尔斯嘛，对你来说限制是特别大。那你有没有跟队友做一些游戏上的沟通？就是说你们得这样打，我可能才能行，或者说这个团战必须得这样开，我才能有发挥的空间。你有过这样的这种交流吗？
我就跟队友说，就打团的第一波可能我上不了，我只能放那个小黑的3技能，然后我让队友一直给我套宁肯吧，就尽量小心一点吧。但是其实这把有很多波团，我都感觉自己给了很多机会，直接被那个蝙蝠抓住了，玩的不是很好啊。
Yeah, so I just told my teammate I wouldn't be in the team fight at the beginning. I have to wait till the second phase of the team fight when I can go in. So I would just throw my third skill often during when the team fight break out. And I do feel like I wasn't playing on my best because there's so many team fights I just caught by the bad rider.
Okay.
Okay, congratulations on the win. So what's it like playing with Alacrity Puck? Do you think anyone's ever going to let you play this hero again on the mid lane? I feel like every time you get it in your draft, you guys just play so well together.
就是想问一下，跟 Alacrity 帕克一起打是什么样的感觉？那你觉得其他队伍以后还会再放你们帕克吗？因为他每次选到这个英雄，感觉发挥的都特别好。
我们每次给朱丹选出帕克的时候，都会开玩笑的说这把已经要带躺了。就感觉跟他一起玩，他的帕克很秀很牛逼啊。之后的话，可能大家都会尊重一下吧，因为确实玩的挺好的。
So we always joke when we pick Puck for him. We always say we're gonna get carried this game. We're ready to get carried.
Nice.
And yeah, I feel like other teams should respect more of his Puck because he is so awesome on the hero. His mechanic skill is amazing.
Nice. Also, one unrelated question to the series. I'm seeing teams start banning anti-mage and other players in other regions playing it in pubs. Do you think this hero might be coming back into meta potentially, or is it just a weird hero we might not see?
想问一下你关于核心位上就是迪法这个英雄，因为最近有的队伍打比赛也开始办这个英雄了，然后国外有些路人局的话，迪法也出场率特别高。你作为一个核心选手的话，你会看到这个英雄在这个版本末期会出场率变多吗？
这个英雄我个人不喜欢也不讨厌，然后我们训练的时候有尝试过，但好像效果不是很好。之后如果大家都在玩的话，我可能会练一下，然后玩一玩吧。
Yeah, I'm very neutral about this hero, and yeah, we tried him during scrims. It didn't work out well.
Okay.
So if the hero get popular, I might just keep practicing it. Maybe some days I will bring him out.
Cool. Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask, how do you guys manage your emotions throughout a game that lasts 70 plus minutes? Are you getting overexcited during the hype team fights? Are you able to remain calm? How do you basically stay strong and vigilant for that long over time?
就是想问一下，在这种70分钟的长局里面，队伍是怎么样保持情绪的稳定的？你们打团的时候是一个什么样的状态？是赢了团之后会比较激动啊，还是说就是怎么样能够保证自己精力会一直分配下来，就一直保持这种比较敏锐的游戏感？
就大家都想赢，然后就我不知道怎么说，就一直坚持下去吧，就没买活了就一起待个5-6分钟等买活吧，就想赢就会这样子吧。
Yeah, I actually have no idea, but I know one thing that everyone on our team want to win. So when there's a rough time, like when you don't have buyback, you just have to power through it. So either it's whatever it's gonna take. If you're gonna stay on high ground for 5 and 6 minutes, as long as you want to win, you're just gonna power through those phases.
Thank you very much.
No more questions? Alrighty, perfect. We'll let you go. Ego, we know that you've been here for a while. Congratulations, though, again, on another win for Knights. You guys have been looking fantastic.
感谢你接受我们的采访，你们打得非常棒。
谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Bye.
Nice.
I cannot Like, even though we're listening to Ego and he's explaining, like, you just have to do it. Like, that's just what you do. You power through. You just, like, control your emotions. It's like we're in the green room and we're watching this fight. Like, they're having one on the Radiant side in the triangle and the creeps are pushing tier 4s. And, like, we're getting hyped because we don't know how it's going to end. And then you have the last team fight. Like, to do that for 70 minutes, it blows my mind.
It's the beauty of Dota. Once you get into a game, you just kind of forget about everything and you're just in the moment. So as long as the players also are in that kind of state, then you're fine. If you have one player on your team who's like cracking a joke or giggling, then you probably disrupt it. But clearly, all 5 of them, they enter that state, they're playing, and that's what makes a great team because there's no downtime in the comms, in like the understanding. So again, they're sitting 4-1, one game away from getting that coveted 5 wins, which should take you to the major.
Yeah.
New team to Div 1. New team potentially to the major. So yeah, only good things coming from Knights so far.
I do feel like usually when games go this long,
Yes,
you always have this one guy in the team.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You always have this one guy who's gonna be like, "Let's go!" You're like
You
winning
need a
this-
hype man.
Yes, like you, at least like this late into the game when you know you're like killing 2 supports without buyback, like you kind of know you're about to slap them and
Let's
make
go.
them call GG.
Who's the hype man then?
That's
In
that's
this
what I
team?
wanted to know. I was kind of sad that it wasn't like
I feel like it
answered.
should be Alacrity in
Yeah.
this game.
You
It was
reckon?
either Emo because
No,
he was dead.
He's too busy chewing the gum.
Yeah,
So, but then it
it's
was
definitely
Emo.
not Alacrity.
So it was Ego because he was dead.
You reckon?
Probably.
We don't know.
I don't know.
No idea.
I'm just
up
saying,
stuff.
we just saw an interview. I like hearing the speculations, but what we can't speculate is the results because we have them ready for you guys to see how this day played out. It was our final day before going on break for the China region for Chinese New Year, and it was a banger of a day. Started off with a 2-0 for Extreme Gaming over Dawn. That one, not too shocking, very fast series, but Knights up against Asta Ares delivered this series. How would you explain it? In like 3 words or less, how would you guys describe this final series?
Really, really good.
Back,
Very, very good.
back and forth.
That was good, Kezo. I liked that one.
You're
Back and
welcome.
forth.
Mid lane dominance.
Ooh, that one's good as well. I like that one.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little sayings there. Let's have a look at leaderboard as well because you've already said it. As to have those 5 wins, so they're going to be going to the major. Knights now 4 wins and 1 loss makes them just shy of securing a major spot for themselves.
Yep.
I'm hoping this leaderboard's going to come up because I don't know the rest. All I know is Dawn and Asta Ares.
Aster 5-0.
But
At the
basically,
bottom.
the key thing
Both of
here, Knights, they only playing the weaker teams now.
Yep.
It's Dawn and eHome for them. So
Smooth
It's
sailing.
Dawn.
it should be...
They're gonna
Alright.
finish 6-1.
They're
No-
going to the major, baby.
Like-
All right, relax,
Let's
relax,
go
relax,
to the
relax.
major, baby.
No, let's relax.
Unless Dawn incredibly step it up, Knights should be able to take a win there. So they will be finishing 5-1. Worst case scenario for Knights 5-2. PSG Extreme, they also, PSG can easily get to 6-1. Extreme, they're the ones who've already taken 2 L's. But I feel like our division of teams right now, left and right, is exactly what we're going to be seeing to the end. These are the top 4 teams on the left-hand side. I would be surprised if eHome was able to somehow find the wins needed to break back into that top 4 now. And yeah, I feel...
I reckon they can, even though we have those top 3 that feel like they're streaking ahead or whatnot. Extreme, eHome, IG, you don't know. Anything could happen.
That is true. That is true. I think eHome is for sure the fringe team. I think they have Knights and Asta Ares left. So Extreme, if they lose to PSG, there's still scenarios that can force a tiebreaker for that 4th spot. But yeah, I think we at least... Let's extend that. We now at least know our top 5. And let's throw eHome
Okay.
into the mix as well.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like that. That makes me feel a little bit better. Nothing set in stone yet. The only thing we know is that we're going on a bit of a break for China. It's going to be a 2-week break. So the schedule I'm about to show you is for January 31st. Put it down in your calendars. It's 2 weeks from now. It's kicking off with Knights up against Dawn. If they win that series, they are going to be guaranteed for the major. And then it's LGD versus Extreme. This is LGD taking a win off Extreme. Give that the copium to eHome and IG.
Exactly. Just PSG is just going to kick Extreme down, like, get down there. Go fight for your major spot. And if Extreme win, then it's tiebreakers for 2nd, tiebreakers for 3rd. Not as fun tiebreakers. They're fighting for placements at a major rather than their literal major lives. But still, an absolute banger of a series for us to look forward to over the next 2 weeks.
Love to
And
use that word.
they have time in between to look at the other regions.
That is
to maybe implement
true.
some new stuff into the games before they play again.
Bam!
Such a good point. It is going to be this break, so I want to hear some thoughts of how you guys have enjoyed the last 9 days of 9 days of China DPC. How would you explain it?
I've had a great time.
Sum it up for the viewers.
I really wanted to watch Chinese DPC this year, so getting to cover it makes it very easy for me to do so. I've enjoyed learning more about the players. I think there's been some like really good interviews that we've had with a lot of like, you know, you don't often get to see their personalities. So I think all the players are really cool. The games have been really fun. We've had so many close games. Love that.
I like that the region has a lot of newer players. I haven't really ever looked into the Chinese region as much as I am doing now. And I think I'm learning a lot like about these new players and about their drafts, but I think you can definitely tell from like the top teams who really have it figured out, at least for now. But yeah, games are good, players are good. Can't ask for more.
I mean, the region had like the most volatility in regards to roster shuffles after TI. So I don't think you can expect the highest like TI winning quality of Dota from the first week or so. But after even just 1 or 2 weeks of DPC, these top teams just found their groove instantly. And these new players basically emulated the players they took over really quickly. So yeah.
The growth is fantastic.
And Alacrity Puck, please. If you want to learn Puck, anyone, any mid laners out there,
watch
Alacrity.
This guy.
just watch Alacrity. Just player perspective on him, see how he uses Orb. That is the biggest takeaway that you can get. Best Puck in the world so far, at least in regards to current DPC games.
I love to hear your thoughts on China. It's going to be the 31st of January that we resume China Division 1 DPC here, but we will be continuing with Western Europe. That's going to be tomorrow, and we'll see you guys then.